Underground meteorologist Paul Gritho live in Birmingham, Alabama. You might be able to hear the tornado sirens are going off now. A tornado warning, a new tornado warning for Birmingham, Jefferson County going off. We're looking north towards downtown. The cell should be just north and just maybe northwest of us by a bit. The rain continues to come on down here. We saw lightning come through, and we're seeing a little break where we are located, but we're looking north towards downtown. A lot of low clouds around the area. This is the big concern is we have heavy rain with a lot of these tornadoes that are forming today, so they're very difficult to spot. So when you got that warning, don't worry about your camera, don't worry about your cell phone, worry about your family and yourself. Get to your safe place, your shelter. Life is far more important than views and clicks and likes on your social media. This is a life and death situation here. And the good news is we do have the sun up. The bad news is the time of day is 4:50, so people who are having to travel for work are now back on the roads trying to get home and not aware of what's going on. Again, the warning was just issued a few minutes ago, so if you have a loved one who should be commuting, tell them to find a safe place. Get off the road, go into a convenience store rather than, oh, I think I can make it a couple of miles. You do not know where this possible tornado is. You want to make sure that everyone is safe. And Mike, it's going to be a very busy night here all across the Southeast, not just here in northern Alabama.
You know, you make a very good point here, Paul, that you just may not see it. And so many of us want that visual confirmation. Trust the radars tonight because they are telling a very important story. It is very, very clear what is happening right now with multiple tornadoes on the ground at this point. Paul, thank you. Want to show you what's happening in some other areas, including around Foster's, Alabama, just outside of Tuscaloosa. Heavy rain coming down for us right now, all part of a complex that's really producing numerous severe thunderstorms and numerous tornadoes, not to mention a lot of flash flooding is going on for us right now. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Multiple states that are being hit from Mississippi and Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina tonight. North Carolina, we think you could get hit as well. There's the big storm system. This area right in here in particular has been producing the most tornadoes, in particular Alabama. This after a week that just tortured us last week. Want to go south of Birmingham. This is a potentially catastrophic event occurring for us right now just outside of Greensboro, Alabama right now. Tornado emergency has been declared. You've got tornado warnings, in fact, here. It extends over to Bibb and Perry County. That's an observed tornado. The warning goes until 5:30. Clear as day, we've got a tornado happening right now. It's right here. It's come right across Coretta Scott King, a highway making its way toward County Road 23. What this is showing you right now, we have a lot of different features on the radar we can show you. What this shows you is correlation coefficient. You're like, okay, what's that mean? It means that the radar can detect things in the atmosphere that are something other than a natural hydrometer. It's not a raindrop. It's not a snowflake. It's not a hailstone. It's something other than that, which means it's usually debris. And so that's it right there. It's as clear as you could possibly get on the radar. There's the big hook echo right there. And so the part of the storm that's the business part of the storm is right in there. This is a tail that hangs down from the southern appendage of the storm, and it's as classic as it gets, folks. So this is a very serious threat right now. You have to get to shelter to save your life right now. This is going to be a very damaging tornado headed toward Pondville at 4:59. So you've got 6 minutes, maybe less. Pondville, go to your safe spot right now. In Brent, 5:11, get to your safe spot as quickly as you can. In Gary Springs, you got a couple of minutes. Grab your stuff. Grab some shoes, grab a helmet, grab your kids, grab the pets. Go to your safe spot as fast as you can and hunker down until all clear is given. That is a very dangerous storm with a confirmed tornado and a tornado emergency in place. Potential catastrophic damage with that tornado. There's the warning that you heard, the tornado sirens with Paul's live shot there. Jefferson County under a tornado warning. Center Point, Leeds, we're in trouble now. Also, a very clear tornado signature right there. Observed tornado headed toward Trussville right now. Center Point, Leeds, and Trussville. Get to shelter now. You have no time to waste in Trussville at this point. I'm going to time this out for you a little bit more. I'm going to move this, moving about 45 to 50 miles an hour. I'm going to move the timing on this a little bit. Trussville, you've got minutes. You got 1 minute. Go as fast as you can. Argo, 5, say that one more time. Sarah, can you repeat what you said to me there? about 300,000 people within this warning area. Trussville to Argo. You've got to take shelter as quickly as you can. 5:02 for you here in Argo. You get about 9 minutes before the tornado is on you. In Copper Springs, 5:08. If you're in Trussville, it's a matter of life or death. You have to get to shelter now. Do not be on an upper floor. You've got to get to the ground floor. You got to put as many walls between you and this tornado as you possibly can. Hunker down. Helmets on, get under a sturdy piece of furniture, and hold on. We've got tornado on the ground right now just outside of Birmingham. More live coverage when we come back right here on the Weather Channel. We got breaking news. We've got tornadoes on the ground right now across Alabama. You're taking a live look at Birmingham. Torrential rain is happening for us. And an observed tornado causing damage on the ground just to the east of Birmingham right now. It's come right past Trussville and is on its way quickly north and east. It's come across Interstate 59 and just north of I-20 this evening. A large complex of storms tonight, and we're in the middle of a severe weather outbreak. Alabama particularly hard hit this evening. Tornado warnings here just outside of Alabama over in Jefferson County, well to the east, though, of Birmingham, around Trussville right now. And tornado warning extends from there farther to the north and east, past Springville and Raglan here. St. Clair County, you're under that tornado warning as well. Observed tornado, and it's basically come right over Trussville and over Interstate 59, and now about to make its way towards, say, Whitechapel Parkway and Sandy Roads here. Observed tornado and a warning that goes until 5:30 this evening. As we time this out for you, and the storms are moving so quick, they kind of outlive our trackers even. I'll move that even a little bit more for you here. Argo, it's basically on you. Get to shelter right now. You've got zero time to waste. You've got to go now. You don't look out the windows. Don't call anybody. Just go. Odenville, going to be there on 5:08 for you. Another very dangerous storm south of Birmingham now. This one has about as clear a hook echo as you'll ever see on the radar. There it is. Very violent tornado happening right now. Bibb and Perry counties under that tornado warning. That signature is scary on the radar. I'm not going to lie to you, folks. That is bad. Right there is where the tornado sits, between the blue and the yellow on the screen there. So it's right at Peach Orchard Road, eventually headed toward Duff Road, Bailey Avenue, if you're familiar with any of these places, County Road 5, eventually headed toward Brent. Tornado emergency for you in Brent right now, so you have to get to shelter to get to some safety. That's a very violent tornado. What I'm showing you here is what's known as the correlation coefficient. It's what the software does on the Doppler radar that shows you where there is debris in the atmosphere. So it's as telling as you'll get. That's the debris right there that's being lofted by the tornado, that's within the tornado and being centrifuged out. Basically, the hook echo comes in like this. The tornado is wrapping up over and over and over again. It's just basically spinning on itself right now as the entire steering flow takes it off to the northeast. Brent, you are in a very dire situation right now. Get to shelter ASAP. You truly cannot waste a single second at this point. It's going to be there in a matter of minutes. And 6 Mile anticipated arrival time is between 5:15 and, say, 5:17 for you. In Oakley, around 5:22 this evening. So very dangerous tornadoes happening for us right now in Alabama, Jackie. 2 very clear tornadoes. This one south of Birmingham, very violent.
Yes, and the one north and east of there right now kind of developed right on top of Birmingham. Our Paul Goodlow is there live right now. Paul, the sirens were going off when we checked in with you last time. It's now northeast of you. What did you experience?
We had some lightning beforehand, and the storm that came through wasn't even warned for a severe thunderstorm, and it produced a tornado, and that was a big concern. And you should bear that in mind as we head throughout the rest of this evening here. You don't only have to have warned storms, even severe thunderstorms, that you can quickly have tornadoes be produced in this type of environment in the atmosphere here. Again, downtown is north of me. The tornado probably formed just about there and then moved on towards the north and east. We have our secondary storm path camera, and this little audible for whoever's back in the control room. If they can go through that and roll back the last, say, 25 minutes, and they might be able to perhaps, we might have been able to catch that, because it could have been wrapped in rain, but also you still might see some of the low clouds moving as well. Because I tell you what, I look up and I see these clouds streaming in from the south from actually from the southwest and southeast, and the surface winds are from the south as well. So we're seeing that kind of turbulent atmosphere going on, that sheer setup here. We no longer hear the tornado warnings here because downtown that cell has moved to the north and east of you, but still other parts of Jefferson County are that warning, and it quickly continues to move on towards the north and east pretty rapidly. We're talking freeway speeds, 55 miles per hour. So you might not be able to see this, and this thing is on you like that. So if you're under this warning, seek shelter immediately. And also, by the way, we're having more and more power outages in this state, so have another way to be notified. A NOAA Weather Alert radio is great. Having your cell phone alerts on, have another friend or relative or neighbor, somebody keeping kind of a little group chat or text going on, let you know, hey, we're under a warning, that's for us, take shelter. Just the more ways you can be warned, it's great. I know the storms we had last week produced tornadoes. Amazingly, no deaths last year. Mike, I don't think we are going to be that lucky. I'm hearing some unconfirmed reports already, so yeah, it's going to be a long night.
This is a really, really scary situation with some of these tornadoes, Paul. Thank you very much. And Alabama in particular is the state that's at risk right now. We've got a lot of storms that are out there. That's the whole complex. But there are two tornadoes in particular that are really concerning right now. This one that is northeast of Birmingham that's just come past Trussville. I would say it's almost a guarantee something's been hit in Trussville tonight, unfortunately. St. Clair County, tornado warning for us. And Odenville, Ragland, eventually maybe even Gadsden, we're going to be at risk here. So St. Clair County, including Asheville, Odenville, Springville. These are all places. If you hear those names and you live there, you've got to go to shelter quickly. There's a very clear tornado happening right there. That's the velocity. So what we just showed you was basically precipitation, all right? Reflectivity on the radar. This is velocity on the radar, where you have a green and, in this case, yellow right next to each other. It's air that's moving away from the radar itself, and the radar beam is down off the screen to the bottom, where there's air moving away from the radar and where there's air moving toward the radar. It can detect that. And when they're right next to each other, you get something that looks like this, okay? And so it's very, very obvious we have a tornado right now. That moving off to the northeast, Branchville, 5:07. You got 2 minutes before it's there. Cool Springs, 5:13. So you've got about 8 minutes before it's there. And in Asheville, around 5:18 before the tornado is on top of you. I was looking at the correlation coefficient to see if we can have if we're detecting any debris that's in the air right now. Not necessarily. This doesn't necessarily, to me, indicate that we have debris. Doesn't mean that there couldn't be some, or that the radar still has to catch up because it has to do a couple scans here, and then eventually it sends the data, and then you read the data, and then you see what's going on. This situation, though, south of Birmingham is a real concern. Catastrophic event potentially unfolding right now with an observed tornado and a tornado emergency in the town of Brent. So this is in Bibb County. This is the tornado, and that is a really, really violent tornado that's happening right now. So the tornado scene, I'm going to go even closer if I can on the street level mapping here. So right now, Duff Road is where the tornado is. Duff Road near Bailey Avenue. If you're familiar, that's where the tornado is right now, and it's going to ride, right up. This is the correlation coefficient. And as I showed you with the system that was up around Birmingham, you didn't really see much. That is very clear that we have a tornado happening right there. That is a tornado full of debris right now. So it's hit something. Could be trees, bushes, it could be anything. It could be pieces of building that have been hit as well. I'm gonna zoom down in on this one as well. Again, Duff Road, say Bailey Avenue. This is, I want to see what County Road 25. So basically coming across County Road 25 at this point with a really serious situation for us in Brent right now. In Brent, you have to get to shelter. You cannot be looking at this storm. You can't be on your front porch trying to take pictures of it. You need to save your life, period. So Brent, 5:07, it's there. You got 1 minute, and that's it. Gary Springs, 5:13, Oakley, 5:24. Jackie, we look at radar all the time here at the Weather Channel. These signatures that we're seeing on the radar are frightening.
Yeah, it makes your heart drop certainly, as you watch this unfolding, because you know what the end result, unfortunately, is going to end up being. We've already had 3 lives lost today, at least in Alabama. Search and rescues are underway, and we've got another tornado, 2 of them, that are confirmed on the ground that have been causing damage. So we know at least trees or other debris is getting lofted. Likely structures are being affected by this as well, and it really is a life-threatening situation. It's one of those days where if you can get underground, that's going to be the best place to be, and you just have to trust the warnings, because these are going so fast that once the warning is issued, you've got to get there immediately. You don't want to hesitate. You don't want to make that phone call. You don't want to do anything other than getting to that safe room immediately, because time is going to run out. That's how fast these are moving. They're moving about highway speed, and speaking of which, that's exactly what it's going to be crossing here in short order. So I would say, if you know anybody right now that's traveling along Interstate 65 to the east here and to the south of Alabaster, to the southeast of Tuscaloosa, this is going to be crossing here in short order. You can't be in a vehicle. It's an extremely dangerous situation to be in a vehicle. You need to pull over. You need to get to some kind of a building, some kind of structure. They're going to let you in. Get in there and get to that safe place and pull over and pull out of this. Let's time this out for you. Centerville, this is coming in really soon, 5:08 p.m. This is likely going to be moving immediately right over Centerville. It does not look like you're going to be able to escape this. That's why we have the tornado emergency. So tornado emergency elevates it a little bit more, and that's issued on top of a previous tornado warning. When we know that there's a tornado, we know that it's large, we know that it's destructive, and there's just no way out other than getting shelter, right? It's inevitable that it's going to be hitting your town. Oakley, you're going to be next in line here. Oakley, that should be arriving at 5:24, making its way towards Wessington here at 5:32, and then Manuka here at 5:34 p.m. So again, tornado emergency in effect for this cell. Centerville, this is for you. You need to be getting to that safe place right now. And notice on the periphery of all of this too, you may be affected by other dangerous parts of the storm. So you also need to be treating this as a tornado warning, because sometimes these don't move exactly within that polygon. And you can see that center of rotation right in here that's tracking up towards the north and to the east. So there you can see 5 is right here. 139, that is going to be crossing you eventually through this area. And this is going to be tracking right along and very near County Road 25. So all within that area, you need to be seeking shelter and getting to that safe place. And there you can see it's been extended farther out. Talladega Springs, just a heads up that while you're not technically in that warning, this holds together, and we have every reason to believe that it will. That warning will be issued for you and triggered for you very soon. All right, we want to bring in Mike again, and Mike, and we're hearing National Weather Service from Birmingham. Are they taking shelter right now?
Yeah, it's we've got a tornado that could be coming very close to the radar site, even, or very, very close to where the office is. That's Centerville, Alabama. We're next in line. We want you. This is our storm tracker, John Humphreys, out there right now. This is a really, really violent tornado that's happening right now, and it could be rain-wrapped. You see the heavy rain that's coming down right now. Centerville, this tornado could be tracking right towards you. Maybe just on the south side of Centerville, but we're really concerned for you here in Centerville. Bibb County is under that tornado warning. The town of Brent, it's there. In Centerville, it's moments away. We're going to zoom right down into it tonight. Where we can best determine the tornado is going to live is going to be about right here. So where is that? That's Old Davison Plantation Road and Partridge Street. That's where the tornado is at the moment. And that's going to come. Centerville sits right up here. All right. You might be actually experiencing some pretty intense winds as we speak. Maybe even you see debris that's falling out of the sky right now. That's eventually going to come across, say, County Road 219. That's the debris signature right there. We clearly have debris that's in the air right now, and that's it hit something all along the way here from Darden Avenue, County Road 25 to Partridge Street. It's hit something all along the way here, unfortunately. Now about to come over, at least this is where the debris is. That could be basically where the tornado itself is. So Highway 219 or County Road 219, eventually towards Stallings Road, Selma Road, Suttle Street. I'll widen it out just a little bit. Centerville, it's just to your south. But Centerville and Brent and areas southbound, you have got to be in a safe place ASAP. There's the hook echo, and it doesn't get any more obvious than that. I'm going to take the tracker off of there, because what's happening is it's a very classic supercell right now. So you've got the upper levels of the atmosphere are taking the top of the storm off. It's probably a very tall storm, probably roughly 55, 60,000 feet. This is the anvil part of the storm, way up here. You'll even get some hail up in this part of the storm. And then you're going to get the cold inflow that comes into the storm. You're going to get southerly flow out of the Gulf of Mexico here. And basically the storm is going to wrap in on itself just like that. And that little curly Q, that little hook echo, as we call it, that looks like a fish hook, down here at the bottom is where the tornado lives, right there. Clear as day. I mean, it is textbook tornado here in Bibb County. Please get to a shelter as fast as you can. We've got a tornado emergency in effect. Now, I want to take you just outside of Birmingham. Birmingham sits down here, bottom left of your screen. St. Clair County under a tornado warning. This coming past Springville right now. An observed tornado here, and it's also sitting right in there. Very clear velocity signature showing the winds going in two different directions right next to each other. So that implies we've got spin going on right here. Maybe even threading the needle between Springville and Ragland here. But we want you to get to a safe spot here in both of these locations, and up toward even Gadsden, Asheville, and Odenville. Our warning is until 6 o'clock tonight. I'll track this out for you. I'm going to expand this to take this warning out a little bit farther, the tracker out a little bit farther for you here. Cool Springs, 5:14, and it's there. So you've got no time. I mean, it's going to be there in 1 minute. It's going to come across Highway 23. It's going to be near Asheville at 5:20. Also, get to shelter as fast as you can. Grab a helmet, grab some shoes for everyone in your family, and quickly get to the safest spot in your home. Don't be on a top story. Don't be on the second level, third level. You've got to be down low. You've got to be on the ground level, and you need to be underground if you can. Do you have a storm shelter? It's the safest place for you to be. You are in a lot of danger if you're on the upper floor of a home right now, Jackie.
Absolutely. So lowest level of your home, as many walls as you can between you and the outside, and just stay there. You know, trust the warning, stay there until the all clear has been issued. I know sometimes you can be impatient, you're scared, you don't know what's going on, and you want to get more information, but the best thing to do is stay in that safe room and wait the storms out. And just because you've had one storm tonight, Mike, you know, it may not be the only storm that you have to deal with. You know, Birmingham's been hit over and over. And when we think about what a scary situation it is to the north and east of there right now, in a way, you know, it could have been worse in the fact that this developed basically over Birmingham and then moved to the north and east. Imagine if this ramped up just to the south and west of this. So we just are continuing to follow these dangerous storms. These are classic textbook examples of what we study when we go to school. This is what the environment is like for long-lived, very strong, very destructive tornadoes. Days like today, high-risk days that we call them, only happen, you know, maybe a handful of times a year. So here we are with back-to-back storm systems about a week apart from each other. And unfortunately, some areas that have been hit last week could be hit again here for tonight. So we continue to follow the threat of tornadoes in Alabama, where we have tornado emergencies. That's the one right here. This is a tornado emergency in Bibb County, Brent and Centerville, both under the tornado emergencies, because we know that a tornado is moving through there. Bibb, it's pushing through right now and continuing to track up towards the north and the east. Clearly can see that debris ball, and we can see that hook signature indicating that that tornado remains on the ground and likely causing some damage. And there we can see, there's Brent now. It looks like the worst area of rotation and where that debris is being lofted now is just off towards your east, where you see 58 on your screen. Yeah, that's the one. So this is Highway 82. That's a little bit more of a highly traveled road. That is the area where we're seeing that debris confirmed being pulled up and lofted into the air. So folks right there, right along that Highway 82, need to be in their safe place right now. And there you can really see
that's really scary,
that
Jackie.
Signature. That
dark blue means there's a lot of stuff in the air right now. It's coming right across 82. So I think this tornado unfortunately has hit a lot of things. Now it's not a guarantee it's necessarily hit buildings. I'm sure it has, but it could be other things. It could be leaves from trees. It could be tree branches. It could be pieces of roof. I mean, we just don't know, but it's a very clear signature, and we know there's a lot in the tornado when you see that deep blue like that. And it's a large signature, too. It's not a tiny little speck.
Yeah, it's a very strong one, right? A lot of times we'll see some of those lighter colors with just a little bit of something getting lofted, but when you see that dark blue color, you know that that's very serious and likely larger pieces of debris. And if you're asking yourself, what exactly is that? Why am I looking at that? So the radar scans out, right? And it sees the raindrops, basically. And raindrops generally are pretty uniform, mostly-ish the same size. And when we start to see something that doesn't match, sort of that what doesn't belong here, it detects that and it brings back a stronger signal and that higher signal. And wow, you can see just how long that was on the ground. I mean, that's been causing damage all the way along, or at least lofting debris, since it was way back there by past 25. Yeah, northwest of Greensboro. So you can see that this has been followed and tracked all the way along. 30, look at that. Sarah Dillingham running radar for us tonight, putting the distance tracker on there so that we can see that this has been causing damage likely for at least 40 miles. That is exactly a long track tornado. Brent, hopefully you're continuing to stay in your safe place right now. And this is continuing to track towards the north and east. So we just want to give folks a heads up in areas to the north and east there, downwind, where we're going to continue to see this threat. So Oakley, Manuka, you are all in the path of this very dangerous confirmed tornado right now. You can see some of the roads there to give you a better idea of where that is. So Gary Springs Loop, that's where we're seeing it right now. You need to be in that safe place, Gary Springs Loop. And then Deer Creek Road, it's just about on you. No time to waste. Get to your safe place immediately. Montevallo, Calera, anybody traveling along Interstate 65, you need to get off the roads and into a shelter immediately. If you know somebody who's driving here tonight along that stretch of Interstate 65, call them right now. They got to get off the road. This is a fast-moving storm. It's moving. Sarah, still 55? Is that's what we're seeing the latest? Yeah, still about 55 miles per hour. So that's tracking with you as you're driving down the interstate, so to speak, right? That's how fast it's moving. So Oakley, another town being affected there. This will likely stay just to the south of Alabaster, and it also looks like it will stay just to the south of the city of Birmingham as well. So that's a little bit of good news that it will likely miss the most populated city within that area, but still bad news for all the folks that are in the line. Alabaster and the National Weather Service and their Doppler radar are located right there. So that's that little black dot that you see. This could potentially be going just to the south or very near or over where the Doppler radar is. So hopefully those folks staying safe and seeking shelter. We know that they're tracking it, and they do have safety precautions in place for that, and plans in place is that they'll hand over responsibility of warnings and all information on tornadoes to an adjacent office if they need to get to their safe place. So right now they're watching it and knowing that they may have to take that additional step, but we'll see. So let's put a new tracker on this as we have to continually update this. Oakley 5:23 is your most updated time where the tornado would be on top of you. Ocampo 5:32, Calera now at 5:35, and as we switch back over to correlation coefficient, where we see that mode where we look for those unusual colors that don't match all the rest of them for that debris getting lofted high up into the atmosphere, thousands of feet. That's it right there, that dark blue color. So that is now well to the east of Brent. So Brent, I think it's safe to say that this is past you, at least for now, but this continues to stay just to the south of County Road 25. This is just to the west of 139. This will be getting very close to the East Ashby Road, which is also known as County Road 107 right there, as it continues to move to the north and east. So this remains a very strong, very violent tornado, continuing to cause damage and staying on the road. Some of the smaller locations that could be affected by this includes Mills Church, 5:24. We mentioned Oakley at 5:31. Ebenezer Baptist Church, Chestnut Grove School, 5:37. I know a lot of the kids, Mike, are actually on spring break this week, so there should be no after-school activities. And I know a lot of them that were actually in in session were released early just to avoid that risk and those threats to the kids too.
It's just amazing. Kind of what we're seeing on radar is really, really nasty stuff. I mean, there's just the storms that are east of Birmingham, the storms that are south of Birmingham are really, really scary right now. There's a new tornado warning. I'm going to get to this one. It's over in the Charlotte area right now. So I'm going to get to this one tonight because this is a brand new warning. It's been issued over here near Midland. So Charlotte sits right here. It's east of Charlotte. Cabarrus and Union counties right now are under a tornado warning. Then we're going to go east of there even over towards Stanley County under a tornado warning for us right now. I don't know if we do have the high-res radar on there. That's what I wanted to see there. Storm right over Highway 601 right now. Midland, we're getting hit, and we're getting hit very hard right now. I want to take a look at the velocities and see what the velocity is doing right now. I don't see a lot in the way of rotation. Now, here's the thing about Charlotte. They've got terrible radar coverage in Charlotte. I'm just going to say it. The radar is down in Greer, South Carolina. And Charlotte's just one of those places, and this is where the radar is, a long way away. There's mountains and stuff in the way, so it's shooting thousands of feet into the air. So a lot of times what they're looking at is the terminal Doppler at the airport, which can give you a lot better look at the storm. But we're at the limits of the radar, unfortunately. But right in here near Midland is where the tornado could be. And so let's just go ahead and track that for you and give you some idea of where it's headed to next. Headed over towards, say, Big Lick, Frog Pond, Norwood Beach. These are all places we want you to get to shelter as quickly as you can this evening with new tornado warnings that have been issued here, indicated by the radar. All right, let's go back over toward the Birmingham area. Birmingham, again, down to the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Really intense tornado here in St. Clair County, coming past Asheville, threatening us near Ragland as well. I think it might go just north of Ragland. Tornado sits right in there where that green and yellow are next to each other. We've got a tornado vorticity signature, as it's known. Our warning goes for another about 35 minutes or so on this. I will step you through this kind of scan by scan. Look how intense that was, coming past Trussville, over Interstate 59, across Highway 23, over Highway 231, and now sits just north of Ragland. Want you to get to shelter as quickly as you can with a tornado basically on top of you at this point. I'm going to move the radar again. These storms are moving so fast, they're kind of ahead of what we can keep up with on the tracker and the radar. So let's take this off to the north and east here. South side, going to be there around 5:36 for you this evening. In Colwell, around 5:41. I want to see if there's any debris within this and see if we've noticed anything on this particular storm. Oh, maybe a little bit right there that come past Springville and up around Asheville, coming across Highway 231 and right over, say, Highway 11 towards Steele. So we know, in fact, Jackie, that something has indeed, maybe multiple things have been hit by this tornado.
Okay, we want to go back and show you some new images that we have right now from a tornado earlier today just outside of Birmingham. This is the Eagle Point neighborhood, and clearly you can see these are, large, well-built homes, brick-faced homes that have been taking on a lot of damage. We've seen varying degrees of damage. There you can see the second floor pretty much taken out, and in this picture, boy, that looks like the entire home has basically just collapsed there. There you can see insulation coming out with an open roof, shingles taken off that roof there as well, and then pieces of debris all within the trees. And here's another home very nearby, and look at this one. This one has a little bit of roof damage, but nothing compared to some of the other ones. And a tree here in the foreground that looks like it was just cut off almost at the base. This one looks like it's uprooted and toppled over here, and there you can see one that's crossing the road. So we're continuing to get new information by the minute, really, of the damage, and the situation is still uncertain in terms of any injuries or fatalities, but we'll continue to look for that and keep you up to date on this. But to give you an idea, here's Birmingham, here's Highland Lakes. This is where we're talking about the Eagle Point area in Grainstone subdivisions, where numerous structures have been reported to have some damage within this area. Also, a confirmed tornado off of near the airport at Bessemer Airport. That's been confirmed here too. So that was earlier today. That's not the one that just happened to the north and east side of town and moved on through. Also, Riverside, we're getting reports of numerous trees that have been uprooted here, lines down in some areas. So there are lots of folks without power, and we'll just continue to get more and more. It's difficult to communicate, you know, Mike, when you have events like this because power is out. Sometimes cell phones go down, so it takes a while to get all the information. And of course, you know, they don't want anybody to go in these areas because it's fluid and it's dangerous to be out there.
It can be very dangerous. There can be a lot of debris on the roads. There could be live power lines that are down. Yep. So the best thing you can do is kind of stay put. But we have some really violent tornadoes happening right now. This one that is about 40 miles south of Birmingham is really dangerous. This is Bibb County is under a tornado warning with a very clear tornado that's been on the ground for quite some time now. Very clear. Hook echo happening. Potential catastrophic damage is possible with this tornado, and it's going to come across Interstate 65. At this point, no reason to believe that it's going to weaken and dissipate before it gets there. What I'm going to show you is I'm going to time this out for you. I'm going to put a tracker on here, show you where the tornado is. It sits right here, and it's only about 13 miles from the highway. All right, so moving at 45 miles an hour, it'll be there in a matter of minutes. So we encourage everyone to be off the highway. That is a tornado that's tracking in this direction. This is where the Doppler radar is, and that's where the National Weather Service office is, and they're going to take shelter. So this is a bad situation. Now, here's the thing, too. Because, and I'll just kind of give you a little bit of geekiness here, but because the radar site is so close, the radar site is only 16 miles from the tornado. The radar is getting an incredibly clear picture of what's happening with this tornado. So there's no mistaking what is happening here. It is clear as day. We have a tornado signature that doesn't get any more vivid than that. And really intense outbound and inbound winds for the radar right next to each other. All right, so we've got a very intense tornado at Highway 139, County Road 139, and East Ashby Road. That's exactly where the tornado is right now. And I'll zoom in even closer. We can put some more city streets on here. Ebenezer Road, County Road 109, County Road 73. These are all roads that the tornado will go over. See, Ebenezer Road in particular. Here's Ebenezer Road right here. We're going to get hit hard tonight. Oh, you got to get to shelter. If you have an underground shelter, basement, best place for you to go right now. Calera, I think we're about to be next in line. And again, here's Interstate 65. It's probably going to go north of Jemison at this point. I want to show you the debris on this because this has been a really telling thing. And I'm going to widen this way out so that you see just how far this tornado has traveled. Look for the dark blue spot on the map, all right? Do you see it there that goes past? It starts over here, right around, say, County Road 25, right there. Then watch it trek in this direction, all right? That's where the tornado has been living. I'm going to go through it step by step. Just watch this. Tornado on the ground the whole time here. Look at that. Now it's getting closer and closer to the Doppler radar site itself. So you're going to get a little bit of attenuation, but right in there is where the tornado is right now, right on County Road 139 and near East Ashby. Going to go back to the velocities because I think that gives you a really good look, but at this point, it could start to get a little bit muddied because of the proximity to the radar site itself. County Road 110, County Road 113 will be hit by this tornado. If you're familiar with these roads, if you live anywhere near them, you have to get to shelter. County Road 108, County Road 73, Highway 155, County Road 2, County Road 46, County Road 128. These are all spots where the tornado is going to come. Tornado emergency has now been declared. Let me widen it out a little bit bigger. Wilton, Calera, we're under a tornado emergency right now. Montevallo, we're under a tornado emergency as well. What that means is we have a potential catastrophic event that's happening for us right now. I'm going to go back to the velocities here, and you might be able to get a lot clearer picture of what's going on with the tornado with the hook echo that's right there and a rotation that's going to spin up in this direction. Again, Bibb County, catastrophic potential with this tornado. moving it over into the next county over. It goes all the way over toward Talladega Springs, Chilton and Shelby counties. Tornado warning for us. Calera, Columbiana, Montalvo here. Tornado emergencies for us. Observed tornado on the ground. This is likely a very large tornado, maybe even a wedge tornado, which would indicate that when we say a wedge tornado, it's not like you would think of like a wedge of cheese where you got kind of a triangular shape. It really means that the tornado appears wider than it is tall. A lot of times you'll have these massively wide tornadoes, and they do a lot of damage because they are so wide they hit a lot of things. If I could zoom way down into this, now I'm gonna do this and see if we can get down to the velocities again and give you any kind of indication of just how wide the tornado is. So if we're down, we go right down real close. And this would just be kind of a rough estimate of where you would see even extending out to maybe EF0 winds. And that's what the Weather Service would look at. Let's measure it if we can. This would be a very rudimentary. That'd be 4 miles wide to the very periphery of the entire rotation. Now, tornado winds may not extend that much, all right? But if you were to look at, say, maybe the most intense part of the couplet, which would be maybe here to here, mile wide, potentially mile wide tornado happening for us right now. It's an intense tornado. You have to take shelter. You have to get to your safe spot as quickly as you can. What I'll also do is I'm going to widen this out a little bit more, and I'm going to put this into motion for you. This is going to show you just rotation. I'm going to go a little bit wider even so you get a better picture of what's going on here. Look at that rotation just coming right across the landscape tonight. That's really dangerous. Calera, we've got a tornado emergency for us, which means we are in a very tough spot. You've got to get to a safe spot as quickly as you can. Remember, where's the safest spot in our home to go? Don't be on the second floor. Don't be on the third floor. Don't be on the upper floor. You got to get to the ground level. You can survive a violent tornado even if you don't have a basement or a storm shelter. Seen it happen many times, Jackie. Actually, remember, and it's one of the most memorable moments I've ever had. A family in Moore, Oklahoma survived an EF5 tornado where they all got in the bathtub of their bathroom on the first floor. Their entire home was demolished.
Can happen.
The only thing left was the bathroom. You can survive this if you're smart and you get to the safest spot in your home. This can be survivable.
Yeah, a helmet is great if you have it, if you can do that, even putting a mattress or something over the top of you, because if everything else goes and your bathroom is okay, you probably don't have a roof and debris can affect you. So something to cover yourself up is good too. Something else I really want to point out, Mike, is, you know, we've been talking how this is getting really close to the radar, and we're starting to see some of those returns get a little bit muddied, right? So when you think of how high a radar is off the ground and the beam shoots out at an angle above that, as this gets closer to the radar, you lose a little bit of that data, or it gets spread out, right? And the tornado is lower.
The tornado is going to sneak underneath the radar.
Exactly. Yeah. So the tornado would be lower and underneath that beam. So as the radar changes, don't have a false sense of security. For example, in a place like, you know, Calera, that it looks different, maybe not so bad for you. It just looks different because of its proximity to the radar. And that's one of the reasons why the radar is where it is. Because if you put that thing in Birmingham, into a city, you're going to lose that data over one of your most populous areas here in northern Alabama, in an area where we often see tornadoes, especially this time of the year, and of course a secondary severe weather season back into the fall. So when we zoom out and show you how far that distance is, it's about 30 miles per hour, or 30 miles out rather. So that's optimal to be getting those better returns as it moves over the city. So just trust the warnings here tonight. Trust that that tornado is still on the ground, still causing damage. It's already been on the ground for miles and miles. We know at least 40 miles, maybe more than that. So do get to your safe place immediately. Take those tornado precautions. You know, say a prayer, do whatever you believe in, and keep yourself and keep your family safe here for tonight, because you know, this is the strongest message that we can get out for you tonight, is that your life depends on it.
And then we look at this other tornado that's, you know, northeast side of Birmingham. This one also a really dangerous storm tonight. And so we've got two tornadoes that have been on the ground for quite some time here that are doing damage right now. Birmingham, And I don't know what to tell you. We've threaded the needle. Right in the city, we've been very lucky. We've had some strong storms, but the tornadoes had not hit us, luckily. I do want to give you a little bit of indication where this one might be headed. This is the one that's northeast of Birmingham, headed toward Glencoe around 5:38, Hoax Bluff around 5:44 tonight, Estes Crossroads around 5:52 for you this evening. And I also want to take a look and see if we have, and we've been throwing a lot of terms at you folks, but correlation coefficient. What's different about this one than the other tornado we've been showing you south of Birmingham is that we may not have as clear a picture of debris in this storm, right? Which is a good thing. So right in there is where we potentially have the tornado, but if you take a look at that correlation coefficient compared to the correlation, oh boy, now, and you've mentioned it, Jackie, it's now getting so close to the radar that the tornado is literally sneaking under the radar beam. If I can go back a couple of steps, so, and I'll widen it out just a bit. Where the tornado has been is you'll see a dark blue spot. It's it right there. But as the tornado comes in this direction, closer and closer to the radar site, the beam goes above the tornado goes underneath the radar. So, you know, our best guess would be that the tornado is about right there, right? Which means, Calera, it's almost right on top of us. You've got to get to a safe spot.
Yeah, the tornado emergency, hence the reason why that's been issued. And, you know, sometimes tornadoes can cycle a little bit, Mike, as well, where we'll see tightening rotation and that will broaden out and weaken. I think we had that a little bit earlier today with the first one that moved through the Birmingham area down towards Eagle Point. And that might be one of the reasons why some of that damage was really spotty through that area. But we have not seen that with these two tornadoes that we have that are confirmed right now. They've been holding together. The rotation has stayed tight. It stayed strong. It stayed on the ground all throughout the duration. And so every confidence is, even though the radar looks a little muddy right now, that we still have a tornado on the ground that's causing damage and will continue to do so even after it crosses Interstate 65.
You know, looking at the reflectivities here, Jackie, that shows us, you know, precipitation. One encouraging sign is there's some rain that's approaching from the south. What that might do is pull in some cooler air into the system. If that happens, that can help choke off the warm rotating updrafts here. That would be beneficial. That storm's not particularly strong. If that was a really strong storm that was kind of merging with this, you could actually see the two of them cycle, and then downstream might produce another tornado. I'm hopeful that this right here and maybe a little bit of rain that's out ahead of it here might actually you know, weaken the storm a little bit here. That would be the best case scenario. Again, I wouldn't count on what's going on in the radar right now as totally being truthful. It looks like it might be coming a little bit more rain wrap, but again, it could be sneaking under the radar a little bit here.
Right, and those the rain and the reflectivity that we see down there towards Mineral Springs, keep in mind the radar is trying to punch through beyond the tornado first, and then the radar returns, you know, down to the south of it, so it may not have a real accurate depiction of just how intense that storm south of there actually could be. So that's something to keep an eye on, I think, as we move forward as well. But there it is. You can really clearly still see that couplet, the tightening of that tornado with the winds moving towards and away from the radar, indicating certainly that rotation, which continues to track through and is just about on top of Clara right now.
Potential 1 mile wide tornado, I would estimate here, Jackie, where you have some of the most intense winds right now. That doesn't mean that all 1 mile wide of that is producing the most intense. The most intense winds will be probably in a small core near the center of the vortex itself, where the winds will gradually weaken as you go out farther. So the edges of the tornado will be weaker than the center core of it. Having said that, you know, if you're living in a very vulnerable structure, say like a mobile home, you know, an EF0, it could potentially knock your mobile home over. It could flatten it. And so it's not a safe place to be. And this is why, you know, and again, I-65 near Calera, well south of Birmingham, you know, about 35 miles south of Birmingham, you got to be off the highway. Being in your vehicle is a very dangerous thing as well.
Yeah. We've got a live video in right now, a live stream here from Storm Tracker John Humphreys from Centerville, where the tornado emergency was issued, and clearly he's continued to track conditions there. Boy, tough to see on that skyline. I'm not sure that I see anything that's jumping out at me right now that shows a tornado, but we'll continue to monitor this. As we know, this is a confirmed tornado that's been going through the region. region and has been causing a whole lot of damage. Mike, this is one of those scary nights for sure, where folks feel unsettled. We always say, you know, be prepared, not scared if you can. I know that's easier said than done, right? But sometimes you gotta be strong for the kids and the rest of the family, and just make sure you have everything in place, and that you plan it. That's why we plan ahead for these things, and why watches are issued, and why high-risk days are issued, so that you know leading up to this event that you've got that time that's needed to be able to take that action immediately. Because when you have fast-moving storms like this that are confirmed and on the ground, there's just little time sometimes to get to that safe place.
So I'm going to show, we have on here, Jackie, just the last hour of radar data. And in an hour, the tornado has been on the ground for 53 miles now, and no indication that it's weakened all that much, even in the last hour. In fact, I think it's intensified over the last. It's maintained a pretty straight line too. It hasn't been that erratic. It hasn't cycled. It's actually stayed intense about that entire 53 miles at this point. So all points in between have been in danger. And we talk about John Humphrey's camera in Centerville. Centerville, I believe, is about right here, just outside of Brent, so between Calera and Brent. But, you know, when you think about a tornado that's been on the ground for that long, it's been on the ground even longer than that. I mean, I'd have to set the radar back a couple hours to get all of it. But this potentially could be and I think it was back around Forkville. Now I'm starting to get all my cities. Forkland. So Forkland then is way back. I'll even get you to Forkland to there.
There you go.
It was, I think it was even past Forkland. It was on the ground. So from there to there, it's been on the ground for 76 miles.
Wow.
A really long track tornado, and a lot of that track has been violent tornado.
Absolutely. So we've got two of them that we're tracking right now. And interesting, too, that these are somewhat isolated, so to speak. But a lot of times that can happen, too, Mike, right? Where these strong storms sort of suck out all the energy, so to speak, in the atmosphere and take over and end up being, you know, the main event or the one main show that moves through. Now, that's not to say there aren't going to be other rotating storms, but certainly it takes a lot of energy, a lot of that cape, a lot of that lift to be able to sustain a storm like this. And the environment out ahead of it continues to stay strong and very favorable for that thing just to keep going.
It does. Dr. Nab was analyzing this yesterday, because we talk about SLIM a lot here on the Weather Channel. If you watch it with any frequency, we talk about shear, lift, instability, and moisture, kind of the four ingredients that you really need to have for tornadoes to form. He was talking yesterday about how instability is going to be really high today, and we're going to get these storms that really hold together and take off once they get forming. And the hook echo on this has been there for a while right now, and so that, you know, when you see the threat being catastrophic, that word we don't use very often, right? And so it really gets your attention, and it really, you know, for folks that are in line, the time to act is at that moment.
Absolutely. Never delay, always. And just a quick reminder again, a watch means conditions are favorable. A warning means it's happening now. Get to your safe place immediately as these warnings continue here tonight. Continuing coverage on the Weather Channel.
All right, so thanks for staying with us here tonight on Weather Underground. Dangerous situation, high-risk tornado environment tonight, especially across Alabama, northern Alabama in particular. A lot of storms here from Mississippi all the way through the Carolinas. Numerous areas where flooding is occurring for us, but the tornadoes are very violent tonight, including one that's getting closer and closer to the Georgia state line. This is a tornado that is north and east of Birmingham. Calhoun and Etowah counties right now are under a tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado here. So if you're in Gadsden, Rainbow City, South Side, those are places where you want to take shelter quickly. A tornado likely about right in there, although the rotation not nearly as well defined as it once was, but could be coming across a County Road 74 and very near Piedmont. I'd say right between Piedmont and Center, maybe closer to Center. So please take shelter quickly in the lowest level of your home. If you have a basement storm shelter, great place for you to be. Let's go to the storm that's south of Birmingham by about 30 miles. This is right along I-65, is right here, okay? This is a very violent tornado that is our best estimate, has been on the ground for about 90 miles, all right? It's coming very close to the radar site, which is right there, Shelby County, under a tornado warning. There's the tornado sitting right in there. It's come across I-65 already, and it's headed north and east. So if you're in Columbiana, if you're in Talladega Springs, tornado emergency for you, by the way, in Columbiana here. So you've got to take shelter with a violent tornado occurring for us right now. Debris signature showing some debris right in there. And it's going to come across. I'm going to go real close on the radar so we get some streets in here. That's County Road 25 right there, and then eventually Highway 47. Eventually then County Road 145 as well. It's a pretty well-defined hook echo that sits right down in here as we time this out for you, picking out some spots for you, including Columbiana. Columbiana 553. You got 2 minutes. Literally got 2 minutes. Race to your safe spot as quickly as you can and protect yourself from flying debris. You can survive this if you get to a safe spot in your home. Wilsonville, 603. Childersburg, around 611 tonight. Jackie.
Mike, just moments ago, we got this video in here to the Weather Channel of that tornado as it moved across the Calera area. So we want to share that with you and show it to you. This is from our storm tracker, John Humphreys here. Boy, tough to pick much out here from what I'm seeing in this video. Okay, this is live actual video. In addition to this, we have breaking news now that we have just learned and confirmed that at least 5 people now have been killed in storms today in Alabama. So we want to bring in Brian Hastings. He's director with Alabama Emergency Management. Brian, I know it's a busy night. Thank you for joining us. What is the latest in Alabama tonight?
Yeah, on behalf of Governor Ivey and the state of Alabama, our thoughts and prayers go out to those who have lost loved ones tonight, and there will be more injuries, and we're hoping that to minimize the deaths. But it has been a wild day. And we have 7 more hours of this, so we expect, and I appreciate your allowing us to message and share your message, expecting another 7 hours of potential EF2 or greater, but about EF2 long track violent tornadoes along the I-20-2059 corridor, like we've had all day long today. And these are just, it's hard to describe how violent these are. But the one good thing about these, and you have done a very good job talking about it, is that there's a velocity vector associated with these storms. There should be no surprises. We've been talking about this for a long time. So we need to be connected with multiple ways to get information, know where our safe room is or safer places, and then when you get a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning, you have to race to that place. Protect yourself and your family, and preferably if you have some helmets, put those on, since a lot of our deaths during tornadoes come from brain trauma.
Great messaging there. I want to ask you, how widespread is the damage? Is this in multiple areas, or is there one area specifically that's been hit the hardest? Well,
there are a couple areas that have been hit. I mean, the track along the I-20 corridor up to and through and around Birmingham, all the way from the Mississippi border up, has been hit. So Howell County, Bibb and Shelby, Calhoun got hit, and potentially will be hit again. It's just been a really, really rough day, and we'll get a better idea of the damages tomorrow. But we just want to remind people this is not over. We are still in the middle of this, and it's hard to describe that. It may be tiring, or people who already got hit by a storm, they need to seek out different shelter now if they've lost their ability to shelter. We need to make sure that we're taking care of our neighbors, and we're really still being weather aware.
All right, Brian Hastings with Alabama Emergency Management. Thank you so much for sharing that information with us tonight. Heartbreaking to learn 5 people have now lost their lives. Tornado emergencies remain in effect as we speak. We're tracking 2 tornadoes in Alabama right after this break.
Right now, we've got intense tornadoes happening across Alabama. We believe there's been a tornado south of Birmingham that's been on the ground for at least 90 miles. And at its peak could have been more than a mile wide. You see the very intense lightning that we've got going on here south and east of Birmingham. That is the tornado that's basically tracked from almost the Mississippi state line up to around Talladega Springs. Could eventually come across Interstate 20 tonight. Let's get real close to it and show you what's happening. Very clear debris ball signature down here with a pink on the map. That little pink dot is the tornado itself. Shelby and Talladega counties are the new tornado warnings that we have right now. Childersburg, Columbiana, Sycamore. Those are the cities where you have to take shelter very, very quickly tonight. Observed tornado. It's been on the ground for a long time. It's been a large, violent tornado. And the threat here, folks, is catastrophic. All right? When we see, something that's a mile wide, typically it's not weak. Typically, you're talking upper echelon tornado here. EF 3, 4, 5, okay? So storm signature right in there, tornado vorticity signature right there coming past Columbiana with a tornado emergency in effect for Columbiana as well as Wilsonville. Do not take this storm lightly. Do not go out the front porch, open the front door, grab your camera, and try to take a picture of it. You may not even see it. It could be rain wrapped. You'll never know it's there. Next thing you know, it's on top of you. Get to your basement if you have one. Do you have a storm shelter? Go there now. Grab the cell phone. I'd say that'd be about it. And go to your shelter. If you don't have that, go to the ground level of your home and get to an interior room. If you're in a mobile home and you're downstream, say in Wilsonville or Childersburg, and you've got maybe a neighbor that's got a well-built frame home, get there quickly because a mobile home will not survive this kind of tornado. It's a very violent system right now. There's the debris in the tornado at this point. And we've seen debris for more than an hour now. The whole time this thing has been on the ground, it's basically hit stuff and thrown debris, centrifuged up into the tornado itself. So it's hit something around Columbiana still and now headed toward the Wilsonville area. I want to time this out for you. Again, one thing that might be beneficial to us, if there's any good news out of this, is it might be showing signs of some weakening. I don't think the rotation is as strong or as large as it once was. And now a little bit more rain might be pulled into the system, which might be cooling it a bit. And so when you have a little bit cooler, denser air, that doesn't want to rise as quickly. And so basically you choke off the tornado, in essence, choke off the thunderstorm that's producing the tornado. Wilsonville, 6:05. It'll be there in 4 minutes. Got to take shelter ASAP. Childersburg, around 6:13 for us this evening. I want to do something over in North Carolina as well. We've had a tornado warning here outside of Charlotte. I want to give you the update on this. This was the tornado warned storm right here, now headed toward the Troy area. No longer tornado warned, but a really intense squall line right there could be hitting us in Troy and coming across Interstate 73. So in Albemarle, in Asheboro, and in Rockingham, be wary of what an intense line of storms could do for you here. And I want to go back also to the storm that we had just outside of Birmingham to the north and east of Birmingham. It's no longer tornado warned, but it's headed toward Rome, Georgia right now. Put the high resolution radar on. We've already been hit with tornadoes near Rome earlier today. This does not even have a severe thunderstorm warning on it, but rainfall rates could exceed 2 inches an hour. This is why new flash flood warnings have been issued here. So I know, folks, a lot to digest, and especially with the tornado that we've got on the ground there south of Birmingham. A really dire situation for us this evening, Jackie. I think for a lot of people who have been following us here the last maybe hour and a half or so, very compelling stuff here when you've got a mile-wide tornado that just does not give up.
Yeah, we've got a long night ahead of us as well, Mike, as the threat of severe weather will be continuing. There you can see a live stream here again from our storm tracker, John Humphreys, from Calera, Alabama, where a likely tornado moved on through there. He's continuing to track this storm. We're getting to that point where that sun is getting a little lower on the horizon and getting ready to set. It's getting darker out. We've got a big tree canopy across this area as well, not to mention the fact that that these tornadoes could be wrapped in rain. So just trust the warnings and make sure that you get to your safe place immediately once that warning has been issued. We know that this tornado has been on the ground likely for about an hour, hour and a half already. Unfortunately, it has been a deadly day and evening with at least 5 people now who have lost their lives, with at least 30 to 50 homes that have been damaged here tonight as well. We want to bring in our meteorologist, Paul Goodlow. He's live in Birmingham, Alabama, one of the areas on the south side of town that has been hit hard here today. Paul?
Hey there, Jackie. Yeah, I drove in this afternoon, and I drove through that first kind of batch of tornadoes that came through with cells. And I stopped. I'm looking at the radar. I was around Anderson, Alabama, and I knew that if I slow down just a bit and just give it a few minutes, I'll probably get that south side and just go just south of the tornado. And I was going through Pell City, Alabama, which is about maybe, I don't know, 35, 45 miles to the east of Birmingham. I looked to my north, and it looked like it could have been perhaps a tornado on the ground, large wedge kind of cloud figure on the horizon. This part of northern Alabama, we have rolling hills. I'm on kind of a bluff looking north towards downtown Alabama, so having hills is quite common. And that's probably the path of that earlier kind of series of tornadoes that hit Pelham, then Lake Purdy, and then moved up towards the kind of northeast Alabama. That's the same cell now approaching into Georgia as well. And now we're seeing another line pretty similar to that same line now, except from listening to Mike Bettis earlier and watching that, this thing has been on the ground for well over an hour. So it's going basically 60 miles an hour. Basically a mile per hour is the speed of this thing, and now that's going to approach some of the same terrain. So Birmingham, we also have a tornado that kind of popped up just north of us here, and we have a time lapse. Hopefully we can get that we might have actually caught on our secondary camera here, which is kind of pointed north towards the downtown area. So again, the good news is the rain has eased up now, but we're not quite out of the woods yet. We still have that back edge to come through later on tonight before we have the all clear. But right now we know that people have lost their lives. I think we were lucky last week with our tornadoes that nobody lost their life, but the luck ran out for sure on this evening and this afternoon. But Jackie, we're still going to hope for the best as we head on through this evening and also the nighttime hours. Again, many of these tornadoes have been wrapped in rain and difficult to see, so you got a warning. We got to heed it. We got to get to our safe place and not go try to look for it. You got to think about life at that point. Jackie?
Absolutely, Paul. And we still have a tornado watch across the greater area. This is what we call that PDS watch, or a particularly dangerous situation, which has come true, unfortunately, for today. But it extends. You know, it's not just Birmingham. This goes all the way up into Huntsville. This includes northwestern parts of Georgia, stretches down into southern parts of Alabama. Eastern Mississippi is included in this, including Tupelo, until 8 o'clock Central Time for tonight. So remember, a watch means watch out. There's a chance that you could have severe weather your way. A warning means it's happening. Take cover right now. And it's not just the south. We actually have the risk of tornadoes that stretches all the way up into the Ohio River Valley. We haven't talked a lot about this lately, as we've mostly had storms that have been producing some hail with the threat of damaging winds up to this point. But these storms could really get cranking, especially after dark tonight, believe it or not, as that low begins to lift up into this region and our warm front is lifting north as well. Louisville, Evansville, Owensboro, Newburgh, over towards Marion into Paducah, Welch's Creek, Nashville, and Lexington, all under a tornado watch here until 11 o'clock for tonight. Of course, Nashville, Mike, already had a severe thunderstorm warning earlier. Lots of reports of hail, even up to the size of golf balls in the metro area.
It was a really strong storm that came through. There's this kind of storm all on its own. We've got a new video to show you near Calera, Alabama. There's the tornado that happened near Calera about 20 minutes ago. That is a serious tornado. Look how big that thing is. Multi-vortex. It came right over I-65. Look at all those vehicles that are headed right for it, right? Hate to see that. And maybe completely unaware that the tornado is even there because there's trees lining both sides of the highway. Boy, that is a scary, scary sight. This brought to us by a storm tracker, John Humphreys, that was out there watching this one the whole time. That is, he got up on an elevated spot and captured that moment as it came across I-65. Incredible stuff, folks, and that is a really, really wicked tornado. We know it's had a debris signature on it for more than 90 miles. So a lot of stuff being picked up by the tornado and thrown into the air. We just want you to be safe. That's all we want you to be, folks. But that is a really vivid view of what's happened with this one lone long track tornado that, to our best guess at this point, our best estimate, has been on the ground for at least 90 miles, if not longer. It's this storm right here that's now southeast of Birmingham. It still has a tornado warning on it. So when it came across Calera, so the video you just saw was from back here around Calera as it came across I-65. It's now near Childersburg here. Shelby and Talladega counties are under tornado warnings. It's an observed tornado, as we just saw there, of course, and it's considerable damage is possible with this. Now, here's the good news. It looks like the rotation's gotten weaker and it's contracted some, so it's gotten a lot tinier too. If you take a look at where the rotation is, it's right here over Wilsonville, a lot weaker than it once was, and I'll prove that to you here. I'm just going to widen this out a little bit and I'll back it up step by step. Watch the rotation. See how intense it was right there? Look at it blow up right there. You see that? This is where it was about. The whole rotation of it was about 4 miles wide. Now, it doesn't mean the whole tornado was 4 miles wide. The tornadic winds were probably a little more concentrated than that, but that's what it looked like about 35 minutes ago. And now notice it's gotten a lot tinier and it's weakened significantly, thank goodness. So maybe it's kind of at the last vestiges of it at this point. A little bit of debris still being detected around Wilsonville. But again, if I back this up, and that's even weakened some more there, if there's any debris, it may all be falling right to the ground at this point. I'll back it up even more and show you a comparison to what it looked like. I'll go even wider to show you what it looked like when it came past Calera. When you look on this map, you're looking for something that's a dark blue color. All right, where can you pick that out? It's, gosh, I got to go even wider here. It's right down here, all right? When it came past Brent, and when it came past Centerville, we think this is when it was doing some serious damage. Look at that right there. See that? That is a really intense debris signature right there. But from that point all the way through it to where we are right now, it's significantly weaker. Thank goodness. We'll time it out for you, and I'll move the timer tracker for you here. It's weaker, but you still need to take it seriously. Could briefly cycle. Childersburg, 611, so it's there at this point. In Winterboro, around 622. Let me actually move that tracker just a little bit for you, give you better timing here. Childersburg, 613, so you got about 2 minutes. Winterboro around 624 for you tonight, but this has been the tornado. What's been a little bit different about this tornado event this week as compared to last week. Last week we had a lot of tornado warnings, weaker tornadoes in a lot of different places. Today we haven't had as many warnings, but a lot stronger tornadoes and a lot longer track tornadoes as well. But in both situations, we had a ton of rain and flooding. Dr. Knapp, it seems like now the flash flood warnings are numerous.
Yeah, we're getting into the phase of these kinds of events that I really get concerned about people being fooled into thinking, well, okay, as it gets dark, maybe the tornado threat overall over a large area is decreasing, which it's not. We still got watches up all over the place. But it gets dark, and we've had a lot of rain, and it's like the supercells have been taking similar paths. The rainfall's been taking similar paths, and look at how much of Alabama, northwest Georgia, and up into Chattanooga is under flash flood warnings. And as it gets dark, the water that has already fallen, along with continued rain, is going to cause some big problems on the roads, and including the area that just had the tornado move over I-65. Now you've got water covering some of the roads. There's a flash flood warning in that same county. So, if you were not affected, don't get out on the roads to go see what happened. There's too many water-covered roads, and you need to let emergency vehicles get where they need to go, and water on the roads might be causing them some trouble, too. So if you don't need to be out to respond and so forth, don't be out on the roads down there. And there's where the tornado warning is now. So, again, this area that has been hit really hard by the tornado. A lot of problems on the roads. Now, let's go to northwest Alabama, and this is Florence, Alabama area, and this is an area extremely vulnerable to flooding. Seems like every severe outbreak, this part of Alabama gets flooding, and they're under a warning until 9:45, and there are numerous reports, especially in the Sheffield community near Florence, of water on the roads on North and South Jackson Highway. At least a foot of water in some places in Tuscumbia. And then you go east of there in the Huntsville-Decatur area. You've got a flood warning in Decatur till 10:45, and we've got a significant water on the roadway on Betty Street. And then go northeast from there, and Huntsville and Scottsboro under a flash flood warning with a considerable threat indicated there. Really significant rainfall that has fallen into this complex terrain, and a number of reports of water on the roads. Now, Chattanooga, Tennessee, under a flood advisory earlier. Now, flash flood warning. That goes till 10:30 local time, and we've already had many reports of water on the roads throughout the county there. And then Northwest Georgia is getting in on it too. And the problem there is, Jackie, that there's so much more on the way coming in from the southwest. As it gets dark, this problem will get worse, and you can't tell how much water is covering your road.
Yeah, so it's not just tornadoes tonight. We have our other life-threatening weather. We want you to stay with the Weather Channel 24/7 on Amazon Fire TV, Roku, and your smart TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can download the app now to get access to the latest alerts, forecasts, local radar, and of course, live coverage. Only here on the Weather Channel.
That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road.
You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Welcome back to Weather Underground tonight, everybody. You are looking at video that was taken just a few moments ago, earlier this evening in Calera, Alabama, of a very large and very violent and destructive tornado. There you can see the swirling circulation of this storm, of that tornado. Unfortunately, we have learned that it has been a deadly afternoon and night, and we have multiple risks still ongoing for the rest of this evening. We want to get you caught up with what we know right now. A particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, is in effect for parts of Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, and northwestern Georgia. 6 deaths now are being blamed on storms in both Alabama and Mississippi. Police in Pelham, Alabama, say approximately 30 to 50 homes and structures have been damaged from a tornado earlier this afternoon, and power outages are now increasing, with more than 35,000 customers without power in Alabama.
And we have some video to show you out of Eagle Point, Alabama. This was earlier today. This is homes that have been really hit hard. Some well-built homes here, large homes. Roofs are missing. Walls from the second story are missing. This is why we encourage you to always be on the lowest level of your home. It offers you the most protection. Look at that second story of that home. It's been just sheared off. You look right down into the bedrooms, right? Then look at this home here. A lot of it is missing. And you can see it's got a concrete foundation and walls for the first floor, but the whole first floor, wow, that is some really significant damage to that home there. Boy, you've got to be low. You got to be low, and you know, if you're in a home like that, you're under a really strong desk, something like that. That is, you know, that'll help you, that's for sure. But the tornado path went right through this neighborhood. Boy, look at all these homes. And a lot of you see emergency personnel in place here. A lot of trees that have been snapped, that's for sure. This home right here, can we pause that right there? Look at that home. That home is really annihilated. Look at that. And then you can see from above right down into some of these homes. And what you're seeing here, you know, are the sections of the roof. So the roof has been peeled off here, right? But what you're seeing are the beams for the roofs. You got different angles of the roof here, but a lot of it's just been torn off. All right, let's go ahead and show folks what else is going on here. But again, the best thing you can do is just be low in your home. That's for sure. This home really significantly damaged, but it's this one right here that I can't get over just how badly that's hit. And then you look at this home over here. Doesn't look like it's got any damage at all, right? But look at the trees. So there could have been a little, probably a little mini vortex within the tornado itself. Let's pause that right there if we can. Probably a mini vortex that literally these things can happen and last for seconds. They'll last for 2, 3, 4 seconds, but they can increase the wind speed exponentially of the parent tornado, and that could be, I mean, if you're just unlucky, that's what happens. All right, go ahead and roll that. But that whole home has been destroyed. To me, that's, you know, it looks like a pretty well-built home. You can see it's got concrete foundation and walls here. To me, that's minimum EF3 damage to that home right there. That is really, really some strong stuff there. There's another angle. Hard to tell which way the tornado actually went. I believe it might have gone in that direction. But look at these homes here. Again, roofs are torn off here. Portions of second story walls have been taken off, so that's at least EF2. What a tangled mess of trees and maybe even some utility lines, although maybe some of these are underground. But this home here is missing a roof and some walls. You can see some walls have collapsed here, so minimum EF2, if not maybe low-end EF3. A lot of trees that are snapped here. This home, amazing, right? Stop that. Look at that. That home barely touched. This home, a little bit of damage. This home crushed. Shows you some of the narrow paths that some of these multi-vortex tornadoes have. Say a tornado goes, likely the tornado was wider than just this, all right? So that would only be, you know, like 50, 60 feet wide. The tornado was likely wider than that, but if you got a little sub-vortex within it, those can be really narrow, but they also spin a lot faster, and that's why you have so much damage here, but none here. And it probably only lasted literally for seconds. 3, 4 seconds, and it was gone. But this is why you've got to take all these warnings seriously and get to a low level of your home. If you're in the first floor of this home, you're surviving the tornado. Second story, it's going to be a lot tougher because, look, you're looking right down into the second story. Likely, let's see, the stairwell comes up right here somewhere, and then there's probably a sitting area here with bedrooms all around it here. But if you're on a second story, you're in a very, very dangerous place, and this is why we always want you to be on the first floor or underground in a basement. Getting more and more damage. Pictures out of Alabama tonight. We'll be right back after this.
New video just into the Weather Channel of some of the damage in Alabama, just on the south side of Birmingham, where a tornado struck and hit a neighborhood. Lots of damage here, home after home after home. Different levels of damage, too, which is so interesting to take a look at some of this video where, you know, the top floor of one home has been gutted. And then you look at the home right next to this, and that one has almost been flooded flattened. You can see these are very large and well-constructed homes. You can see the concrete in there, knowing that they had a very strong foundation, and this almost looks like it just got collapsed and moved. Debris lofted into trees. You can see some of the trees have been chopped as well from the strong winds that cut that off. And then you have other homes right there on the left-hand side of your screen that looks like it's hardly taken on any damage whatsoever. We want to bring in our meteorologist, Paul Goodlow, who is live in Birmingham right now. Paul, multiple warnings for the Birmingham Metro here today.
Yeah, that was earlier today. Fortunately, nothing right now except a flash flood warning, which is also a big danger. We've seen a lot of rain, easily 3 to over 4 inches of rain. We're still not out of the wood in terms of more rain. There's more light rain, some sprinkles falling right now. The heavier thunderstorms are east, but also still south and southwest of us, so we're not quite done. We can still see another line. We're seeing a line pass through Tuscaloosa right now. They're about, say, 60, 65 miles off to our south and west, so everything's moving from the southwest to the northeast. In fact, we have video of damage from earlier tornadoes this afternoon, late morning, early afternoon, that rolled through Pelham, Alabama, on towards, I think it's Indian Springs, and on towards Lake Purdy. And that same cell, I think I might have saw it move just north of me as I was traveling west towards Birmingham on Interstate 20. I'd slowed down around Anniston, looking at the radar, and 10 cells, which were tornadic and producing tornadoes, moving across I-20. And right around Pell City, when I got there, went through a brief bout of heavy rain, and looked to my north, and it looked like it was kind of a large, kind of cloud structure touching the ground. I could definitely see aloft some spinning clouds, lots of mesocyclones going on. Doesn't mean they will produce tornadoes, but that's the turbulence going on in our atmosphere. And unfortunately, we know that at least 5 people have lost their lives already just in this state of Alabama because of today's severe weather. And Jackie, while we definitely are seeing some brighter skies here, you can clearly see downtown, even north of downtown, looking to the north here in Birmingham, doesn't mean that it all clears out here. So we still have the chance of more storms as we head on through nightfall. Jackie?
All right, Paul, thank you very much. I'll take it from here. Yeah, really intense stuff that's happened for us in Alabama. Now we're starting to expand the reach of the severe weather this evening, not just Alabama, but Mississippi and Tennessee, North Carolina, now going farther north into Kentucky, into Indiana as well. Birmingham, flooding is a huge concern for us right now with big-time rain producers at this point. But right along the Alabama and Mississippi state line, Choctaw and Wayne counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. Some big hailers could be produced out of that. And we've got plenty of low-level wind shear, so we could be looking at rotating supercells that once again produce tornadoes even after dark tonight. This is the area where we had the tornado that just came through. Now we're dealing with flash flooding. The tornado warning is gone now. But heavy rain also coming through North Georgia, where we also earlier had tornadoes, and flash flooding is a growing concern here. Bartow, Floyd counties, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings east of Charlotte tonight, right along 73 here, Asheboro down toward Rockingham. That storm's really starting to weaken, though, and actually they just canceled the warning right there live. So that's no longer as big a threat as it once was. But now look at this. Boy, storms are really starting to flare now across Tennessee and Kentucky this evening. Let's take you down to these storms just south of I-40 around Walnut, and then up towards Savannah, and then Lexington, Tennessee. We've got Elkhorn, Hardeman, McNairy counties under severe thunderstorm warnings tonight. Chester, Henderson County under a severe thunderstorm warning. Over towards, say, Savannah along Highway 64 near Waynesboro, Tennessee. We've got severe thunderstorm warning for you. McNairy County included in that. Look at this line getting closer to Nashville. Could this produce yet another severe thunderstorm warning for Davidson County? Heads up on really intense rain with that. Then we've got a severe thunderstorm warning outside of Louisville, about to come over Interstate 64 for you this evening. That's had a really strong hail core on it. Watch as we put the hail tracker on that thing. Look at that. Intense stuff. That hail is starting to weaken a little bit, but now we go over toward Evansville. We've got a really strong thunderstorm here, also producing a pretty good hail core. Gibson, Vanderburgh, Warwick counties all under severe thunderstorm warnings until 7:15. In Evansville, you got to stay inside tonight. Prairie you as well. That storm about to come across Interstate 64. More severe coverage when we come back right here on Weather Underground.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. Destructive tornadoes here tonight have been causing significant damage in Alabama here today. There you can see some of the video of debris skewed and just spread all across this area. Homes have been taking on damage. Power is out to thousands tonight. There you can see power poles knocked down and lines brought down to go along with them. Our storm tracker, Charles Peak, talked with one survivor in Indian Springs Village, where you just saw that damage.
Sharon, tell me what happened here today.
Well, I was at work. I was by myself in the attic antique shop and heard the alarms go off in the neighborhood, and then I got some phone call alerts, and I knew it was time to get out of the shop and get into a safe place. I called the owner, who lived right behind the shop, went to her house, and we got into the closet that's really in the interior of this big, huge house. And we felt very safe there, but we did feel the pressure, we heard the noise, and then we heard the trees cracking all around us. And once things pretty much died down, we got out and started looking at the damage, and there's a lot of it.
What were you feeling when you heard all those trees and just all that noise going on?
Well, my feeling was that I knew that the Lord was in control of all of this and that he would take care of us.
Okay. Were you scared at all when all that was happening?
Well, there's a little fear, yes, because the power of a tornado is something else.
And with as much damage as out here, what was the thought, and what did you say to each other as you opened the door and looked outside and saw what you saw?
Thank you, Jesus, that we're all alive.
Okay. And so from what you've seen around here, what kind of damage have you noticed right around your area?
Oh, well, we can't see much farther than the property because the trees are down and blocking the roads and the driveways, and the we just can't see but we've heard that there's a lot of damage down 119. But every tree in this area is down.
Wow, so much tree damage there. That was our Charles Peak doing that interview, and we want to bring him in live right now. Charles, you have been tracking these storms across Alabama and Indian Springs and other areas as well. Give us an idea of just how widespread this is here tonight.
Yeah, Jackie, even with that storm, it was amazing that I moved. It took 30 minutes to get around to another section, and some houses, well-built houses, totally destroyed. And just to imagine how wide that tornado had to be to have done that much damage where Sharon was at, with all the trees and everything. But fortunately, no major structural damage except to one building, but a lot of trees down. But then, probably a mile away as a crow flies, all this other damage as well. And then I'm on the way down to Centerville right now where there's massive damage down there. I just talked to the sergeant with the police chief, or with the police department there, saying there's still people trapped there, and I'm trying to get down to cover that.
Okay, Charles, so we've had two large long-track tornadoes that have caused extensive damage tonight. This video that we're looking at on the left from Indian Springs Village, give us an idea of where this is in relation to Birmingham and how long this was on the ground that you kept tracking this.
Well, it's hard to know exactly on the ground. I started on that storm south of Tuscaloosa, and then hopscotch trying to keep getting in front of it. And then when in that area, I literally had some debris from the rear flank downdraft hitting me, but it was out in front of me as far as the storm, so I was in a safe spot. But it was that much of the inflow wrapping around the storm, and that is on the southwest side of Birmingham. It's literally a Birmingham mailing address, but there's little communities out there. And then Centerville, Alabama is about an hour southwest from there.
Charles, you also took some drone video on the south side of Birmingham where we saw extensive damage to homes there. What can you tell us about that situation?
I wasn't able to actually get in there and talk to any of the homeowners. I did talk to some that didn't have as much damage, but they were just telling me, I mean, they saw it coming. They had the warnings. They got in their safe spots, and at least at that point in time, from what I heard, there was no serious injuries, at least to the people that I talked to. I'm not sure about the whole situation because I wasn't able to talk to the people in charge with first responders.
Right, so drone video is so key because it can be so dangerous to enter these areas. You don't know if there are live power lines down and the extent of damage, and can get away in the way of emergency crews trying to help people during this. What is your plan going forward? You said you're heading further south?
Yeah, I'm going to Centerville. There's been a lot of damage there. I'm going to meet up with the sergeant, the police chief. I talked to him, and he's actually out of town with a family issue, and so I'm working with the sergeant there. And my son actually is a high school teacher and coach in Centerville. There, he lives a little further south, so he didn't have damage, but it gets a little close to home when it's a place where your family member is.
Absolutely. We're glad to hear that he's okay, though. Charles Peak reporting live for us tonight and taking the video that you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen. Charles, continue to stay safe, and we will continue to stay in touch with you. This is about the first time in 8 hours tonight that we have not had a tornado warning, but the threat is still ongoing tonight.
Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and what a day has been, what an evening it may still prove to be. I'm coming to you live from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Chattanooga, home to roughly 540,000 people here in the greater metro area. And although things are pretty tranquil for the time being, it has been a pretty, I'd say, crazy day. We did have some heavy rainfall earlier in this location. If you take a look at this video, we're going to journey some 100 miles or so to our west of this location and show you what's happening in the Music City. Music to your ears? I don't think so. Plenty of rainfall, a lot of wind, and this hail coming down, which part and parcel not unusual to see when you have the atmosphere have a bit of a temper tantrum that we've seen across parts of the Tennessee Valley, and certainly the rough conditions we've seen, again, the heartbreaking conditions we've seen across parts of the Deep South. Now, that, again, is something that we could be seeing in this location. For a moment, come back to me in Chattanooga, and you'll notice that high above, we do have some blue skies here and there. To our south and to our east, you'll notice a little bit more cloud cover. But the situation is that with a little bit of heating, there is a chance we could see some heavier rain shower activity overnight. Tomorrow looks like it should be a drier and somewhat mild day with temperatures going up in the mid-70s. The issue really comes back into the weekend where we expect heavier rainfall, and with it, there's a real risk of flooding. A lot of streams, a lot of creeks, a lot of rivers across the area. They've been taxed in a big way by the abundance of rainfall, so it's not going to take much to really exacerbate problems, water covering roadways. So, folks, if you happen to be out and about tonight and you happen to see water crossing roadways, you've often heard us say it, and the refrain still holds true: turn around, don't drown. When you think about Chattanooga, you might think this is an area that is a bit stranger, is a stranger when it comes to severe weather, but really nothing could be further from the truth. You go back roughly a decade. That brings us to 2011, and April 27th, we had tornadoes that formed on that horrible day, and 81 people lost their lives roughly 60 miles from this exact point. So it can happen. So have that plan in place of where to go and where to be. Lowest floor, away from walls and windows, Jackie. That is certainly the safest spot. And certainly our thoughts go to the poor people across parts of Alabama. Devastating night, no question about it, Jackie.
Absolutely, and we still have hours to go still with this as storms continue tonight. They'll continue after dark and even go into the overnight hours in some areas. We want to update you on the watches that remain in effect. Remember, a watch means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes to develop. A warning means take shelter now, means it's happening immediately. So a watch is in effect here across the Ohio Valley from southern parts of Indiana, stretching down through western Kentucky and into the Nashville area here in into Tennessee. Chattanooga is not under that watch right now, but we'll continue to watch those storms as they roll on through. Got about an hour left here on our PDS watch, or our particularly dangerous situation, that still includes eastern parts of Mississippi as well as northern and central parts of Alabama tonight until 8 o'clock Central Time. We'll see if that gets extended at all. And then here we have our brand new watch that includes the Atlanta metro area for several hours going forward into tonight, I believe till 2 a.m. on that one. So the Atlanta metro now in that tornado threat at this hour. And timing it out, you can still see some individual storms out there and may become supercells and continue to cause damage through tonight. The cold front's still way back here, but what's going to be happening as we head towards the overnight hours, not only will we lose some of that instability, but a lot of the energy is going to start to shift up to the north as our area of low pressure tracks up towards the Great Lakes. So still look for some stormy times. Atlanta on up towards Charlotte in the western parts of North Carolina, continuing through 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. And then we'll have to watch this line. It will likely die out early tomorrow morning, but throughout the day as that front tracks off towards the east, we're going to have to watch the eastern Carolinas and central and southern parts of Georgia for more storms that could bring severe conditions tomorrow afternoon and into the evening. Mike?
All right, Jackie, thank you. We know we've had some really intense storms, tornadic storms, but also straight line wind storms. This is what we had in Nashville earlier this evening. That's pretty nasty stuff. Now, this line was a strong, severe thunderstorm, knocked down trees, winds 60 to 70 miles an hour, had a big hail core with it, and the storm itself is moving about 80 miles an hour, making it from the south side of town to the north side of town, lickety-split. But if you weren't, inside, boy, you were really, really feeling it. And now this area is under that tornado watch, and that tornado watch until 11 o'clock this evening. So please be aware, Nashville up towards, say, Louisville and across the Ohio River, our other watch in effect this evening across the Deep South until 8 o'clock. A lot of different warnings in place right now. Really strong line of storms here, but now we're starting to get this line of storms really take over as well. Tennessee up through Kentucky, a lot of hailers here. One tornado warned storm around Savannah, Tennessee tonight, including in Hardin County. Real close look at this. Olive Hill going to be around 7:03. Get to shelter quickly. In Houston, around 7:10. Get to shelter quickly for you. Radar indicated tornado about 7:30. The expiration on that. A lot of storms coming into Nashville as well. Welcome back as we continue to follow severe weather for you tonight. How about this video? This near Birmingham as a tornado was coming in. This person running for cover. Look at that. And down comes the debris. Trees come down. Oh, snapped right through the window. Can you see that? I mean, just chaos erupts in a matter of seconds. And this is why we always encourage you, don't be out there looking for the storm. Get inside as quickly as you can. Get away from the windows, too. Get to your safe spot as quickly as you can. I think this person just rather fortunate that they weren't injured by that. But a lot of people have suffered damage today. People have been injured. Unfortunately, people have lost their lives. Here's some damage in the Birmingham area. I think this is the Indian Springs area. Some well-built framed homes here that have had significant damage. You see a lot of roofs that have been torn off here, walls that have collapsed here, a lot of second-story damage. Eagle Point is where this is. A lot of trees have been snapped. Look at that home right there. Homes on both sides, relatively unscathed, but the home right in the middle gets hit. Isn't that something? Probably just a small little vortex embedded with the parent tornado that did that damage right there. And we see this happen all the time. You get these really quick spins within the tornado itself, and those winds will exceed 100 miles an hour easily. But that damage right there, folks, is like EF2 to EF3 damage. Probably from a subvortex that was about 60 feet wide, lasted for about 3 or 4 seconds, spun itself out, but unfortunately happened right at that home. This is the nature of tornadoes, but look at that damage. Isn't that something? But truly, talk about thread the needle, and how unlucky are you if you are that homeowner, Jackie?
Unlucky and extra lucky if you're the one next door that was just untouched. We want to update you with what we know right now. A particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, is still in effect for parts of Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, and northwestern Georgia. 6 deaths now are blamed on storms in both Alabama and Mississippi. Police in Pelham, Alabama, say approximately 30 to 50 homes and structures have been damaged from a tornado earlier today. And power outages have been on the increase, with more than 36,000 customers without power in Alabama. And we just got word that officials in the Birmingham area where all this damage has occurred, Mike, they're asking people to stay out of these areas. They're having a hard time getting there because so many gawkers have been come to take a look.
And then you get a traffic jam as a result. And it takes, first responders just way too long to get in there and help in these situations. But that damage is very significant in some of these neighborhoods. We still have a lot of storms ongoing right now across the Deep South, but also spreading up now toward the Ohio Valley. So this has been the main line of storms here that's produced a lot of the damage that you've seen today. But now we're starting to get more storms fire back here across Middle Tennessee, up towards, say, Louisville, or even Cincinnati. So that's a look at the storms that we've got going on right now. We've got a tornado warning right here in Tennessee. That tornado warning near the town of Savannah, Tennessee here, coming right through Hardin County right now. Radar indicated tornado. Once you get to a safe spot as quickly as you can. Timing this one out for you. I'm going to move that tracker for you just a little bit. If you're in Olive Hill, 7:07 is when it's going to be there. In Houston around 7:13. Follow the line up around Nashville. Strong line here coming through. Not tornado warned, not severe thunderstorm warned, but if you look down here, it's getting a lot more intense around Little Lot. And potentially up toward the Franklin area as well. Severe thunderstorm warning getting closer to Bowling Green, Kentucky tonight. Logan, Simpson, Warren counties all under severe thunderstorm warnings. A storm that's come past Louisville that has had a history of big hail is severe thunderstorm warning in Henry County. Back over in Indiana, coming past Greer, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning here as well. And I noticed that we've got one new tornado warning down through Alabama. I want to get to that. So Birmingham sits right here in the center of your screen, and now we've got a tornado warning right down here in southwestern Alabama. That now is Choctaw County under a severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning. So if you're in Butler, want you to get to shelter pretty quickly tonight, as we've got this new tornado warning for you. There's a little bit of rotation right over Butler, could be headed toward the Sweetwater area. So again, get to the lowest level of your home as quickly as you can tonight, because these storms will be ongoing. Here's a look at the atmosphere that we're forecasting in. A lot of instability here. So if we can map that, and you can see a lot of instability across the Deep South, but right in there, see that instability riding up over the front there, and right where the low is. A lot of times right where the low itself is can bring enough lift in the atmosphere that you're going to get these storms to fire. But along the front and south of the front is where you're going to have a lot of instability, and the storms that are really going to focus along that warm front produce some heavy amounts of rain as well. So flash flooding will be an ongoing concern through the evening, not to mention the tornadoes that are very likely.
And that flash flooding has been a problem already in Birmingham, Alabama, where we've had a flash flood warning in effect. Our Paul Goodlow is there live right now. Paul, how have conditions been since the latest tornado warnings?
Well, since then, we had bouts of heavy rain come through. Right now, we're seeing a little light rain, which is great news. The bad news is we've already had a lot of heavy rain. No tornado warnings right now, but we're still under a flash flood warning for the Birmingham metro area. In fact, just north of us, about 12 miles or so, we have video from Gardendale, Alabama, of some pretty heavy rain coming on through, seeing some light scattered showers here. But the broader view will show you there's more rain off to our south and west. Everything is moving from the south and west to the north and east. Again, we're not quite out of the woods. We still have that tornado watch in effect, but it's also an ongoing flash flood warning for scenes like this. Widespread 3 to 4 inches plus of rain has already fallen. Certain areas probably exceeding maybe 5 or 6 inches of rain. That's on top of the rain we had last week come through. So the ground is a sponge. The good news is, as we hear rumble of thunder, we're in spring now. So we're starting to see things green up, and that will, perhaps the environment will draw more moisture out of the ground into the trees and plants and what have you. It's not like we're in the middle of January or so where you have a lot more runoffs, but still we've had way too much rain. The ground is saturated and ongoing flash flood concerns across the region. And many areas seeing in excess of 4 or 5 inches of rain. The broader view of the radar will show you there's still more rain out to our south and west, even some storms in Mississippi taking that southwest to northeast journey. So we're not quite out of the woods. I think once we get towards, say, midnight or so, we'll start slowly clearing out Alabama from the northwest corner of the state, eventually on down towards lower Alabama. That'll take a while for lower Alabama to clear out, but we're still watching sunset right now, officially right about now, a couple minutes after 7 o'clock. And once we lose that sun, we still have that risk for tornadoes. So when you hear those warnings, and not even our flash flood warnings, that means water is rising. If you live in an area which is prone to flooding, and there are many areas here in northern Alabama, you need to be weather aware because the sun continues to go down over the next hour or so. Jackie?
Yeah, Paul, we're still waiting for that cold front to get on through there before we can clear people out of that severe weather risk. And that risk is lifting northward at this hour as well. In fact, our area of low pressure working its way up here in the tri-state area near southwestern Indiana. And we've got storms that are firing up along the front. We've got storms that are firing out ahead of that and getting near that triple point because we've got that warm front that's lifting up towards the north as well. So we'll take you into southern Illinois, Mount Vernon. Here's Evansville, Indiana. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning just to the north of you. That one has been producing frequent lightning and a lot of hail as well. Taking you down towards Johnson City and the eastern parts of Tennessee, we're getting some of that heavy rain, and you can see some frequent lightning bringing some continued downpours across this area as well. Nashville, we know you got hit once already with the hail and heavy downpours. More storms are beginning to push through the area. Sarah, looks like we got a new warning down here. If you could push my radar up just a little bit so we can give folks a better look at that near Little Lot. You can see a big lightning spike there as well, and a brand new tornado warning to go with that too. So this is Lewis, Perry, Wayne counties, including Waynesboro, as well as the city of Clifton. Doppler radar indicating some tornado back here. Looks like near the Savannah area where we've got some of that rotation. I'm not seeing anything really clear in there at this time, but I believe if we have anything going on, it would be right here to the east of Savannah. So that's heading up towards the north and east, and you folks need to be taking your tornado precautions right now, getting to the lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. That is going to be heading towards Waynesboro. It's going to be moving right across 641, the U.S. highway right there. Houston, it should be moving in at 714. Waynesboro, it arrives about 725, works its way up towards Ashland, or perhaps just to the south of you at 735. And if it holds together, it will make its way over towards the Barnesville area. We'll take you a little farther up towards the north here, where we've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. This is for Henry County. Here's Cincinnati, just to put it into perspective for you, the Cincy metro area. So watch out, heads up that these storms are beginning to develop here, likely getting some hail out of these thunderstorms, as well as some strong gusty winds. This would be crossing Interstate 71, Carrollton, New Liberty, and Warsaw, all included in that severe thunderstorm warning. So this threat is going to be going later into the Ohio Valley, we think, but we are also seeing more of those storms bringing heavy rain across parts of the south. So Dr. Nab, you've got more on that flash flood risk, which often there's a bit of a delayed effect, right, that it continues even after the rain stops.
Yeah, and unfortunately in these events that risk often lasts past dark, and when the water has been falling from the sky all day and the roads and the low spots start to fill up and it gets dark, we all have a lot more trouble determining what is on the road. Is there water covering the road? And if there is, what's the condition of the road underneath? So with the severe and the tornado threat ongoing and the flooding becoming more of a problem on the roads, there's just no reason to be out and about tonight in Alabama and Tennessee and North Georgia. It's just so dangerous. And look at hundreds of miles of areas in central to northern Alabama and surrounding areas that are under flood or flash flood warnings of some kind. And it's just been training over the same areas, so especially northern Alabama, northwest Georgia, and even up into upstate South Carolina. That's where the heaviest rain has fallen, and even a little strip there in northwestern Alabama. Florence area, you're so vulnerable to flooding, and even though it's not raining at this moment, it has rained a lot, and more is on the way. And in this flood warning area, we've had a lot of problems on the roads, especially in the Sheffield area, with a foot or more of water covering a number of roads. just don't need to be on the roads tonight, and there's more rain coming in from the west with that front, as Jackie was just describing. A little farther east in northern Alabama, in the Decatur area, right along I-65, a flood warning until 10:45, and we've had Betty Street reported to be covered with water. And then go to the northeastern part of Alabama, Coleman along I-65, a flood warning, and numerous reports of water-covered roads there. And then in the Fort Payne area, so this is along I-59, if you go southwestward from the Chattanooga area, a flash flood warning is in effect till 9:30. And look at this report. Numerous roads in Fort Payne are closed due to flash flooding. Water is 2 feet deep in some places along Dye Branch on Highway 35. And look at this long list of roads in the Fort Payne area that are closed. So you're going to have a really hard time getting around in that area. Chattanooga's under a warning until 10:30, and we have the earlier report of a number of roads in the county covered in water. And then northwestern Georgia, it's been raining pretty much all day. You've got Blairsville over to Dalton's under a warning, as is the Rome, Georgia area, so I-75 between Chattanooga and Atlanta, and there's more coming in from the southwest. So you have the severe threat, Mike, but we've also got to, stay off the roads, not just to, be in a good shelter for the night with the severe threat, but if you get out on the roads when it's dark tonight, with as heavy as it's raining, with that convection, that could be life-threatening too.
Absolutely. So, the best thing, we mention this all the time. Be home, be in your safe place, be ready to take action within your safe place as quickly as you can. But driving into the danger is the last thing you want to do tonight. I want to show you some more of these severe storms that are firing now. North Carolina back down into southwestern Alabama. Into Birmingham, we've still got the flood risk going on here, but the severe thunderstorms and tornado threat is not there at the moment. But it's outside of, well outside of Birmingham. In fact, over towards, say, Butler, Choctaw County is under a tornado warning. That includes the town of Butler, where it's come right over top of you. It's now passed to your east. We've also got a tornado warning approaching the Thomaston area, but that warning is for Marengo County, including the towns of Linden and Myrtlewood and Providence. So we, again, want you to get to your safe spot as quickly as you can. Linden, it's going to be there pretty quickly here tonight. The radar is indicating we've got some spin in the atmosphere right now. That warning is until 8 o'clock local time tonight. As we time this out for you, Half Acre around 7:13, Half Chance around 7:26, and Rembert around 7:16 tonight. Then we go over into northern Georgia. So Atlanta sits right here. You go up, say, 75 or 575, you're going to run into this thunderstorm. Bartow, Cherokee, and northern Fulton County, and that Fulton County segment's going to be right in there, is under that severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 8:30, and a tornado is possible within that area. So, again, inside tonight is where you have to be, off the roads. A lot of flooding happening for us in North Georgia. Over into North Carolina, Charlotte, there's a line converging on you tonight. Really heavy rain in the foothills in around Hickory, headed over along I-40, and then eventually some heavier rain coming. It's already there, but more heavy rain coming along I-77 tonight. There's a severe thunderstorm warning east side of Greensboro tonight. So if you're in Alamance or Guilford County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Tornado also possible here, and that warning goes until the top of the hour, so another 45 minutes plus on that one. The atmosphere is just ripe for severe weather even after it's dark tonight. A lot of instability. We're mapping that tonight in the yellow, the orange, the pinks on the map tonight. A lot of instability still to be tapped into all the way down to, say, New Orleans tonight, but also really maximizing the instability as the low pushes in to Middle Tennessee tonight. So heavy rain along the front, storms deep south, and storms Tennessee and Kentucky. A lot going on tonight, folks. We've got you covered right after this short break.
It was just living in the moment of disbelief.
We really were caught off guard.
We couldn't leave. We were stuck there.
There was going to be nothing we could do except try to make it through safely.
That is the most scared that I have felt in my life.
Oh my God!
It's surreal.
Holy!
And welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, coming to you from Scenic City. That, of course, is here in Chattanooga, Tennessee, right here in the heart of Hamilton County. And right along Chestnut Street, all is relatively quiet for the time being. But I'll tell you, we've got traffic moving right down the street. But it's the atmospheric traffic that gives us a bit more concerns, the heavy rainfall that we could experience that we've already dealt with today, and knowing that we have a tornado watch until 1 o'clock in the morning. But there's more. We also have a wind advisory that will be in effect into the morning hours. Same holds true for flood issues, flood advisories, and that flood threat is going to actually go into the weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. Let's lay the groundwork for you. At the Weather Channel, we do practice what we preach in terms of safety. So we do have a safe place to go should severe weather come calling, and we do expect it. We're going to go right here into the parking garage. On the other side of the doors, we certainly have some spots there. There are also a couple of stairwells that will be safe in case we do have some tornadic activity. And as we mentioned briefly ago, it was last year we had some tornadic activity here in the Chattanooga area, but if you go back, at this point, it's almost a decade, where you had 81 people that lost their lives, and that all that occurred about, well, 60 miles from our exact location. So severe weather can occur here in parts of eastern Tennessee. And then something else considered when you think about Chattanooga is you've got an area where you have the Appalachian meet up with the Southern Plateau. So you have rolls in terms of the topography. So when you do have rain that moves through, that rain really can be enhanced by something that we refer to as orographic lift. So when you think about the abundance of rainfall that we've had already today, that we're going to have this evening, and that we could have into the weekend, it's a foregone conclusion that flooding could be a very, very real problem. And when you think about the Chattanooga area with its many streams, with its creeks, with its rivers, a lot of places for that water really to cause all kinds of hazardous conditions. So people, I advise you, please be careful out there. Certainly not the night to be out driving around and surveying the scene. Got to wait for these storms to go on through. But the most important thing you and your friends and family can do is to have a plan in place. Okay? You have to have a strategy of where to go. And then, better yet, if you do hear those sirens go off, if you're notified by NOAA Weather Radio, by your phone, or by the Weather Channel, you want to act quickly. You want to get to that low-lying spot, away from the walls and windows, and that is certainly the safest spot for you. The sky has been a tapestry of blue and now gray, and you just might be able to make in the silhouettes of some of those clouds that are moving on through. But I'll tell you what we expect, I'd say in the next 15 to 20 minutes, heavier rain coming through, and even more during the overnight hours. That's the story that we have for you in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much for that, Reynolds. You want to show you some of the tornadoes that we've seen today, and some of them have been massive, and they have caused some damage. This is a look near Calera, Alabama. This is going to be south of Birmingham by roughly 35 miles, and storm tracker John Humphreys was there and captured it coming right across I-65. And what's alarming is, Jackie, look at all those cars driving toward it, right?
Yeah.
They probably don't even know because the highway's lined by trees. You can't see it.
Right. I saw some flashing lights there, though, you know, on the right-hand side. I wonder if hopefully people have pulled over and put their hazards on, but just incredible to see that. You can clearly see the rotation involved there. But one of the things that I think this video can be a great tool to use is when you look at the tree canopy on both sides of it, right? It is, you couldn't see that tornado coming from the right. No. You could see low clouds were there, but it touches almost at the same level as the cloud base. So it's really tough to know why it's so important to be prepared and be alert and know your surroundings and have a way to get alerted no matter where you are via your GPS, right?
Oh, absolutely. That can just be a lifesaver, right? Then how about this little spin up here in Noxubee County, Mississippi? Now, if we're going to have a tornado, this is the kind to have, right?
Yeah.
Small, thin tornau over a field. Gosh, if we could be so lucky all the time, right? We know that hasn't been the case. You know, it's growing here. You can see the tornado coming past the bins here, but you know, a lot of places have had really big, violent tornadoes today, and they've come through neighborhoods.
Yeah, it's really been the two supercells that we've been tracking, all afternoon and into the evening, where we've seen some of the worst of the damage, unfortunately. And this video from Pelham, Alabama, showing you some of the debris that's getting lofted. You see that huge chunk way up in the sky. So this tells you that, yeah, that's definitely on the ground. It's definitely causing some damage as it moves along. And while we don't necessarily see it in this video, Mike, we know that in Pelham that somewhere between 30 and 50 homes took some serious damage today.
Yeah, a lot of homes were damaged today. We've seen a lot of different videos of damage, and video from the air. Drones give us such a great perspective. This tornado happened earlier in the day, just after lunchtime or so, but large tornado. And some of the tornadoes that we've seen today have been really big tornadoes. This is a big cone tornado. The debris is very obvious here, but also notice the rugged terrain too. You see the hills in the background there, and so many people have this, and I was one of these people at one point, had this misperception that, oh, if I live in the mountains, or if I live in the country, in the hills, that protects us from tornadoes. This is obviously evidence that that's not true.
Yeah, they hit cities, they go over water, they don't stop at hills. It's all those are myths for sure. Also want to show you real quick on our way out as we go to commercial break some video of the Nashville area where wind and hail has been a big issue tonight. That threat spreads all the way up to the north too.
Hey.
Welcome back everyone to Weather Underground. Feet kicked up on the back porch. Here comes a storm. Run for cover. That's what this person did in Birmingham. And then watch what happens. Boy, the atmosphere just unloads. Mother Nature just, down come the trees. Look at stuff flying by. Could have been a really quick tornado spin by. Amazing stuff, right? Boy, and this is why we warn you. Don't go out and look for the storm. Look, when another tree comes down. Don't go out and look for the storm. And even when you're inside, don't be by windows. That could be really dangerous. Debris can hit windows, crack those windows, hurt you. Well, we have been hit hard and often in Alabama today. Numerous tornadoes that have touched down. In fact, one we tracked here on Weather Underground that we believe was on the ground for roughly 100 miles. Amazing, this line of storms in particular, what it's produced today. We've also got another line of storms that's really starting to fire up here across Tennessee and Kentucky. Want to take you down toward Birmingham. We're a little bit better now than we were. We still have the flash flood warning in effect, but down south and west of there, tornado warning in Marengo County for the cities of Linden, Myrtlewood, and Providence tonight. So if you're in Linden, well, that storm has come basically right over top of you at this point. I'm going to go ahead and move the tracker. These things moving so quickly, it's hard to keep up with where the storms are, but we're going to move that a little bit. So Providence, it's there. Talo here around, say, 7:53 is when the storm could be near you. North of there, another storm that's getting going. We're in a really ripe atmosphere right now for storms, and some of these could start to spin, too. Two different storms, one around Mountainville, one that's just north of Greensboro. And by the way, this is kind of the area where the long-track tornado went, was just like this. So this was taking a somewhat similar path, maybe just slightly north. Greene and Hale counties are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado warning up in Tennessee now. Lewis and Wayne County in Tennessee. That's a radar-indicated tornado, and that warning goes until 7:45. You can see a little bit of rotation right in there near in Highway 64, headed toward the Hohenwald area. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning up there that goes from around Hohenwald up toward Boston, and now we're talking the outskirts of Nashville. So Hickman, Maury, and Williamson County under severe thunderstorm warnings. Right in Nashville, pretty intense line overhead as we speak. I'm going to ask my producer and put her on the spot. Do we have the Nashville camera by chance ready to go? We do. Can we see what the Nashville camera looks like? Because, man, we're getting hit hard. Of course. You can hardly see a thing. Check that out. I mean, it is raining cats and dogs for us right now. We already had one really intense storm that came through about 2 hours ago. Look at the lightning with that as well. The intense storm earlier had winds that were over 60 miles an hour. This one may have a little bit less wind, but boy, the rainfall rates are incredible right now. And obviously, we've got a lot of lightning, so you have to be inside with these storms. Don't risk it in that kind of weather. Don't be driving out in this either. Now, look at this. A two-pronged line of storms now. One coming through through central Kentucky up into southwestern Ohio, now threatening us around Cincinnati. This line about to come up through central Indiana. Then we've got these storms down through northern Georgia, including north side of Atlanta. Look at these storms right here. Really intense, heavy rainfall with these storms. I want to go back to those storms that are up in Ohio because we've got some new warnings up around Cincinnati I want to update you on. There's a look, and that's going to come right into Hamilton County, at least the west side of Hamilton County. Not sure the radar wants to pop on. There we go. So severe thunderstorm warning, Boone, Dearborn, Hamilton County is going to be right here in Cincinnati. That warning until 9:15 tonight for that storm right there. That's going to be a hailer as it rolls on through. But you look at the bigger picture here down through North Carolina. We still got the warning outside of Greensboro tonight as well. Severe thunderstorm warning for us around Melville, including Alamance County. So if you're in Mabane or Graham or in Burlington, again, if you can be inside tonight with some of these big hailers and wind makers, you're going to do yourself some big favors here. If you noticed on that map, a lot of green polygons indicating where we have flash flooding going on tonight, Dr. Knapp. Boy, this becomes a really dangerous concern overnight.
It does, because when it gets dark and we've had a lot of rain, water covering a lot of roads, and people are still out or get out, it can be life-threatening, and that's why flash flood warnings are issued. And look at the last 24 hours how Mississippi, Alabama, even northwest Georgia have taken the brunt of most of the heavy rainfall, and it's still raining in a lot of those same areas. So flood warnings and flash flood warnings extend over hundreds of miles in this part of the country. And this is just the last 6 hours, especially northeast Alabama and northwestern Georgia. And I wanted to highlight the Fort Payne, Alabama area along I-59. This is southwest of Chattanooga, northeast of Birmingham. And they're under a flash flood warning with a considerable threat until 9:30 local time. And look at these reports. This is water 2 feet deep in some places along Die Branch on Highway 35 west of Interstate 59. This is the same area that flooded in the Easter weekend 2020 severe weather outbreak. So this is always a component of a severe outbreak, the flash flood problem. Chattanooga, you're under a flash flood warning. Northwest Georgia, stay off the roads. The roads are dangerous because of water, and the severe threat is ongoing.
Welcome back to Weather Underground, everybody. We got some video to share with you. This out of Nelson County, Kentucky. Wow, you can't even see anything. This is hail, but it almost looks like a blizzard, doesn't it? You can't see anything, and you see white stuff just flying all over the place, but you see the bounce. That's how you know that it's hail and these gusty winds. So we've had quite a few hail reports today and this evening. In fact, about 24 different hail reports, a lot of them into the Ohio River Valley and into the Tennessee River Valley as well. All right, more video of some of the hail as it continues to come in here to the Weather Channel. This is in Nashville. Oh, those are some big hail chunks, quarter size, I'd say, at least mixed in maybe with some smaller hail across that area. Quite a few hail reports in and around Nashville, as large as golf balls. That's the biggest hail that I've seen reported so far in Tennessee. And then this is another view of some of the hail and the heavy rain that just all came down at once and poured on you, Nashville. You were under a severe thunderstorm warning earlier this evening. Now, and here, last but not least, goodness gracious, oh, I see flying branches out of this one. You're looking at this with me for the first time, so I didn't know what we were looking at, but wow, yeah, you can definitely see some chunks of hail. You can see how bad the visibility has been tonight, too, so that's something to keep in mind. We've got a lot of moisture to work with these storms, meaning your visibility is going to be reduced. We're going to get flash flooding, ponding of water on the roadways. It's going to be very difficult to see tornadoes as well as they get wrapped in rain, not to mention the fact that the sun's going down in all these areas also. So let's get you caught up to date. Our area of low pressure is lifting northward now, so it's moving into the Ohio Valley. Our cold front still trailing back off towards the west. It's cleared a good portion of Mississippi and into western Tennessee, but yet to pass you in Alabama, so likely to get a new tornado watch issued here to replace the one that's in effect by the top of the hour. So just a heads up on that. That will likely include you into the Birmingham area. Look at all the storms. We've got a lot of lightning. We've got some warnings that are out there, some in Indiana, some working their way towards the Cincinnati metro area. So we'll take you into Greene County, Beech Creek and Worthington under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. That one could be producing some hail as well as some damaging winds. That's in Indiana. We'll take you over here into southwestern Ohio. These storms coming out of Kentucky, hidden in the Pennyroyal Parkway right now, by the way. Just a heads up on that. But Cincy, there may be some hail as well as some damaging winds. Frequent lightning with this as it tracks up towards the north. So this is going to be affecting you on the west side of Cincinnati and the suburbs. Gallatin, Switzerland counties, that includes you in Cotton as well as in Patriot and Warsaw. That's until 8:45 for that warning. And then as that lifts northward, it works its way into Boone, Dearborn, and Hamilton counties, including you in Burlington, into Coleraine as well as in Greene. That will last until 9:15, assuming the intensity of this all holds together. But we'll take you out to the broader view, and we're really watching several different lines and several different areas working their way through. So we still have these multiple rounds of storms that we have to deal with. Still a couple of tornado warnings hanging into southern parts of Tennessee, and the tornado watch. Of course, watch means conditions are favorable for tornadoes to occur. Warnings means they're happening now, but that watch includes Louisville stretching down through the Pennyroyal down towards Nashville. That lasts until 11 o'clock tonight. So we have a long ways to go. These storms are holding together, Mike, even with losing some of the heating of the day.
It's amazing to see the staying power of some of the damage that we've seen around the Birmingham area. This is south side of Birmingham, the Eagle Point area. Look at this home here. And a lot of these homes are very well constructed homes. Second story severely damaged, walls that are missing here, the back deck that's been severely damaged, unfortunately. A lot of trees that have been snapped here. Debris is everywhere. But this is why we tell you, boy, second story is not where you want to be. If you're in the first floor of this home, you're in really good shape. If you're in the basement, even better shape. But if you're on the second story, you're putting yourself in extreme danger. All right, let's go ahead and roll this, but I want to show you the next home next door. This one's beautiful corner lot, big old home, right? You're thinking, oh, life couldn't be any better until this happens. Wow. Check this out. And here's when you kind of break down what the home is. Look at this. I mean, we've got a concrete foundation. Basement is a poured concrete basement. First floor's concrete walls, but look at the whole second story is now off the home, pulled right off of the concrete. So to me, this is probably EF3 damage at this home. Of course, the National Weather Service will go out there and survey it up close and in person, see how well the home was constructed, and determine what the wind speeds were, best estimate. But, you know, the car in the garage even's got debris on it. Roof damage, roof damage, roof damage, roof damage. But then some homes that don't have much damage at all. Look at this homes over here, nothing, right? And so the sporadic nature of the small vortices within the parent circulation itself. Look at this home right here. Wow. Smashed. I think that's just a different view. Remember, we were showing you the view this direction from before. That's the same home, but brick facade on the front, right? So probably a tornado went in this direction, but that is just amazing to think how much power there is in a really small amount of space as this tornado kind of threaded the needle, so to speak, if you will, because, you know, in particular, I just look at this home, but then you look at this one or you look at this one. There's hardly a bit of damage to those homes at all. So a lot of times you'll have these really tiny spin-ups that last literally for a blink of an eye. They'll last for 2, 3, 4 seconds, but they are so intense that this is what they do. But then the home right next door barely even has a leaf blown off a tree. Amazing stuff, and the Mother Nature just so peculiar, isn't she? Tonight, as we track severe weather for you, look at the nasty storms coming through Nashville. This is our second bout of storms tonight. Whoa, look at the lightning. Boy, it's really lighting us up tonight. It is a really volatile atmosphere right now in Nashville. That is one scary looking sky. Gotta admit, that is like out of a Hollywood movie right there. Almost looks like it's CG'd in there, doesn't it? We've got some really bad storms tonight. Some of those that could produce tornadoes as well. Tornado watch, in effect, does include Middle Tennessee up into Kentucky and then Indiana as well. We've got another tornado watch down across the deep south. Goes until 1 o'clock tonight. Birmingham, Atlanta, you're included in that. This storm line right here has produced tornadoes throughout the day. These storms up here are now starting to produce tornadoes. Into Birmingham we go. We've had tornadoes all around today. Flash flood warning in effect, but now around Tuscaloosa and Bibb County, severe thunderstorm warning. This is a really intense storm right here coming past Duncanville across Highway 82. It's going to ride right up I-20, but in Duncanville, Lakeview, West Blockton, in just past Tuscaloosa, we're getting the really nasty storm there. Lawrence, Lewis, and Maury County here in Middle Tennessee. That storm potentially producing a tornado in the Mount Pleasant area. We want you to get to shelter quickly. There's rotation right in there, so it's about to come over, say, County Road 20, eventually Highway 412 tonight. As we time this out for you here, Barnesville 7:50, the expected arrival time for you. Ethora here around 7:58, Mount Pleasant around 8:03. There's the storm line that's come through Nashville. Still watching that camera down there. So much lightning with that storm. Not severe thunderstorm warned, but really intense line. Want to now show you what we've just got some new video on Greensboro, Alabama. Look at that tornado. Oh my goodness. Right behind the tree line there in that home. You know, we're following tornadoes today, and some of them on the ground for one we tracked for roughly 100 miles. It was on the ground, but that's some, look at the inflow into the storm there. That is just an amazing view. The whole thing, I mean, the looks like the rotation starts here. You can't even see on left-hand side of your screen how far there we go. Maybe there's a little bit better view. So there's the tornado right there, it looks like. And you can just see how it's spiraling up like that. That is just new video into us here out of Greensboro, Alabama. But even sometimes the inflow winds, and that's what you're seeing here into the storm. Sometimes those inflow winds can exceed 100 miles an hour and be just as damaging as the tornado itself. And as you hear the storm tracker there, Scott Peak say, that's huge. It is. Indeed, it is. So wild views, Jackie. We're getting so many videos of the tornadoes themselves, the damage that they've caused. Really heartbreaking stuff today. We know about a half a dozen people have lost their lives, and the threat continues overnight.
It does, and now we have that new watch that goes till 1 o'clock in the morning. That includes Birmingham. We've got a tornado watch in effect also for Atlanta, Georgia. That goes till 2 a.m. A new severe thunderstorm warning. Not Atlanta proper, but north side of town. That includes Cherokee and Cobb County. So watch out for hail and damaging winds with those storms that are rolling in on the north side. So let's time this out for you because we have hours to go with these storms that are going to be lingering across parts of the southeast. I mean, our cold front is still way back here, right? We're working its way through Mississippi right now, and that's why we have that new watch issue that's going to have to include you, unfortunately, for Birmingham, stretching down towards Montgomery. So a couple of different lines of storms may be developing tonight. This is what the radar might look like at 11 o'clock. Clusters of thunderstorms and individual storms across eastern Tennessee working their way back once again into western parts of the Carolinas. Here's midnight. Here's 1 o'clock in the morning. So you can see this is a slow progression. We will be losing the heating of the day, but we still have some instability that's going to be left, that a few of these storms may stay severe even after 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So you need a way to be alerted when you go to bed tonight. That's right. Have multiple ways. Have your phone alert set right, and hopefully you've got your NOAA weather radio as well. Now, as we head towards tomorrow, we may see some weakening in the morning with this line, but as that front sags to the south and southeast, we'll still have to watch the eastern Carolinas, central and southeastern parts of Georgia for severe weather to ramp back up as we head into tomorrow afternoon. So looking once again at some of the areas for the Torcon numbers, Huntsville, we're up there to a 9, Chattanooga, north parts of Georgia, up there at a number 7. So we still have rounds of storms on the way, and this really heightens that risk too, Mike, for flash flooding.
It does, and so many places are going to suffer tonight. If you're not, getting hit by tornadoes or strong winds, you might be getting the flooding. I want to get back to the tornado warning we've got here in Middle Tennessee, including Lawrence, Lewis, Maury counties right now. This is going to be coming maybe close to the town of Columbia here. So I would say short term, Mount Pleasant. Get to a safe spot as quickly as you can with a radar-indicated tornado. I'll put this in motion for you here. It might be a little obscured. Could be a little bit of rain wrapping going on in there, but a confirmed tornado that has touched down for us here. There is a little bit of rotation detected right in here along County Road 20 tonight, headed toward the Columbia area. So we, again, encourage you to get into your safe spot as quickly as you can. As we time that out for you, Mount Pleasant around 8:03, Gant around 8:11. Follow the storm line farther north here. We've got newly issued severe thunderstorm warning, including Davidson County. It's going to be south side of Nashville, so around Franklin, getting hit with a very strong line of storms there, and Williamson County as well. That warning goes until 8:30 this evening. We've got continuing coverage for you coming up here with meteorologist Carl Parker and Mark Elliott next.
Walter.
Tornado on the ground right in front of me, going up this mountain. There's debris. Listen to that roar. This is a violent tornado. Debris falling.
One of many violent tornadoes that we've seen already today. It's been a dangerous and deadly day across the southeast. Many storms across Alabama in particular, but it's not the only state that has a tornado threat. We've seen storms already in Mississippi, tornado warnings into Tennessee, Georgia with a tornado watch as well. The southeast still at play, unfortunately, for tornadoes into tonight. I want to show you what some of these storms did already. Heartbreaking and just mind-boggling video here of a neighborhood outside of Birmingham. These are well-constructed, multi-story homes, some with the second floor completely removed, some with the first floor walls even having issues, and those right next to homes that look completely untouched. It is unbelievable what these storms can do. We're going to be dissecting this video, dissecting where the storms are, who's still at risk tonight as our special coverage continues. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott, and joining me tonight is meteorologist and storm specialist Carl Parker from the lab tonight. And Carl, the threat is not done yet. Several storms ongoing at this hour.
Yeah, this is such a dynamic system, such an energetic atmosphere that we don't want people to think, oh, well, the sun has gone down, and so the threat is likely also going to be diminishing. We may well be looking at tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings continuing deep into the night, and flash flood warnings as well. I want to tell you about a current tornado warning that is southwest of Nashville, and this is now Lawrence, Lewis, and Maury counties under warning. Radar indicated tornado warning here, and we'll look at the velocity data, seeing some rotation showing up right there, now south of Route 412, moving very rapidly to the northeast. That's been the hallmark of the storms today. They have been moving 50, 55 miles per hour. So that coming towards Mount Pleasant here in just the next few minutes, and Maury County about 8:12, and then Ashwood at about 8:16. Possible tornado coming your way. A heads up on that. Then to the north, on the south side of the Nashville metro, severe thunderstorm warning. That for Davidson and Williamson counties going until 8:30. And let's take a look at where this is headed. And it's now coming right across Interstate 65 and moving into the 840 area as well. And so we're looking at a threat for damaging wind, now getting very close to Smyrna, and we'll be moving also rapidly to the east, about 55 miles per hour, moving into Laverne, as well as Nolensville and Arrington. Some strong wind and possibly some large hail on the way for you. Then down into the Atlanta metro area, a lot of rain today, flash flood warnings on the north side of the metro, and now a severe thunderstorm warning for Bartow, Paulding, and Polk counties. Also extends into northern Cobb County and parts of Cherokee County, and there is a tornado possible tag on this. And so we're looking at a damaging wind threat along with the threat for large hail, but tornado also possible within this, seeing a little knot showing up there on the leading edge of that. So that is going to be coming into Emerson at 9:15, Allatoona about 9:17, and Ackworth at about 9:24. Some very strong wind on the way, and again, possibly a tornado. We'll keep a very close eye on that for you as it rapidly moves east. So looking at the watches right Now, there is now a thunderstorm watch, a tornado watch that has just come out going until 1 o'clock in the morning for central parts of Alabama. It does include Birmingham and Montgomery and areas along that I-20 corridor, as well as 59 and 65. Then also a tornado watch in effect for the Atlanta metro area. That is going until 2 o'clock in the morning. And I think the greater threat is largely going to be on the south side of the metro because we've had a little less rain there today. And then also a tornado watch in effect for parts of central Tennessee, Kentucky, and then across the Ohio River into southern Indiana. That is going until 11 o'clock tonight. And so you've got a very energetic atmosphere and a lot of instability remaining. You notice here the instability does drop off as you get farther north and east. We're looking at those yellow colors right there. And so, as you get more up into North Georgia, parts of South Carolina, North Carolina, it really does drop off. But there is still plenty in these areas where you've got those ongoing watches. And so we've got a threat that will continue for some time. And let's go out now to meteorologist Paul Goodloe. He's in Birmingham, Alabama. And Paul, it's just been an awful day today across central parts of Alabama.
It certainly has, Carl. Again, the sun is set here just after 7 o'clock, and we're not quite done in terms of more thunderstorms coming this way. We're starting to see more flashes of lightning. They're far enough away right now. We can still come to briefly, but there's also more rain. Look at the radar. You can see the rain continues to build this way. Right now, they're not being warned for severe thunderstorms. They were earlier. But here's the thing. We had a tornado form just behind us as you look north towards downtown Birmingham earlier this evening, and the storm wasn't even warned. It just, that's how quickly things were developing today. It often is a severe thunderstorm that quickly can produce tornadoes with no warning. But this was a tornado produced with no warning until it was producing that tornado or about to produce that tornado. That's the beauty and the wonder of Doppler radar. That's why it's such a great tool that we use. Sometimes you hear us say it's a Doppler indicated, which means no one has visually spotted it, but Doppler radar is indicating that rotation possibly on the ground here. So you still need to be aware. We have the ingredients tonight that we can quickly see tornadoes still form, even though you're thinking, oh, there's no warnings out here for the Birmingham metro area. You don't have to be under that warning. We still have a torque count up here of a 9. So that on a scale of 1 to 10, that's still pretty significant. But also another ongoing concern is what's happening now. A little bit more rain coming on through here. We've already seen between 4 and 6 inches of rain in portions of northern Alabama, and we have more coming. We can see another inch or two. So flash flooding ongoing and can quickly occur. And there's several spots here in Birmingham which can quickly flood. Probably already have some water standing there. So it's another ongoing concern now that night has fallen and you can't see where you're going. So I know a lot of the law enforcement officers are asking people not to go out and survey people's damage in other neighborhoods and areas because it is still a very dangerous and ongoing situation. People are still being rescued and pulled out of wreckage of homes and mobile homes across this part of the state. And now, flash flooding, also something difficult to see without that sun up. But Mark, we're seeing the beginning of the end. We see the back edge of that cold front try to creep this way, probably maybe 11, 12 o'clock local time. We can finally go to bed, at least in portions of Birmingham, soundly, as we do think that severe threat should be pushing east of us at that point.
Yeah, although it is incredible just how much spin and much dynamic help is in that atmosphere ahead of that cold front. Until that front passes, people are not completely out of the woods. Over 10,000 customers in the county where Birmingham sits without power. And so Paul mentioned just how dark it is, how difficult it is to see. There's flash flooding, there's debris. You've lost the sun, and now there's not street lights. There's a lot of damage around. So please be careful out there tonight. Let's talk a little bit about what has occurred today, because we've seen some just absolutely unbelievable sights. Tornadoes caught on video for us, devastating damage as well. This in Mississippi, this kind of started things off earlier today. Look at that lowering coming off of the wall cloud, and then circulation makes it all the way down to the ground. You start seeing the dirt of that field being picked up and adding to that condensation funnel, wrapping that around. The debris cloud in this case was mostly dirt until it got a little bit closer to some other structures. This was a serious storm coming across Mississippi from earlier today. That dark kind of black gray sky feels like it makes it all the way down to the ground. So you saw that entire system develop from a little swirl to just a huge wedge. And it kind of started the theme for today for just how powerful these tornadoes could get with just a little bit of time. How about this? In Pelham, Alabama, debris, trees down onto buildings. Some real tough sights here. This was a long track storm. Doppler radar was indicating a tornado for, minute after minute after minute, approaching an hour here. This was a long duration storm that came across the Pelham area. And then another long duration storm kind of followed right behind it. You could see the trees down here. You can see some structures knocked over. It looks like some shipping containers there that are on their side. And then the wide view shows you that a really low cloud base. And that was part of the story today. So much moisture that the cloud deck was so close to the ground that if there was any spin, tornadoes had that much easier time to get going. Really heartbreaking scenes here in Lake Purdy, Alabama. In some cases here, there are lessons to be learned because most of the damage is in the second floor of these buildings. If you went down to the first floor, you were in a better spot. If you were in a basement, you were in an even better spot than that. But it didn't protect everybody. We know that there were some first floors that had damage as well. Look at the trees here, snapped halfway up. And if you just kind of get a look at that scene, a couple of homes that are absolutely obliterated right next to homes that look like they have no damage at all. The kind of hopscotch nature of these storms and the small suction vortices that rotate around the parent circulations where the wind speeds are dramatically higher. Gosh, you can see damage like this where one roof is gone, one roof in the next house is gone. Look across the street. Nothing. That red brick house, fine. The one on the in the center of your screen, almost a complete loss for that second floor anyway. Gosh, it is crazy to see stuff like that. We know that this stuff can happen, but it's still jaw-dropping when you see it. Just one house lucky, one house not lucky, right next to each other. Let's go through what's happening right now with regards to the storm damage. Well, I mentioned the power outage issues. This is a long loop of the radar. One storm came through South Carolina, still dealing with some power outages there. Several storms and tornado-producing storms came through Birmingham and the south side of the area. So that whole cluster of power outages is from the whole mess of storms that has come through, several in a row. Widening out for you to show you the active warnings. Carl's going to be back in just a second. We have a tornado warning outside in central Tennessee, really. Another one just popping up in Kentucky, and still storms in central Alabama, which is so hard hit today. I want to talk a little bit about that because we have so many of these red triangles, if you will, on the map. Those are the tornado reports. Several of them seen in person, others seen by the Doppler radar, seeing the debris that the Doppler radar can detect from the ground. So many of these were not just, potential tornadoes. These were tornadoes. And we'll find out just what the ratings were like as this, National Weather Service survey teams get out there and really assess what has occurred. There was also damage into Georgia today in the Cedartown area, power lines down, trees down at the medical center. That has lasting impacts when a town needs help, right? If the medical center isn't in as good a spot to handle patients, that's a big problem. And considering there are COVID vaccines and everything going on at all these medical centers, that's a problem. And gosh, we had so much rain that flooding is a problem. Let's go back to Carl now. He's monitoring those new tornado warnings.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. We're looking at one in western parts of Kentucky right now and well south of Louisville. Also an ongoing warning southwest of Nashville. We'll begin with the latest warning that is a radar-indicated tornado warning for Butler, Grayson, and Ohio counties. And getting ready to cross 165 there. There is a closer look at the radar picture. We're looking at that little ball. You can kind of see that just east of Central City. And that is going to be racing off to the northeast. So coming up to Beaver Dam here about 8:17, Horse Branch around 8:30, Askin at about 8:41 or so. Possible tornado coming your way. Then to the south of that, this is southwest of Nashville. Lawrence, Lewis, and Maury counties continue to be under warning. Actually looking at a broad rotation that is just about out of the tornado warning. We'll see if they decide to reissue, but if they do, that would take this area most likely up towards Columbia. So we'll be watching for that. But again, that that tornado warning currently does not extend beyond that area, and the circulation is now at the very edge of that polygon, as we call it. Also watching an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning on the south side of Nashville, looking at a threat for 60-mile-per-hour wind here. This is racing east about 55 miles per hour, not very far away from Smyrna right now, coming towards Smyrna at about 8:19, and then Loafers Corner at 8:17. Then we'll take you southwest of that tornado warning. Lawrence and Wayne counties under warning, that coming into Lawrenceburg and also into 5 Points, damaging wind threat along with that. Now, down into the Atlanta metro area, one thing I want you to notice is all these green boxes here. Flash flood warning. There's been a lot of rain today, and the newest flash flood warning is on the north side of the metro. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Severe thunderstorm warning for Bartow and Cobb and Paulding counties right now, and we're looking at a damaging wind threat that is going to be coming towards the 75 corridor. So let me draw this out for you and show you how this is going to time out. And that is likely to move into Ackworth at 9:27 and then Mars Hill at 9:29. So we're looking at a threat for damaging wind. We are also looking at a threat for 1-inch hail with that storm. And I do want to show you the flood warning here that has just come out on the north side of the Atlanta metro. Bartow, Cherokee, and Pickens counties under warning, and that is going until 3:15. Again, there's been a terrific amount of rain here through the day today. There you see the broader view. Look at that rainfall. That is incredible. We're talking about widespread areas of 3 to 5 inches of rain, and then as much as 5+ inches of rain there in those orange areas. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning now. And this is up into Kentucky, and we're looking at Butler and Grayson and Ohio. Now counties under warning, and that is coming right across 165 there. There's a closer look at the storm. I'm going to look at the velocity data, and so we're seeing a little bit of a comma head basically showing up just west of 165, and that coming across 231 before very long here. So moving into Eccles more immediately, then into Beaver Dam, Horse Branch beyond that, and then into Heights Falls beyond that. Then again, an ongoing tornado warning. Oh, and a brand new tornado warning now on the south side of Nashville. That is a brand new tornado warning for Rutherford, Smith, and Wilson counties. That is coming towards Smyrna. We'll have much more on this in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road.
You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Welcome back to our coverage of this very dangerous severe weather day. We are watching now a couple of tornado warnings, and one of them just outside of Nashville. Let's zoom on in and show you what's going on with this. And this is a tornado warning for Rutherford, Smith, and Wilson counties going until 8:45. The motion here is east-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So you can see that area of sort of brighter blue and then the darker red. That is where there is a broad rotation, but a strong one right now. And that is getting ready to come right right across Interstate 840 there. So moving into Jefferson Springs more immediately, and then Baird's Mill about 832, Dokes Crossroads 837. So please get ready to get into your safe place in those areas. It's going to be on top of you in Jefferson Springs. Possible tornado coming your way right now. So please get to your safe place right now. This is a broad circulation, but it is a strong one, and certainly there could be a tornado along with this storm. Now, we'll take you up to the north, up into Kentucky. A little bit less in the way of instability here. Already it does appear that that storm is not as well formed as it was just moments ago. That's Butler and Grayson and Ohio counties under warning. You can see we've got a little bit of a circulation that is now beginning to, it looks like it's weaker than it was. I'm going to go ahead and look at the velocity data. I'm seeing some evidence of rotation here, but it's not as pronounced as it was. You go back a few frames and you can actually see that little bit of a swirl right in there, a little comma head, and that is not as well formed right now. But I'm going to go ahead and track that area out, that central part of the storm out, just to be on the safe side. That coming towards Horts Branch and eventually towards Short Creek as well. Now we'll jump on down into the Atlanta metro area, and there is a severe thunderstorm warning now for Cobb and Bartow and Paulding and Cherokee counties with a tornado possible tag. Now you see an area of wind that is surging forward right there, but we're also seeing an increase in the southerly flow right there. So there is a broad circulation that is showing up very close to Emerson right now. And again, this is not a tornado warning as of yet, but there is a tornado possible tag. And so if there were to be a developing tornado, that would be very close to Emerson and then on its way towards potentially Woodstock as that continues to move off to the east. So that is something that we'll keep our eyes on. At a minimum, you've got a damaging wind threat that is just about ready to cross the 75 corridor there. But again, we are seeing some evidence of rotation as well. So looking at some damaging wind potential coming immediately into Emerson, but then eventually into Ackworth as well. Not surprised that we're seeing a little bit of circulation there. This is an area where we do tend to see that fairly often, a little corridor there where storms tend to spin a little bit more readily. All right, we want to go up farther north now into Chattanooga, Tennessee, and talk to our Reynolds Wolf. And Reynolds, awful lot of rain with this system as well. That's been one of the big worries through the night tonight.
Oh, absolutely. You're right about that, Carl. We've had plenty of rain so far. Now a little bit of a break in the action. You at home may be able to see a few raindrops moving top to bottom across the screen, and that's what we're getting here. Heavy rainfall expected during the overnight hours. Yeah, I got to tell you, one observation that I've made is not something I've seen, but rather something that I heard earlier. I was listening to Mark Elliott talk about some of the video that we were showing on air, some of the damage across parts of Alabama, and you could hear in his voice as he was showing you areas where homes were leveled, where they were destroyed, where you had some roof damage, where you had some floors that were missing, but then you'll find a house close by that was left pretty unscathed. And Mark is absolutely right. That's the weird thing about tornadic activities, that it can be so random, how in relatively close situations you can have just wreckage, but then other places seem as though they've been untouched by these storms. It's an odd thing, but it is part and parcel what you can expect with these storms. And knowing the violence that can fall from the heavens and certainly affect the ground, we certainly are keeping an idea of shelter. And right now, to my immediate left over here in this parking garage, got a couple of stairwells that we can go to for safety, certainly inside the building, lowest floor away from walls and windows, and that's going to be the game plan. But as we wrap it up, Carl, to your point, we have had plenty of rainfall here. You'll notice right up Chestnut Street, slick spots here or there, but we could see more rain into the weekend. And with that rain in the picture, in the forecast, the real threat is going to be those rising streams, creeks, rivers, flood threat all the way through the weekend. Back to you, Carl.
All right, Reynolds, thank you so much. And here is a look at the flash flood warning that is now in effect in the Chattanooga metro area. I want to go over to 47 right now to show you that. And that across Chattanooga and then surrounding areas as well into Cleveland and then just to the south in North Georgia, Catoosa, Walker, and Whitfield County under warning. So this has been a big part of the story today. And there are several flash flood warnings across North Georgia as well as into central central parts of Alabama. I'm going to jump down a little farther to the south, and unfortunately, I've got a locked computer right now, but there you go. You can see a little more of that. Here we go. Let's move down into northern parts of the Atlanta metro area. That is a flash flood warning that is in effect for parts of Cobb and, parts of Cherokee, Bartow, and Pickens counties. And look at that massive rain that is now coming across, and there's going to be a lot more of that as we go through the night tonight. You look at what has happened so far today, you've got this really broad swath of heavy rain across not just Georgia, but also across much of Alabama as well. Widespread area of 3 to 4 to 5 inches of rain. And so that flash flood threat is going to loom large through the night tonight. We'll have much more on all of this coming up in a few minutes.
Trilogy for CO.
It has been a deadly and destructive day across the South. We've been following some really bad storms, long-lived, long-track, strong tornadoes. We don't have the rating on those tornadoes just yet. The National Weather Service survey teams will be out in force, especially across Alabama, where some of the worst of the storms have been so far today. These have been deadly storms. No way to, sugarcoat that. It has been a terrible day across the South. And that includes in Alabama, where 5 people have been killed in today's tornado-warned storms that we know of thus far. One woman died in Mississippi last night when a tree fell on her mobile home, along with the heavy rainfall. Just south of Birmingham, though, the Pelham Police Department says 30 to 50 homes and structures are damaged. There is an overnight curfew in place, and lightning has been a big threat as well with all of these storms. A police officer was struck by lightning today in northern Alabama while he was out putting out barricades, trying to protect everyone. There's been flooding. He is conscious and responsive at a local hospital, so that is some good news. Unfortunately, the bad news is that we are not done. We still have active warnings at this hour. Kentucky, Tennessee, a few storms in Georgia and Alabama continuing to be right on the cusp. Real strong stuff there as well. So let's continue to break down where that risk is right now and where it's going next. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott, joined by meteorologist Carl Parker tonight. Carl in the lab. And Carl, I think the Tennessee storm had a couple of different rounds here that got us a little bit nervous. At least in the mid-levels, there was some very strong circulation with that storm.
Yeah, no doubt about that. This thing has definitely got a very strong rotating updraft right now, and so could very well be producing a tornado. So 2 tornado warnings in effect right now. One of those in central parts of Tennessee will begin there. This is on the southeast side of the Nashville metro area, and this is a tornado warning that is ongoing right now. For areas just south of Lebanon, DeKalb and Smith and Wilson counties under warning until 8:45. We'll zoom on in. This is what Mark was talking about, and actually has broadened out just a little bit, and not quite as strong in just the last scan. But look at that right there. Very strong, broad but strong rotation, and now just a little bit less of that color showing up there. Nonetheless, there's an ongoing tornado threat with this storm, and that is now right near Route 231, and that's going to be moving off to the northeast. So coming up towards Hurricane more immediately, and then into Dokes Crossroads about 8:38, Shop Springs 8:40, and Watertown at about 8:44. But again, not quite as profound a signature as what we were looking at moments ago. You go back just a couple of frames here, you can see how there was that sort of bright blue color right in there. Very strong rotation in the low to mid levels of the storm. Something similar prior to that does appear to be not quite as strong right now. So let's hope that that is a positive trend there. But there is still a lot of wind in the atmosphere in general. There's no reason to believe that we won't continue to see tornado warnings for quite some time yet. Also want to show you very quickly what's going on with the tornado warning to the north. And unfortunately, my computer is locked up. We'll get back to that in just a moment. Let's go over to Paul Goodloe. He is in Birmingham. And Paul, not just tornadoes today, but a flash flood threat as well. And a lot of heavy rain now coming into Birmingham.
Yeah, it's dumping outside, but not just the rain we're afraid of, but this lightning as well. It had a flash and a very quick thunder. So lightning is upon us again. We're now under another severe thunderstorm warning here in Birmingham, Jefferson, parts of Blount, and St. Clair counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. So there's no safe place outside, so we've retreated back inside. That's the safer place to be. You can still be impacted by lightning inside, but you've got to have shelter to have at least a chance to survive that. Again, on the radar, you can see our severe thunderstorm warning has popped up. Now, be aware that tornadoes can quickly form from severe thunderstorms. So don't just say, oh, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning, we are safe and clear. Not with this atmosphere today. And in fact, this pattern has already produced a tornado in Birmingham. There was no warning on it. Not until it formed, then it was warned. That's the beauty of Doppler radar, giving perhaps just minutes or perhaps even seconds of warning to people here in the area. We have some damage, have some suspected tornado damage here in Birmingham from that system that formed basically right as it was moving through downtown Birmingham. Again, the rain continues to come on through, but we do see the beginning of the end. Our cold front is lurking off to our west as it comes through. This part of northwestern Alabama will slowly but surely start to quiet down as we head past the midnight hour. But yeah, heavy rain, flash flooding, and now another severe thunderstorm warning, Carl. Again, we still have threats for tornadoes until that front comes on through.
All right, long night ahead, Paul. Thank you so much. Well, coming up, incredible video of the moments after a first responder arrived on scene following a tornado in Greensboro, Alabama. We'll show you those uncensored moments coming up next. And we have incredible new video that we want to show you from what happened in Birmingham earlier today, and our hearts going out to the people in this neighborhood. Look at the damage there. When you're talking about removing entire stories of buildings, you're talking about getting up into the EF3 range. There you see a well-constructed home that is basically entirely collapsed. And so, you know, I think that could end up being somewhere between EF3 and EF4 damage. So really significant damage from these storms today. Just an awful day across central parts of Alabama. And you can also see the sort of indiscriminate nature of the damage there. How, you know, one home is, you know, severely damaged or even destroyed, and then a home next to it not seeing much damage at all. Just a terrible, terrible day in Alabama today. And again, our hearts going out to those people. All right, we want to tell you that it is not over. We've got additional tornado warnings to tell you about, and those now in central Tennessee as well as into Kentucky. The newest warning now is for Marshall and Maury and Williamson counties going until 9 p.m. Not seeing quite as much evidence of rotation here. You go back one scan right in there. Absolutely seeing some rotation there. It appears to be loosening in this next frame, but let's just go ahead and track that area where we continue to see some evidence of rotation, and that coming towards Lively more immediately, and then into Holt's Corner at 8:46, and then Beasley by about 8:48 or so. Then up into areas east of Nashville. This is DeKalb and Smith and Wilson counties under warning, tornado warning ongoing. Here, too, not seeing as much evidence of rotation now. Right there, that's a damaging wind threat, and that is going to come into areas along Route 70 and towards Watertown, as well as also getting up into areas along Interstate 40, but not nearly as well defined as what we were looking at moments ago. Right in there, very strong circulation. And in this most recent frame here, much more of a damaging wind threat than anything else. But we'll continue to watch that very closely. Well, we have incredible new video we want to show you of the uncensored moments immediately after a first responder arrived on the scene of a destroyed home in Greensboro, Alabama earlier today.
Oh, my. Oh, that's a huge tornado. Yeah, 100. It's, am I on? Yep. It's moving just to our south, yep. Oh my God. Dude, that's huge. That's it. Massive. That's huge.
There's a car here.
Yep. Hot wire. Thank you. Hello! Hey! Watch out for the debris. Oh, nails.
Don't move. It's okay. I'll find your shit. No, it's not. Yeah, save this for now. Yes, ma'am. It's okay. I was right on Johnson Road when I started seeing her just running through the field.
Yeah, they're good.
All right, some awful scenes there from the central part of Alabama. And again, the threat is not over. We've got additional tornado warnings to tell you about right now. A couple of those in central parts of Tennessee. Both of these have new warnings on them. So let's take a look at the latest warning on this one that is near Bethesda right now. That's Marshall and Rutherford and Williamson counties under warning. Radar indicated tornado warning. And so, you know, there is some evidence of rotation here. It's certainly very broad. It's basically in that area. It's not what I would call a really profound area of rotation, but certainly a tornado possible, and that coming towards Bear Wallow and into Beasley and into Eagleville as well. Also an ongoing tornado warning east of Nashville coming up along Interstate 40. That is Smith, Trousdale, and Wilson counties. We'll talk much more about this coming up.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of what has been a terrible day across the South. We're getting some live images now from Centerville, Alabama. Just one more example of the destructive nature of these storms. The cleanup crews are here. Look at this. You've got two different high energy vehicles here trying to hold up this power line, and trees leaning against the roads. If you can't clear out the roadways, the first responders can't come in. And there's always, the people milling about and trying to, suss out what is safe, what is possible. Can people get through this area? Do people need help behind these power poles and these trees that have come down? Such a scary situation here across this area, and you can see they're trying to get this back up right now and out of the way so that other vehicles can then come through. It takes two of these machines in order to just prop up this light pole and the power lines attached to it. Trees just mangled around this. It shows you the power of the storms that people in Alabama were contending with today. So many tornado reports across the state, many of which have already been confirmed as tornadoes, whether that's by the Doppler radar system at the time or by people on the ground seeing them happen. Carl, this is a destructive day and a destructive night. It's that much harder now that night has fallen.
Yeah, worst fears have been realized, and, you know, we've still got warnings ongoing. And, of course, tornadoes at night are far deadlier, so we're very concerned about these warnings. And we want to show you some of the latest warnings that are coming out now. We've got several to tell you about in central parts of Tennessee, and let's zoom on in and get a look at what's going on with these. So the latest warning here, the very latest warning, is this one that is just east of the one near Bethesda. So that's Rutherford County under warning, and that is going until 9:15. That is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. Now, here we're seeing a little more of a sharpening up of this area of circulation. So it's that sort of brighter color right there, and then the darker color right in there, that is where we are seeing a rotation in the storm, and that can often be the precursor to a tornado developing, a developing tornado. And so there you see the storm making its way towards Concord, about 8:54 or so, and then getting into Overall, 9:01, Barfield, 9:03, and then Murfreesboro at about 9:07. So heads up, possible tornado coming your way. I'm going to circle this area one more time here. And let's get a look and see if there's any evidence of debris at this time. I'm not seeing anything that is really co-located with that, so we'll continue to keep our eyes on that. But a pretty robust circulation. This one has sort of waxed and waned, got a little bit weaker for a time, and now appears to be stronger once again. So heads up there in Murfreesboro. You've got a possible tornado coming your way. Then to the east of Nashville, this is Smith and Trousdale and Wilson counties under warning until 9:15. Here, too, we're seeing, oh, and look at that, a brand new scan, and still seeing some rotation showing up right about in there. And so that is coming right across Route 70 right now and moving towards Route 25 as well. Tracking that forward, that's going to be moving into Rock City more immediately, and then into Monoville at 8:57, defeated at 9:01, and Cartwright at 9:07. So possible tornado coming your way in those areas. Then we'll jump down into the north side of the Atlanta metro. Severe thunderstorm warning right now for Cherokee and Forsyth and Fulton counties until 10:15. Looking at a damaging wind potential, and so looking at the leading edge of that strong thunderstorm as that moves just a little perhaps north of east, coming into Ducktown, moving into Milton, and into Cumming as well with some very strong winds. We have also seen quite a bit of rain here, and a flash flood warning now for Cherokee, Bartow, and Pickens counties, and just a lot of wet weather extending across North Georgia as well as back and into central parts of Alabama. And we want to go out to Paul now. Paul Goodlow is in Birmingham, Alabama. And, you know, Paul, looking at the model data, looking at the trends, we're seeing some drier air starting to come in aloft. We may get some additional activity tonight in Birmingham, but it doesn't look like it's going to be anywhere near as robust as what happened earlier today.
Which is such good news, Carl. Also, take a look at this, Carl. You can look up, and every now and then we can kind of see the moon. So that's how much clearing we're getting here. We're still seeing some rain, but there it is. You see the moon just to the right of the Vulcan statue there at Vulcan State, Vulcan Park and Museum there. A little bit of the sun. That's some great news. We're not quite done. That cold front is still pushing through northeastern Mississippi. Like Tupelo is through the front right now, but we're not quite through it yet. It's going to come through northwest Alabama and then here through central Alabama. And again, a great view we've had here at Vulcan Park and Museum. Kudos to the staff for letting us kind of park out here. But great view looking north to downtown Birmingham. So we possibly had a tornado form almost in front of our eyes earlier this afternoon as it came on through. There was no warning on this until the actual tornado was actually forming. So sometimes we're concerned about severe thunderstorm warnings can quickly produce tornadoes, but sometimes they're produced without any severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning ahead of time. So there's very little lead time from time to time. Look at some of the damage around the Birmingham metro area from earlier today, and unfortunately these storms have been deadly. At least 5 people in this state alone have lost their lives today because of storms. And of course, as the sun comes up tomorrow, we'll have the latest survey crews from the National Weather Service out letting us know how strong these were. But definitely this one is something we'll remember for a long time, but it's not over yet. Continuing coverage of severe weather continues all night here on the Weather Channel.
Across the South today, we saw several tornadoes across the state of Alabama. This one of them that you're looking at here from earlier today. Look at that wedge tornado off in the distance. Scary, scary sights when these are approaching your towns, and unfortunately that was the case for so many of you today. It's been a dangerous day, a deadly tornado outbreak across the South today. Want to show you some of the aftermath, what has occurred already, and look at these homes just obliterated by these strong storms. Now, the National Weather Service survey teams will be out here to give final numbers on this, but some of the early indications here, when you're seeing entire second floors removed and well-built structures with external walls leaning over, that's right there at that EF2 to EF3 range, and there might be some signs of borderline EF4 as well. The bottom line here is extremely strong. Dangerous tornadoes came across central Alabama earlier today, and unfortunately, after seeing scenes like this, we know that the threat is not done. Where in the nighttime hours, it's that much more difficult to get your warnings. There's no visual confirmation. You have to rely on the warnings. So let's go through those warnings now. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott, joined by meteorologist Carl Parker tonight. He's in the lab for us tonight. And Carl, there are several storms that have been producing at least some spin. We've seen tornado warnings issued further north now, Kentucky and Tennessee.
Yeah, there's still a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere, and so where these storms can punch up and get into that stronger wind aloft, we start to see rotation developing. That's precisely what we've been watching over the last hour or so here. So Rutherford County now under warning for a possible tornado. This is radar indicated, that going until 9:15. There you see the new area of the warning right there. And, you know, mostly what we're looking at here is a damaging wind threat. The leading edge of that damaging wind is right in there. Seeing a little bit of evidence of rotation right in here. Perhaps that's where it's been a little stronger. You go back a couple of scans and you can see that it was a lot more well-formed near Eagleville. It's not quite as pronounced right now, but let's just go ahead and track that out just to be safe, and that will make its way towards Kittrell at about 9:12 or so. But more broadly, there is a damaging wind threat, and that is near Murfreesboro right now, and that's going to be coming right across Interstate 24, moving into Browns Mill and moving into Menkenville as well as that storm moves to the east about 45, 50 miles per hour. Then another tornado warning, Smith and Trousdale counties, and this is going until 9:15. Here, too, not quite as much evidence of rotation as we saw before. There is some there, but it's not nearly as well formed as it once was. Nonetheless, just to be safe, that's coming up towards Cordell Hull Dam, and then towards Defeated, and eventually towards Gladys as well, as that rapidly now moves to the northeast. Down into the Atlanta metro area, ongoing severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee, Forsyth, and Fulton counties, and that is going until 10:15. Then to the west, we've got a warning here for Blount and Etowah and St. Clair counties in northeast Alabama, and a new warning downstream, and that in effect for DeKalb and Marshall counties, and that is going until 9:30. And I think there's going to be, in addition to a damaging wind threat here, concern about large hail. And indeed, yeah, $half size hail is the worry with this storm. And, you know, that's not surprising. You can see the cores showing up right there and right there. Those very high reflectivities indicating that there is, in fact, hail coming out of those storms. And so that'll be moving right up through the 59 corridor, coming into Flanders, into Geraldine, and into Fife as well. And all of those areas, damaging wind potential and also a very large hail with these storms. So looking at the watches right now, there's a tornado watch for central parts of Alabama that is going until 1 o'clock in the morning Central Time. Then also a tornado watch in the Atlanta metro and through much of North Georgia going until 2 a.m. Eastern Time. And then also now a tornado watch into Tennessee and into Kentucky. And it looks like we got a reissue on one of these tornado warnings. And there it is right there. Tornado warning for Jackson and Macon and Smith counties. And so this is the storm that we were looking at just moments ago. Again, that's that area that we were watching near Carthage. That's where you've got some rotation showing up, and that's coming towards Defeated, towards Gladys, towards Cub Creek, and eventually towards Gainsborough as well. So, Mark, ongoing threat. Actually, we're going to go out to Paul right now. Ongoing threat for severe weather. Now, things are looking better in central parts of Alabama near Birmingham. Paul, looks like we are nearing the end of this. Our Paul Goodloe been reporting live in Birmingham for us. But, wow, it was a really, really tough day today. Mark, let's get over to you.
Yeah, and Carl, we continue to follow what's been happening with the aftermath across Alabama. Our own storm tracker, Charles Peak, has been providing views all day long, saw several active tornadoes, and now is upon some of the aftermath. I want to bring Charles in now on the phone. Charles, set the scene for us. What are we looking at? These crews are trying to clear up something, but what are we looking at?
Mark, believe it or not, there's a house behind all this they're trying to clean out, and a woman is stuck in the house. Trapped is the word that they've used, but it's not a situation where the house has fallen on her. It's just a situation that they need to be able to get her out of here for safety reasons, and they literally are having to. They've been working on it for over an hour to try to clear this path where they can just get first responders back to the woman.
Wow, I mean, so like urgent, but maybe not emergent, right? I mean, she's stuck, but maybe not needing medical care. Is that what you're understanding?
She may need some medical care, but it's not an urgent situation in that case. And so they're working here. One of the really neat things here, Mark, that as I was talking, you'll see a police officer out here, a City of Centerville police officer is out there with a chainsaw helping cut. Another guy that's cutting is out there. Most of these are volunteers in the community that have just come out here to help in this situation. And as tragic as these storms are, it's really encouraging to see the communities pull together when they have these situations.
And that appears to be a light pole there. Are there power lines attached to this? Did they have to wait for the power companies to officially say everything was off? How long, have they been trying to get towards this house?
Yeah, this has been several hours. The power company's already been out. These are off, and literally they had to get bolt cutters out here and try to cut back some of those lines that are here. They were trying to bring down the power pole, but believe it or not, it's even with these backhoe and bobcats, they couldn't get it down. So now they're working around it.
And then it's hard to see. It's nighttime. You might have a little bit of a better perspective than me, but that looks like a massive tree behind that power pole that now they're and that street light that they're trying to push the other way. How much more cutting is left to go before they can access this house?
It's hard to see because this big tree is in front. I don't know what's behind it. I can off to the left. I'm sure we can't see it on camera, but I can see numerous trees that are snapped and broken. So it's very possible there's a lot more trees that are between here and where the house is. But again, because of the debris, I can't even tell you how far back the house is set off the road here.
Unbelievable. Roughly how many people are out trying to get to this house?
There's 2 different bobcats with people, and it looks like about 6 people with chainsaws. Again, the police officer, I've been talking to him, and he just finally went over there and grabbed the chainsaw and started working here, and they're just doing a great job. So far, from what I've talked to the officials here, they do have some injuries, but at this point in time, even though there's been some things reported, there's no fatalities that the officials know of around here.
And so when you came upon this scene, is this the worst of it? Is every driveway and every home covered in trees right now, or is it just this one small area? What's it like near you?
This whole road out by the airport is this way, and then further to the west from here, there's another highway that's completely blocked. And my son actually happens to live here close and is a teacher and coach in the high school for this town, and he's trying to get up here to help some of his students that have had their homes destroyed tonight, and he's stuck on the other highway because the trees are blocking it. So it's widespread through this area.
Tough day for sure. That's Charles Peak live for us tonight, and Charles, we'll check back in with you in a bit, but I want to get back to the lab now where storm specialist Carl Parker is watching some new warnings coming in, including north of Montgomery in Alabama.
Yeah, Mark, very scary looking storm right now between Birmingham and Montgomery. Let's zoom on in and get a look at what's going on with this. And this is now warning in effect for Chilton and Coosa counties in Alabama. Observed tornado here, and this is going until 10 p.m. So let's show you the velocity data. And right in there, that is what we call a tornado vortex signature. That tight little area where you see that little couplet there, that area of red and green, is most likely a tornado. And again, there was an observed tornado just moments ago. So that tight little area is what we're watching right there. And also, let's show you that there has been some debris showing up on the radar. And sure enough, look at that. That is a debris signature. So that is an ongoing tornado right now there in parts of Chilton and Coosa County. So I'm going to track this out. I'm going to go back to the velocity data, and we'll see where this thing is headed. You need to take cover immediately in these areas north of Route 22. This is now moving to the northeast, going to be coming into Dollar about 9:13, Lyle at 9:19, New Union Baptist Church 9:21, and Coosa County High School at 9:26. I'm going to back out just a little bit so we can get a better sense of what's going on here. Then again, you can see that tight little circulation there that is well west of Rockford right now, and tracking that to the northeast. And this is moving really rapidly too. The storms all day today have been moving at a very fast clip. They've actually got the motion at 70. Wow, 70 miles per hour to the northeast. So I'm going to go ahead and reconfigure this. We've got a little tracker here that's based on speed, and I'm going to change that to reflect that updated speed. That has actually gotten stronger. Look at that in this latest scan. That has actually gotten a good bit stronger there. So we are talking about a very dangerous, this is likely to be an extremely dangerous tornado, folks. And that is going to be coming towards Dollar at about 9:21 in Cruzville at 9:26. If you're in any of these areas, you've got to get to your safe place right now. This thing is flying. It is moving at 70 miles per hour to the northeast and is likely turning into a large wedge tornado. And of course, these storms can be very, very dangerous at night. It's not like you're going to get eyes on it, most likely with it being night. And of course, in the southeast, you've got a lot of tree cover to begin with. So a lowest, most interior room in your house, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. If you can get underground, that's optimal. Otherwise, the first floor is the next best thing. And if you've got a helmet, that is also very, very useful. You can take that helmet to your safe area. But this is likely a large tornado, a very dangerous situation. I'm going to zoom down once again, and we'll get a better look at what's going on right now. When you see a circulation like that in velocity, where you see that sort of bright red color and that bright blue color, that is absolutely a tornado. Let's go back and see if we can see evidence of debris, and we certainly do, just a little farther east right there. So what that is the radar that is showing us that there is some debris being lofted into the air. So the radar can tell the difference between objects that are more regularly shaped, like raindrops and hail, which is the red, and objects that are more irregularly shaped, and that could be branches, it could be, large parts of trees, it can be structural. It looks like it's in a pretty rural area right now, so I'm guessing that it's mostly tree debris right now, but that is absolutely a debris signature, and that is north of Route 22. So, again, it looks to be in a more rural area right now. We got a new scan. There again is our circulation now just north of Route 22 and coming towards Rockford very rapidly, 70 miles per hour. I'm going to go ahead and just move that a little farther south, and I'm going to move this out of the way as well so you can continue to watch that. So that coming towards Lyle at 9:16. That appears to be the town that is nearest this tornado, and again moving very, very quickly. Rockford 9:22, Cruzville 9:27, and Hatchet at 9:30. This is an exceptionally dangerous storm, and again, there was an observed tornado with the storm. I'm going to check the latest on that. Radar confirmed is the way they're characterizing it right now. So it was observed at one point. Whether it is now, we don't know. But there is absolutely a very strong signature there. So please, if you're in any of these areas, Lyle, Rockford, Cruzville, Hatchet, anywhere along 231 there, the intersection of routes 231 and 22. Again, lowest, most interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as you can possibly get between you and the outside. And also, you want a room that's got a small amount of wall space, like a bathroom. That's optimal because they're more likely to survive if you've got any kind of a collapse that occurs. Okay, brand new scan here. This thing is only getting stronger. Folks, this is only getting stronger right now and getting closer to Lyle as we speak. I'm going to try to position this one more time, and that is going to be coming into Lyle now. It looks like about 9:16. Let me move this just a little farther west to get right on it to try to give you the best time. About 9:16, somewhere in that vicinity, is when we're going to see it. 9:16, 9:17. So it's now 13 after. We've got 4 minutes, basically, before this comes into Lyle. So please, folks in Lyle, right now is the time to take cover. This is as serious as everything that we have seen today. This is a very strong signature. This is most likely a large wedge tornado. It's night, of course, and it's moving really rapidly, moving forward at 70 miles per hour. This is not going to give you time to peek outside and try to figure out if it's coming your way. It's going to be on you like that. And again, coming into Lyle in just a matter of a few minutes here, and then Rockford beyond that at 9:22. Very large, dangerous tornado showing up on the radars here, on the radar. And then also we are seeing a debris signature with this tornado as well. We'll have much more on this dangerous situation and what has been a terrible day in Alabama and the Southeast in just a few minutes.
At Domino's, we're more than just classic hand-tossed pizza for $7.99. We're hearty handmade pan crust, tasty gluten-free crust, foldable Brooklyn-style crust, and crunchy thin crust, too. Carry out 3-topping pizzas on any of Domino's 5 crust for $7.99 each.
It was just living in the moment of disbelief.
We really were caught off guard.
We couldn't leave. We were stuck there.
There was going to be nothing we could do except try to make it through safely.
That is the most scared that I have felt in my life.
Oh my God! It's surreal. Holy!
Welcome back to our coverage of what has been an awful day in Alabama. There you see a very well-constructed home has fallen almost completely on itself. That could be in the range of EF3 to EF4 damage there. You can see an entire story has essentially been removed. You also get a sense that, really no place in that home was safe except for the basement. Let's hope that nobody was in there. We've not gotten any reports about that. Nearest us there, you see that home has had its roof removed. So you're talking about, EF2 to possibly EF3 damage there. Really significant tornadoes. And, then you notice where there are homes that don't have, a scratch on them, just seconds away from where these homes have been totally destroyed here. So, it's just an awful situation, and that is one of the worst things about tornadoes is the sort of indiscriminate nature of the damage, and our hearts going out to the people of central Alabama. And we're not out of the woods yet. We are now looking at an ongoing tornado warning. This is between Birmingham and Montgomery. So this is now just east of 65. Moments ago, we were looking at an exceptionally strong circulation. We're seeing a little bit of a downtrend right now. So that is Coosa County under warning. Tornado was observed here, and that is coming towards Rockford and Route 231. Rockford home to about 800 people. So we're still seeing a very strong rotation right in there. Again, it's not quite as profoundly strong as it was moments ago, but it's still very strong. Make no mistake about that. That could easily still be a tornado. And so that is coming towards Coosa County High School, coming towards Rockford as well, 926, Cruzville at 931. Kellyton at 936. So if you're in any of those areas, please get to your safe place right now. Lowest, most interior room. If you have a basement, that is optimal. But the first floor is certainly much, much better than the second floor. And put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you've got a helmet to take to your safe place, that's a great thing. This thing is really moving. It's now moving along at 70 miles per hour. And so that is not going to give you very much time to react at all. And so please get to your safe place right now. I'm going to check the debris real quick. Not seeing any evidence of debris right now. Let's hope that that is a positive trend, because we definitely did right in there. We absolutely saw debris signature. That is where the radar is detecting irregular shapes like branches and that type of thing. Now, I also want to show you what's going on up into Kentucky right now. We've got a brand new warning in Kentucky, and that is now near Millerstown. So that is Grayson and Hardin and LaRue counties under warning until 10:45. Let's take a look at the velocity data. Looks like we might need to turn on a radar here. So I'm just going to go back to the regular data here. And as we take a look at where that is, tracking that forward, let me get rid of those circles for you. This is going to be coming up across Route 65, Interstate 65. So moving into Lakin right now, and then Flint Hill, and then Sonora, and then Hodgenville as well, and then eventually towards the LaRue County EMS. So a possible tornado along with this storm. But farther south, down into Alabama, this is the storm that had an observed tornado. We saw debris showing up on the radar, and we also have been looking at velocity signature that has just really been profound. And it's still there. It's absolutely still there. It's not quite as strong as it was, but it is still there. And so looking at where that's going to be headed here in the next few minutes, that'll be coming into Rockford in very short order. Again, moving at 70 miles per hour, moving towards the Adams School at 926, Cruzville at 931, and then Kellyton at 937. Again, right now we're not seeing debris showing up on the radar. That does not mean that we do not have a tornado. It just means that we're not able to see that right at this time. I'll go back to that one more time. And yeah, we're still not seeing any debris, but still a strong signature there. And this thing was exceptionally strong just moments ago. So please take this seriously. Brand new scan. You see how quickly this thing is moving. Now just closing in on that area near Rockford. And again, it's not as tight. It's not quite as well formed. But absolutely, we're looking at a potential tornado coming right across Route 231 and maybe eventually towards Kellyton as well. So that'll be moving towards the Sears Chapel Methodist Church, towards Cruzville, and towards Keno at about 9:35 or so. Also want to show you a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me back out a little bit because I think we passed over one. No, that's the one we were looking at right there. Okay, sorry. So we're looking at a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is in effect in DeKalb County, and looking at a hail and wind threat moving into Fort Payne and right up and along that 59 corridor as well. So, you know, looking at the instability right now, you can see where we've got the fuel for thunderstorms. And so some of this activity is running away from the instability. You can see there's a sort of a narrow window where you can get severe storms there with that little tongue of instability. But as the storms get away from that, they're going to weaken pretty quickly. But there is still quite a bit of instability in south central Alabama, and it's going to be growing in central parts of Georgia. So those are going to be areas to really watch.
At Domino's, we're more than just pizza for $5.99. We're $5.99.
Bringing you some new scenes from Centerville, Alabama right now. Just into us here at the Weather Channel. Look at the forest, or what was the forest here. Tree after tree snapped about halfway up, one of the calling cards of an extreme wind event, often tornadic activity. And then you get into people's homes and you start seeing things just demolished. Just heartbreaking scenes from central Alabama today. Look at that, right? The trees leaning over onto buildings, just tree after tree after tree. What I'm looking for here are any trees that are lying in different directions. And right here, it seems like all the branches are in one direction. So that was either a very large circulation, and we were only seeing one side of it, or it could have been inflow or outflow air, so straight line winds, as opposed to the tornadic winds, where you would see trees, lying kind of cross each other because of that spiral. I don't see that here, but that does not mean that this wasn't a tornado. That's why the National Weather Service survey teams will be out in force tomorrow going through these tracks and determining where it was a tornado, where it was straight line winds. But here's the thing. Do you care? Do you care if it's straight line winds or a tornadic wind that knocks a tree down onto your home or rolls your mobile home or puts you and your family and your stuff and your livelihood in jeopardy? No. And that's why we're here for you. We are breaking down where the worst of the storms are. Whether they're tornadic winds or straight line winds, we are here for you through the night to try to make sure that you know what is still coming your way, because unfortunately this dangerous, deadly, destructive day is not done yet, even though the sun has set, which makes it that much more dangerous. Higher, fatality rate, higher deadly storm rate when these storms happen at night. And it's already been a terrible day. In Alabama, 5 people were killed in today's tornado-warned storms. One woman died in Mississippi last night when a tree fell on her mobile home after heavy rainfall. Just south of Birmingham, the Pelham Police Department says that somewhere between 30 and 50 homes and structures were damaged. There's an overnight curfew in place. They do not want people going through those damaged neighborhoods to get a look. And a police officer was struck by lightning today in northern Alabama while doing his job, putting out barricades to try to keep everybody else safe. He's said to be conscious and responsive at a local hospital, so that is some good news. But just one more example of how dangerous these storms can be. Carl, there is still a dangerous storm ongoing in Alabama. Radar indicated tornado still moving through central Alabama right now.
Yeah, that's right. We are seeing encouraging trends on the radar, so maybe some better news here before too long. But there is an ongoing tornado warning, and we've been watching a very dangerous storm north of Montgomery. And so that is Coosa County that continues to be under tornado warning right now, and that is in the Rockford area along Route 231 as well. As we look at the velocity data, we're seeing sort of an elongated area of rotation. It's not nearly as well defined as it once was, and so there's certainly some threat here for a tornado ongoing, but I don't think it's as great as it was. That coming towards Kano as well as towards Kellyton at about 9:40 or so. But I'm going to go back and just show you how this thing has evolved. Go back several frames here and watch the center there, and look at that right in there. That was around the top of the hour. Those bright areas of orange and yellow as well as green. That was absolutely a tornado right there. And as a matter of fact, we saw damage showing up. We actually saw some, well, not damage, but debris, I should say, showing up. And damage to trees, certainly there was at least tree debris showing up, and radar can pick up when you've got sort of irregular shapes that are being lofted into the air by a tornado. So we know for sure, based on the radar presentation and also observations, that there was a tornado here. But again, when you look at the most recent scans, it's not nearly as well formed as it once was. So I do think that this storm is on the wane, at least for now. Let's hope that that holds. Sometimes these storms can cycle. They can go through periods where they're stronger and they tighten up, and then they begin to loosen up and broaden out a little bit, and then they go back to being tighter once again. And one thing that we do have plenty of is instability and wind shear in this part of Alabama. There's no shortage of that. Now I want to go way up into Kentucky and show you an ongoing tornado warning here. This is Hardin and LaRue counties. We're seeing a little bit more in the way of some wind right there, so you can infer some rotation there. For the most part, this is a damaging wind threat, with I think some chance for a tornado. So let's just track out the leading edge of all of that, and that's going to be coming towards Upton and Mathers Mill as well as into Hodgenville at about 10:45 or so. So expanding the picture out, you notice there's this very narrow tongue of instability. That yellow coloring right there is where you've got enough fuel for thunderstorms to fire up. And you can see it's a really narrow tongue that's going to be sliding eastward in Kentucky and Tennessee tonight. But there's a lot more in central parts of Alabama. So this is an area I'd be very concerned about over the next couple of hours.
Cell phone repair.
Welcome back, everyone, as we continue to follow some of the aftermath from earlier today. Heart-wrenching scenes from central Alabama, just outside of the Birmingham region, where huge, well-built structures were just torn to shreds here with these storms coming through. A lot of it damage on second floors. If you went in the first floor of that home, you were okay. But then look at this. This is a well-built structure. You can see the concrete foundation behind that roof. That roof and second floor have been thrown towards the camera's vantage point here, completely ripped off a concrete foundation. There's a brick facade there on the other side of the home. So there, even the first floor wasn't safe enough. If you were inside this home as the storm came through, you were then in the storm as everything crumbled around you. Really scary stuff. And yet you look through this neighborhood and you've got a couple of homes that are demolished right next to homes that are completely untouched, or at least relatively. It looks like there might be some siding issues or a window or two. But in comparison, my goodness, it is night and day. These storms have this random nature to them, and scientifically we know that there are these small suction vortices, smaller areas of rotation rotating around most large tornadoes, and those are the pieces that do the most damage. It's why one home can be hit, one can be missed, and then you're left wondering why. Why was this home hit and this home not? And hopefully everyone is coming together in these towns to help pick up the pieces over the next couple of days. Looking in on this, the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, tweeted about today's deadly tornado outbreak across the Southeast, writing, "Thinking of everyone in Alabama and all of those impacted by the severe weather across the South tonight. My prayers are with the grieving families. Please stay safe." Our prayers are with everyone as well, of course, and we want to kind of show you what was going on just behind these storms. Incredible video that we want to show you of uncensored moments immediately after a first responder arrived on the scene of a destroyed home where, parents and kids were inside in Greensboro, Alabama earlier today. Check this out.
Oh, my. Oh, that's a huge tornado. Yeah, 100.
Am I on? Yep.
It's moving
Very
just to our
large.
south, yep.
Oh my God. Dude, that's huge. Yeah, that's
it.
massive.
That's huge.
There's a car here.
Yep.
Hot wire.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello! Hey!
Watch out for the debris. Oh, nails.
Don't move. It's okay. I understand. No, it's not. I don't even know who. Yeah, say this one. Yes, ma'am. It's okay. I was right on Johnson Road when I spoke to you. I was running through the field.
Yeah, they're good.
All right, just a terrible, scary day today, and it is not over yet. We are still looking at tornado warnings, the most recent of them now south of Louisville. This is Hardin and LaRue counties under warning until 10:45, and looking at a couple of areas where there's a little bit more evidence of spin. There's one right in there, and then there's one right in there. So a couple of tiny little spins along the leading edge of this area of strong wind here. So let's just track both of those forward. One of those coming up towards Locust Grove Church, and then the one to the south of that, that's getting ready to cross 61. That'll be moving towards Tonyville and Wilkins School. But, you know, more broadly, you've got a damaging wind threat. And in fact, you know, a very large severe thunderstorm warning in effect here. There you see the larger severe warning, you know, big area of strong wind. And that's going to be moving into Magnolia, coming into Hodgenville right now. Then, well, to the south, got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in central parts of Tennessee, one just south of Cookeville, and then another severe warning in effect in northwest Georgia, Catoosa, Walker, and Whitfield counties. That cell coming towards Dalton.
Who is USAA made?
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of just a terrible day across the South. Views of the tornado damage from Lake Purdy. This is near Birmingham from earlier today. Home after home just left in splinters here. Lots of second floor damage, roofs totally ripped off. But a couple of homes where the entire structure was compromised all the way down to the, the concrete foundation or the brick facade there on the front steps. And lots of tree damage snapped halfway up. All indications of very strong tornadic winds coming through this area. And yet, you look around this neighborhood and some homes look relatively untouched. It is amazing to see what these storms can do, hitting one house, leaving another. There's a randomness to it, but gosh, it is so heart-wrenching to see. Look at that roof completely blown apart, but if you were in the first floor, you did okay. And then there's this home where the first floor front of the home looks like there was some damage, possibly from the roof itself falling onto and into that structure. And yet just across the tree line, nothing. There's going to be a lot of ability to kind of dissect what happened. The National Weather Service survey teams will be out in force behind these storms, dissecting the damage pattern, letting everyone know officially how strong the winds were and how long they were on the ground, all that stat that comes from the National Weather Service. We also have some new video to show you tonight. It just into us here at the Weather Channel, taken by some men that were caught in the middle of a tornado. One thing I want you to look for as this came through the Birmingham area, watch at one point when it looks like insulation from a home behind them goes flying past their car. Check this out.
Oh, grabé todo. Oh my God. What the Oh, hell no.
Dios es grande con nosotros.
Oh
Mira
my
nomás.
God, I was so
Mira nomás.
scared.
Mira cómo quedaron estas cosas.
Oh my. Oh, hell no. What the hell?
It's just incredible, right? To be at the wrong place at the wrong time like that. And it's why knowing the forecast is so important. You do not want to be caught on a road and have something like this run right into you. Carl, right here, look at all this. That's all insulation. That is probably one of those homes where the whole second floor, or at least the roofing, opened up in order to have insulation like that go flying down the road past this car.
Yeah, and you know, of course, it's not the wind that it can harm you. It's all the stuff that's in the wind that can harm you. And so, you know, just a very precarious position to be that close to something occurring like that. Any chaser, any seasoned chaser will tell you that they, want to see a tornado, but they don't want to be, seen by the tornado. They don't want to be caught in it. And, that's just a really, way too close for comfort right there. Yeah,
a car is not as much protection as you want it to be. You just don't want to be caught there. That's not a spot to try to ride out a storm, especially, when it seems to come up from behind this vehicle that they knew there was bad weather nearby. But gosh, everything went downhill in a big way. Carl, there is a new tornado warning that I want to get to with you in eastern Alabama. This one ramping up in a big way. I think this one's one that we got to tell everyone about.
Yeah, this was the same cell that we were watching just a little while ago in Chilton and Coosa counties. It did produce a tornado within the last hour already. We saw debris on the radar, and now this thing is wrapping up again. So that is Chambers and Randolph and Tallapoosa counties under warning. It is radar indicated right now coming towards Roanoke and Route 431, now moving east at 60 miles per hour. And so the velocity data is a little bit tougher to decipher there, but we can definitely see that there is a little notch. You can see that notch there just north of New Site, and so that would be where the tornado would be developing, coming across 49 right now and moving east at 60 miles per hour. So that coming towards, that's right over Goldville right now. So hopefully you can get into your safe place immediately there, anywhere near Goldville. Motley at 10 p.m., then moving into Wadley at 10:06, Clackville at 10:12, and then Roanoke by 10:17. So again, this is the area that we are watching for a possible tornado. Let's see if there's any evidence of debris at this time. Not seeing any debris right now. But this very well could be a tornado developing right in front of us. There you see that is where the circulation is. And when we look at the larger environment here, there is still a lot of instability where this tornado warning is getting going. So, I'd be very concerned about this area in general and these storms that are coming up across this region. Eventually, that cell is going to make its way towards the 85 corridor south of Atlanta. And there is still a lot of wind shear, winds coming out of different directions in the lowest 5,000 feet of the atmosphere, and so we may see these warnings for quite some time yet.
You're right. That's a fifth floor problem.
Tornado on the ground right in front of me, going up this mountain. There's debris. Listen to that roar. This is a violent tornado. Debris falling.
If nothing else, it shows you that tornadoes are not stopped by mountains. That thing crawled right up the hills and off to the other side, sending debris all along the path. One of many tornadoes reported in Alabama today. I want to show you some of the damage left behind as well. This is one of the neighborhoods outside Birmingham. Oh my goodness, right? When you see scenes like this, you know a destructive tornado came through. Roofs completely peeled off like the top of a can. Second floors that were just obliterated. First floors largely did okay, but there even were a couple of exceptions to that where we saw entire homes kind of shifted off foundations, or all that was left was a foundation wall, and even interior first floor walls were leaning. Really scary scenes when something like that can occur. These are very strong storms that we've seen already today. Now, we're still monitoring some very strong storms, maybe exiting the Birmingham area, but right up against the Alabama-Georgia border for a very strong storm that's trying to get organized right now. So let's go back into the lab. Storm specialist Carl Parker is watching that. And Carl, there are some signs that this is starting to get even more organized right now.
Yeah, that's right. This is the same cell that produced a tornado in Chilton and Coosa counties in Alabama, and now once again may be dropping a tornado. So warning right now in effect for Chambers and Randolph and Tallapoosa counties. Observed tornado here, and this is now coming towards Route 431. So you see a strong rotation showing up in the radar picture. That's a fairly good distance away, but a pretty good strong rotation there. And let's also take a look at the regular, what we call reflectivity, and you notice that little ball there. That is where that possible tornado is coming across Route 49 right now. So we'll take that forward, and that's going to be moving into Motley. And just the next few minutes here, just a couple of minutes coming into Motley, then moving into Wadley at 10:08, into Dickert at 10:13, and Roanoke at 10:19. So in all those areas, please get to your safe place right now. Possible tornado coming, and this storm has had a history of producing what appeared to be a strong tornado. We saw a really robust debris signature with this storm in Chilton and Coosa counties, and once again now it is wrapping up and most likely producing a tornado. So please, in any of those areas, get to your safe place right now. This is moving rapidly to the east at about 60 miles per hour. Now, I want to show you the instability that's in place here, where that's developing. So, you know, you've got this group of storms that is making its way through eastern Alabama. It's going to be coming up into areas on the south side of the Atlanta metro where there's not as much instability now, but it is going to be increasing. And so there certainly will be enough to fuel some additional storms across the south side of the Atlanta metro. That's why there is a tornado watch in effect until 2 a.m. local time. There's been a lot of rain across North Georgia, and that is helping out a little bit with the instability, but we need to keep a close eye on these storms as well. All the way around, might be more active tonight in the Atlanta metro than it was with that last event. Now, here you see up into southern parts of Kentucky, Clinton County under warning right now for a possible tornado. So we're looking at that area right there. That is the circulation, and that is now just south of Albany and coming towards Powersburg. So that'll be moving near Cannons Mill, as well as Bug and Roland and Powersburg by about 11:09 or so. Again, a possible tornado coming your way there. Then as we go up into LaRue and Nelson counties, we've been looking at some little circulations showing up on the leading edge of this area. I'm not seeing anything that really stands out right now. I just don't think there's anything really profound in this area, but certainly there is a damaging wind threat right in there, and that's why there's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning in effect here, and so that affecting quite a few areas, eventually into Springfield and Lebanon as well, is that also rapidly now moves to the east. A different story when it comes to the instability here. You've got a very narrow tongue of instability that is going to be migrating a little farther east through the next couple of hours, but some of these storms just completely outrunning that instability, and when that happens, you notice that they really become a lot more settled. It's not a storm, thunderstorm as much as you've got just a heavier rain coming down in these areas because they've essentially run out of gas. So when we look at the watches here, you've got, again, a narrow tornado watch, which reflects what's going on with that tongue of instability. That going until 2 a.m. and extending over into the 75 corridor, London and Knoxville included in that, but on the far eastern edge of that. Then in the Atlanta metro and through a lot of North Georgia, tornado watch going until 2 o'clock in the morning, and then farther west, got an ongoing tornado watch until 1 o'clock in the morning. You'll notice that some of these areas have been shaved off from that warning because we're no longer looking at a threat here. The front is coming in, drier air is coming in aloft, and so it's really going to be from this area and forward that we need to pay attention to. And again, that could very much involve the south side of the Atlanta metro, particularly as you get down to between Columbus and Atlanta along the 85 corridor, and then south along 75 as well. Mark, those are areas that we're really going to have to pay attention to over the next few hours here.
And Carl, I want you to kind of reset back to that Alabama-Georgia border storm. New scans coming in look even worse than they did even a couple minutes ago. Considerable threat. I think this is a tornado that is working its way towards that Georgia border. A debris signature on radar now that goes way up into the atmosphere. So this is lofting debris pretty high up at this point.
Yeah, this is absolutely getting stronger, Mark. You know, unfortunately, it's a long way from the radar, so we're shooting very high, no matter which radar we use, but that is definitely a very strong signature. And so, you know, you need to take cover immediately in these areas. So Wadley, and we mentioned that before, and Dickert and Roanoke, in those areas, please get to your safe place right now. Let me circle this, and let's look and see what's going on with the debris. Wow, that is a really profound debris signature. You can see what that is completely co-located with that area of strongest rotation. And so that is an ongoing tornado right now. And that is now coming, looks like just northwest of Milltown. I'm going to zoom down and get a little bit closer. And again, you know, we're not in an optimal position radar-wise, unfortunately, but I can get a little bit closer. And so we can at least try to get a better sense of where this is right now. So that is right along Route 77. And then here's another look from the other radar. Right along Route 77 is where we're seeing this very strong rotation and also that debris signature. There it is right there. That blue spot is irregular shapes, and you know what you're looking at in the red there is you know, more regular shapes, and that would be like raindrops and hail. What you're looking at in the blue and the green colors, that is irregular structures. That could be tree debris. It can be structural debris as well. Whatever the case, it's not rain, it's not hail, it's absolutely debris being lofted into the air by this tornado. So this has become very dangerous in very short order. And let's go ahead once again and track that out. That is now moving to the east at 60 miles per hour and basically moving due east, maybe just a little north of due east. So it's going to come across the north side of the Wadley area, moving into Almond right now. It's coming into Almond as we speak, so please get to your safe place right now. Lowest, most interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. You want a room with a small amount of wall space, and plumbing is great. Bathrooms are great. You want to get to the lowest floor possible. If you can get underground, that is optimal. If you have a helmet that you can take to your safe place, that is also a very good thing to do. Then coming towards Forester Chapel at 10:10. So it's already 6 minutes after the hour, and it's going to make its way to Forester Chapel in just a few minutes because, again, this thing is moving at highway speeds right now. It's moving at 60 miles per hour, then possibly to Dickert at 10:14, and then to Broughton at 10:16, and then getting into Roanoke by 10:20 or so. But this is a very dangerous situation right now. Again, to reiterate, we are seeing debris being lofted into the air, and that is proof positive from a radar perspective that you do have a tornado on the ground. There's the brand new scan right there, just a little farther east. Sometimes that comes in a little bit before you actually see the velocity data. And so that is telling us that we've absolutely got a tornado that is going to pass, looks like just to the north of Wadley there. Just come across Route 77 and just to the north of Wadley. We've got an update on this now, and this is coming out of the Weather Service office in Birmingham. And life-threatening situation right now, and we're talking about a confirmed tornado passing just north of Wadley. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit one more time, and we'll get a sense of, you know, just how quickly all this evolved. There you see the circulation showing up really, really well just north of Wadley. I'll go to another type of radar imagery here. And you can see how that, you know, didn't look like a whole lot. There was definitely a broader parent circulation, and then it tightened up. Just in the last couple of frames right there is where it got much, much stronger in just a matter of minutes. And now we've got this very serious, likely ongoing tornado coming towards Roanoke. So again, if you're in any of these areas, if you're in Wadley, this thing is going to be passing just to the north, maybe affecting you depending on where you are. If you're on the north side of that town there, then moving into Dickert at 10:15, and then coming towards Roanoke at 10:21. And Mark, this storm in particular because it's got a lot to feed on yet, I'd be very worried about what it's going to be doing when it comes into central parts of Georgia and the far south side of the Atlanta metro area.
Yeah, so if anyone's watching on the Georgia side from, let's say, LaGrange to Noonan, this is your early warning that you really need to watch this storm that's currently on the Alabama side marching its way in. Marching might not be a strong enough word. It's flying. Right now, 60 miles per hour. At times, that storm was moving as much as 70 miles per hour. So it's really hauling towards that Georgia border. Carl, let's give the radar a couple of seconds. We'll let it, get a couple more scans. We'll take another look at that in just a second. Want to check into Alabama now, into Centerville, where we've got joining us on the phone Sergeant James Gray. Sergeant, thanks for joining us. He's with the Alabama Police Department.
Yes, sir.
So I see some of the scenes where you guys were working on a, extraction. Is that the best word for it? There's so many trees here in front of a home. What can you tell us?
Well, we're trying to get a woman that is trapped in her house. We got some people, some citizens and people trying to cut her out with chainsaws, and we got a lot of debris. We can't hardly get to her house, so we got to clear a path so we can get her out.
It's a wild scene, to tell you the truth, with that much tree debris in front of a home. We can't even see the home from this vantage point, but we're taking your word for it that it's out there. Tell us about your day. Did you see a tornado come this way? Have you responded to lots of calls? Is this the main one? Set the scene for us.
Well, this is the main one. I saw it go over my house, and then I came back on duty, and I ended up here, and I ain't been nowhere else but here trying to get this lady out.
I think that's an important point, Sergeant. You're part of this community, right? These are your friends, your family, your people that you're trying to be out there to help. What is that like when your town is part of the story?
Well, this is the first time I've been through a disaster like this, but it makes me feel good that I'm a part of it, and I'm trying to help all these people.
Absolutely. Look to the helpers, as we like to say, because they are coming in full force. Any word on how that woman is doing? Have you heard from her from inside the home, even though you haven't reached her yet?
Yes, sir. She's not hurt, but she just needs to get out. We got to cut the trees off her house.
Yeah, I mean,
she's not injured. She's not injured.
Good. Good. Not a safe place to be. When you can't get out, you don't want to be able to. You don't want to stay there. So, Sergeant, thanks so much for taking some time with us. Get back to helping. It was just, as you can tell, he's surrounded by chainsaws and trying to get through. So a difficult conversation at times. But Carl, people are out there in force trying to help everybody that needs help tonight. And unfortunately, more may need it. We've got ongoing storms right now.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. And we're watching this very dangerous storm, which is now right along the Alabama-Georgia state line and will eventually be coming into Georgia. And already we've had a couple of really serious warnings with the storm. Right now, Randolph County under warning, a considerable threat. You see that right there, considerable threat, observed tornado here. And we're looking at a very strong circulation just north of Wadley. Not quite as tight as it was just a frame ago, right in there. I mean, that is absolutely a tornado right there. And then you see this most recent frame. It's a little more diffuse. Let's look and see what's going on with the debris. The debris signature is also not as profound as it was moments ago. Right in there, look at that. Right along Route 77 in particular, just a really strong debris signature showing up at about 5 minutes after the hour. And then you see it on the wane here. So hopefully that means that this tornado is also on the wane, but it may still be on the ground. It is entirely possible that we've still got a tornado here. And so, going back to the velocity data, I'm going to track this area forward. This is near Wadley, and we'll be coming across Route 431, moving towards Broughton and Randolph County Hospital and Taylor's Crossroads as well. Let me move this just a little farther to the north. maybe just a little south of that, more towards, yeah, there we go, moving towards Roanoke perhaps at 10:23. But again, there appears to be, at least for the time being, we've got a weakening trend here. But look at this. Brand new tornado warning has been issued downstream, and that into Georgia right now, as you've got instability in place, and this thing is likely going to keep going. We'll have much more on this coming up in a few minutes.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Some brand new video coming into us here at the Weather Channel. Another look at the extreme damage that we had take place today across central Alabama. This happens to be in the Greensboro area. I mean, gosh, it's hard to tell what those structures look like, right? Just little splinters of 2x4s just thrown everywhere. And I mean, heart-wrenching and heartbreaking moments racing into these homes to make sure people are okay, neighbors going door to door and bringing people out as well, right? This was a family that was taken out from a home earlier today. We had some of the views as that was happening as well. Real scary stuff there. And then the cleanup begins, trying to get everybody access further down the road in order to get the first responders into areas. That's been part of the difficulties tonight. But gosh, it really is a telling story. That whole second floor is gone. The back deck is gone. I think that was part of the deck, but also part of the roof structure, it looks like, of a well-constructed home. And now you're looking up at the sky. Scary, scary times there for sure. And speaking of scary times, we have some tornadoes ongoing at this point right along the Alabama-Georgia border. Carl, these storms are moving at highway speed at night in the woods, surrounded by rain, probably rain-wrapped storms at this point. I mean, it doesn't get more dangerous than this scenario.
Yeah, it gives you almost no time to react. And let's focus in on the storm that is very dangerous, has already produced a tornado. We saw a massive debris signature moments ago. We're still looking at one. So that is Randolph County under warning, a considerable threat here with this storm as it gets ready to cross Route 431. And the Atlanta Weather Service now issuing a downstream warning for parts of Georgia. That is Heard County that is under warning as well. Let me move this over just a little bit so you can get a look at that. Heard County under warning for what is coming essentially because, again, as Mark mentioned, it's moving very quickly. That is a profound velocity signature right there. That area is where we're seeing rapid rotation in the storm, and that is now moving east-northeast, getting ready to cross Route 431. So let's go ahead and track this forward and show you where this is going to end up and when. Moving at 60 miles per hour, this is going to be moving into Taylor's Crossroads, most likely passing to the north of Roanoke. We were talking about Roanoke moments ago, but it's lifting up a little more passing to the north of Roanoke, moving towards Taylor's Crossroads, 10:27. So not very long from now. You're talking about just about 5 minutes from now, because again, it's moving really quickly. Lee Crossroads, 10:31. The Mount Carey Baptist Church, 10:35, and then Texas by 11:36. And that is, of course, getting into western parts of Georgia. Now, notice that area that I've got circled right there. I'm going to change the mode, and we'll take a look and see if there is debris. Now, there is a debris signature. It's not as well defined as it was before. So we go back several frames here, and you can see this big dark blue area that was showing up just a little bit after the hour right in there. That is the tree debris at the very least. Maybe some structural debris as well. Whatever the case, it is irregular shapes. It's being picked up by the radar. All the rest of it, all that red that you see is rain for the most part. But where you see those irregular shapes, and when that is co-located with a very strong velocity signature, well, you've got a tornado. Now, we can hope that the fact that that area is shrinking is positive news, but I would not count on that, because we are still seeing a very strong rotational signature right in there, right along Route 431. That could very well be a large and extremely dangerous tornado. And again, just about ready to cross the Alabama-Georgia state line as it moves northeast. So that is coming now towards Taylor's Crossroads, that 10:25. And so you're talking about, right now, essentially, it's going to be moving in a minute or two. It's a time right now to get to your safe place, lowest, most interior room. And if you've got a helmet, that's a great idea as well. Then it's going to be moving up perhaps towards Lee Crossroads as well, maybe just a little north of there. It looks like it's going to be headed for Texas. If you're in Texas, Georgia, you've got a few minutes. It looks like you've got about 10 minutes right now to get everything together. Again, if you've got a helmet, that's a great idea to take to your safe place. Lowest room in your home. If you've got a basement, that's definitely the best idea. But the next best thing is the lowest, most interior room with the smallest amount of wall space. So a bathroom in particular is a very good place to ride out a tornado. But please do that now. This is a very dangerous storm, and you're talking about a really significant rotational signature there. Once again, looking at the debris, I'm seeing just 1 pixel showing up there. It's just a little farther east, right in there. But that, that doesn't tell us anything, particularly because we've got such a strong velocity signature. So, it could very well be that it just doesn't have a lot to pick up right now. It could be that it's in more open fields and it's not picking up a lot of debris. But, Mark, this is an exceptionally dangerous storm, and it's been a dangerous storm for quite some time now.
This one has cycled through a couple of times, a couple of reports of tornadoes with this. We'll give you an update on where that storm goes as it approaches Georgia in just a little bit. Meanwhile, caught in the wrong place at absolutely the worst possible time. Coming up, we're going to show you incredible video as a driver and his passenger ended up caught in the middle of what could be a tornado. We show you coming up.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. I'm storm specialist Carl Parker, and we are watching a very dangerous storm right now, making its way from eastern Alabama into western Georgia. And right now there is a considerable threat with this tornado warning. This is for Randolph County, an observed tornado here moving very rapidly. Also a downstream warning, and that in effect for Heard County in western parts of Georgia. That is now getting into the Atlanta County warning area. So under the jurisdiction of the Atlanta Weather Service office. Look at that tight little circulation right there. Even a broader circulation out ahead of that. But that tight little one that's got my eye right now, and that is now not very far away from Texas at all. I'm going to move this up here, get it out of the way, and we'll step this back a little bit. And so that looks like it's about the vector, looks pretty close. So that's going to be coming into Perrin here in just a moment, just a matter of a minute or two. Coming into Perrin, please get to your safe place right now. Then in Texas, moving in at 11:37. That's giving you 7 minutes to get ready for this thing. And please do take it very seriously. We have already seen a couple of reports of observed tornadoes with this storm. We've seen some really tremendous debris signatures across a large area. So this thing has been producing a tornado at various times for a long time now. This storm is the real deal. Do not try to go outside and get some sort of confirmation on this thing. It's not going to give you time. It's moving at 60 miles per hour. It's barreling down the highway, essentially, and it's going to be coming into Viola at 1140, moving into Franklin at 1143, and then towards the Heard County Memorial Hospital at 1143 as well. Let's look and see what's going on with the debris. Right now, last couple of scans, we have not seen as much debris. And unfortunately, my computer is locking up for just a moment here, but we'll get back to that in just a moment. But again, this is a very serious, and there we go. We are still seeing some debris right in there. It's not a profound area. It's not a huge area. But we are still seeing some debris right now. But again, this is a very, very serious storm into western Georgia, and it's got plenty of fuel to work with, Mark. So we may be looking at this threat continuing right up into the south side of the Atlanta metro area, at least the Atlanta suburbs and then exurbs as well.
Yeah, we're going to get even a better look at this through the technology every moment it moves farther east, because it's going to be going closer and closer to that radar site south of Atlanta near Peachtree City, where the National Weather Service is. So we'll update you as we get a couple more scans in. Meanwhile, we've got some incredible video to show you at home, taken by some people that were caught in the middle of a potential tornado just outside Birmingham, Alabama. Watch as everything goes flying past their car. Check this out.
Oh, grabé todo. Oh my God. What the? Oh, hell no.
Dios es grande con nosotros.
Oh
Mira
my
nomás.
God, I was so
Mira nomás.
scared.
Mira cómo quedaron estas cosas. Bien feo hasta la chingadera.
Oh
Dos
my.
segundos.
Oh,
Qué barbaridad.
hell no.
En 2 segundos quedó todo.
What the hell?
Dios mío es grande con nosotros.
You can hear in their voices, right? First, they were like, this is not a good place to be. And then it was like, oh my goodness, everything's coming down around us. And the last is just like a kind of a sigh of relief, but also the awestruck nature of what is around them, right? Trees down. You can see right here, that's all insulation. Yeah, you hear the beeps? That is all insulation. The roof got peeled off, or a siding got ripped away, whatever it was, a home was exposed at that point. Carl, a very dangerous situation to be in a car with this type of storm going right over you.
Yeah, you know, and Mark, I'm really wondering, you know, I'd love to hear more of the story, you know, whether or not they were, you know, actively pursuing this tornado, because as you know, when you get up into those higher ranges, when you get up towards, say, you know, EF3 to EF4, a car can very easily be picked up and rolled on the ground for great distances. It is by no means a safe place to be when you're dealing with a monster storm like that.
Whatever the case, better to be lucky than good, I guess. Surrounded by 2 different trees, a couple of power lines, and a whole bunch of siding and insulation, and yet these guys seemed okay at the end of it. We'll show you where the storms are coming up. Night, we've been telling you that you need to be in the safest room that you have, an interior room at the lowest level of your building. But this resident of Centerville, Alabama, still had a very close call in his storm shelter.
They said Centerville was going to be right in the path, so that's when we hit the door and started the storm pit. Well, we got in the storm pit, and everything was okay for a little while, but everything got real dark. The wind started blowing real hard, and we kept hearing things trash around outside. We didn't know. We knew then that something major was happening. So, and all of a sudden we heard a loud bang, and the tree had fell right on the door of the storm pit, and we was trapped in there. We tried to open the door, and it wouldn't budge. It wouldn't go anywhere. A little bit of water started coming in, and that's when we all started to panic. And we finally thought we had our cell phones with us, and we finally got enough service to send a message to 911, or different people in the neighborhood came and cut the tree and got us out. So we came out to all of this that's in the yard, and everything's gone but just about the house. But we was lucky to be alive.
Ooh, how scary, right? When you're trapped, you can't open the door and water starts pouring in. I mean, you did everything right and still in a very dangerous situation. Carl, I believe most areas let you register if you have a below-ground shelter. You can register that with first responders so they know to check for you in case a storm does come through and does that very thing and blocks an exit so that you're not trapped in there.
Yeah, it's a really good idea. We were just talking about that the other day, about the fact that going back to that Fairdale tornado in Illinois, there was a group of 11, 12 people that were in the bottom of a restaurant, and they were down there for 90 minutes before rescuers were able to figure out that they were actually underneath there. So that is certainly a very good idea. We are watching a really dangerous storm right now that is doing what we call cycling right now, and we'll see what happens here in the next few minutes. But we've had a couple of rounds already of a tornado on the ground with debris showing up on the radar, observations of the tornado as well. There is an ongoing warning right now for Randolph County in Alabama, and then a warning now for Heard County in western parts of Georgia. I'll show you what's happened on the velocity data here. You'll notice as we go back into time, we're looking at a really profound rotational signature right there. I mean, that is absolutely a very, very strong rotation. You know, almost certainly a tornado being produced at that time. And then it went on to sort of get wrapped back into the rain, and the cooler air of the storm got much, much smaller than sort of what we call roping out at that time, becoming a tiny little rope tornado, and then from there went on to dissipate. But it's not over yet, because you've still got what we call a little inflow notch right up in here where warm and humid air is coming into the storm. And so we may see a new tornado developing because there is a broader parent circulation here. And so it's in that little notch where a tornado likes to develop. And so even though I'm not seeing real clear-cut evidence of that right now, we absolutely are seeing rotation here, and we very well could be looking at another stronger circulation developing. So that is now just west of Franklin. Getting ready to come into Franklin in the next few minutes, and we'll continue to watch the radar trends. And, you know, it's something that can happen, that can change very, very quickly. We saw that earlier with this storm, where it went from not looking like a whole lot to just completely blowing up in the matter of a scan or two. This is coming towards Enon Grove at 11:50 and Stallings Crossroad at 11:55. Now, I'm concerned about this storm, and I'll tell you why. When we look at the broader picture here, there you see the storm, and then in this yellow and orange coloring, that is the instability. So that is low-level warm and humid air that feeds into the storm, that allows it to sustain itself. And you'll notice here that early on we were seeing a lot less of that yellow across a lot of the Atlanta metro area, and seeing these deep oranges and that kind of thing in Alabama. But I want you to notice how that is beginning to move along with the storms, and so the environment is warming up. It's moistening up and warming up in the southern parts of the Atlanta metro area, along with these storms moving in. And that means that if you sort of follow this trajectory of this storm that's moving, basically east-northeast, that's going to come up into the southern suburbs of the Atlanta metro area. And so, the question is it going to be as, vicious a storm as it's been at times over the last couple of hours? I think it's entirely possible that it will. You've still got a lot of wind shear in place. You've got plenty of instability to support this thing, and there's no reason to believe that it's not going to bring a threat to the south side of Atlanta in particular. I think these north side storms are not as vigorous, so I think there's less of a threat on the north side, but I think on the south side in particular, and that storm in particular is one we're really going to need to watch as it moves into areas near the airport there on the south side and eventually the southeast side of Atlanta. Certainly something we got to keep a very close eye on. Then farther north, really narrow tongue of instability into parts of Tennessee and also Kentucky, and it's beginning to wane, as you can see there. There's not as much of it, so there's a very narrow area concordantly of a tornado watch in Kentucky and Tennessee, tornado watch in the Atlanta metro, that going until 2 o'clock in the morning, and then a little area of an ongoing watch in eastern Alabama, that going until 1 o'clock in the morning, Mark. And so, I think it's, probably we're narrowing the field, and there that just went away there. And I think we're narrowing the field in terms of, what we need to watch here over the next couple of hours. But certainly that one storm is the one that I would be, most concerned about. So let's go back and take a look at it and show you once again what's going on with the warnings right now. And there's a warning in effect for Heard County, and that's that county right there, Heard County in Georgia. A possible tornado ongoing right now, and that is coming towards the 85 corridor and may eventually move up along the south side of the Atlanta metro. We'll have much more on this dangerous severe weather outbreak coming up in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
It's the
Welcome back, everyone. Dangerous, scary day across the South. This is from Lake Purdy, Alabama, from earlier today. Views from above that are really telling. Shows you that, entire roofs disappeared, right? Thrown across the street, landing on other homes. I think the front of that home that you see is the roof from across the street, and then that roof is in the woods over here. And yet, look at this. One home, fine. The next home, demolished. It is crazy what these storms can do, the almost random nature of a tornado. The tornado itself seems random enough, and then you have these small suction vortices rotating around that parent storm where the wind speed can be orders of magnitude higher than the rest of the storm. That's what does the bulk of the damage, and it's why you have this kind of hopscotch or this house versus that house type setup. Scary, scary day across Alabama, setting the stage for a scary night now leading into Georgia. We're following a storm that just, in the past half an hour or so crossed over the Alabama-Georgia line, now moving generally towards Noonan, Georgia. You got a little bit of time, Noonan, but you got to watch this one carefully. I want to bring in storm specialist Carl Parker, who's been watching this storm throughout the evening. And Carl, latest scans here, not good trends. We're seeing a pronounced hook echo, a lot of rotation, and maybe some debris again.
Yeah, we've got a tornado on the ground almost certainly here, Mark, and we're looking at debris showing up on the radar. Let's go down and show you the latest warning here, and this is getting into the 85 corridor. And so a tornado warning for Coweta and Heard counties, a considerable threat with this storm, and we're seeing a profound area of rotation here showing up that is now right along Route 34 and now moving rapidly to the east. And so that area of bright blue and also dark red, that is where the tornado is right now, and that is moving along 34 and towards Noonan right now. This is not going to give you a lot of time because this thing is moving so quickly, so it's coming into direct Dresden right now, Lynn Haven at about 12:01, about 10 minutes. Noonan about 12:02. So again, about 10 minutes before this thing gets to Noonan. If you're in the Noonan area, it is time right now to get to your safe place to figure out what you're going to do as this thing is moving in, because you've got a very dangerous storm now off to your west. Let's take a look at another mode on the radar. You see that dark blue area that's showing up right where we're seeing the velocity. All the red there is the rain in that dark blue area. When it is co-located with a strong area of rotation, that's indicating that there's debris being lofted into the air. Got a brand new scan there, so that is the current position of the tornado right now. And again, that is moving generally towards the east-northeast. And so that means that there is, at a minimum, there is tree debris. There branches and leaves are being sucked up into the tornado, but there could be some structural debris as well. And so this is an extremely dangerous storm right now, making its way to the east rapidly. I'm going to go to another mode. There you see that little bump there right on the leading edge of that storm. That is the tornado. And once again, tracking this forward, if it continues to move on that basic trajectory, and that would be towards the east-northeast, that is going to bring it into Dresden or very close to Dresden at 11:57, and then Noonan at about 12:04. So again, just about 10 minutes. You've got about 10 minutes in Noonan to get to your safe place. You need to get to the lowest, most interior room in your house, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. That is the tornado right there, now south of 34, and you do not have that much time to get ready. Keep in mind that these things are moving very, very quickly. The forward speed on this storm is 60 miles per hour, so it's moving at highway speeds, and it's going to be moving in very short order. Let's go once again and take a look at the debris signature. We're still seeing a pronounced debris signature, so that is an ongoing tornado. That is basically proof positive that we've not only got a strong circulation, but that we've actually got a tornado touching the ground. And you can see how quickly this thing is moving. There's the brand new scan right there. That is the latest position of that debris signature, tornado debris signature. Once again, we'll take a look at the velocity data, and we'll also take a look at what's going on the radar there. And so, you know, this is an extremely dangerous storm, and you just do not have very much time at all. So if you're in Noonan, please get to your safe place right now there in Noonan, because this thing is coming your way. And we've had a long history of reports of tornadoes, observed tornadoes with this storm, in addition to large debris signatures. We've seen that for a long, long time now. It's been a couple of hours. This very same storm has been dropping tornadoes and has been producing debris signatures. So we know that we've seen you know, tornado actually you know, churning up tree debris, most likely on the ground, but maybe some structural debris as well. So this is, you know, as serious as it gets here in the Noonan area. Please take this very seriously, and please get to your safe place right now. Once more, tracking that forward again towards the east-northeast. That is going to move into Noonan again at 12:04 is the timing here. So we're looking at, you know, maybe just a little less than 10 minutes from now is when this thing comes into the Noonan, the greater Noonan area. So very serious storm, tornado warning in progress right now in Coweta and Heard counties in Georgia. We'll have much more on this coming up in just a few minutes.
It's been a terrible day across the South. Dangerous and deadly tornado outbreak through the southeast. This, as you see in the distance, one of many of the tornadoes reported today, many of which were in Alabama. There were some in Mississippi, potentially now in Georgia. Also, Tennessee to Kentucky had tornado warnings throughout the late evening and nighttime hours as well. But Alabama, gosh, you really had the worst of it so far today. I want to show you some of the damage that we've seen streaming into us here at the Weather Channel, a neighborhood outside of Birmingham where many of the roofs are just gone. Second floors obliterated. A couple of homes where even the first floors were having walls, even interior walls, with damage. When you start seeing signs like that, well-built homes where first floors up against brick facades, concrete foundations are as damaged as they were, that starts getting into that potential for upper echelon tornado, EF3 plus. You know, we can't make that call. The National Weather Service teams go out there. They do surveys to find out just how bad the damage was on each individual structure. Maybe, you know, there was a building flaw. They look for that kind of thing to do the rating. But the first indicators here are that we've had some very strong storms. And unfortunately, that threat is not done. If you're just tuning in, we're approaching the top of the hour here at the midnight hour Eastern, 11 p.m. Central, and storms have crossed over into that Eastern time zone. Into Georgia. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott, joined tonight by storm specialist Carl Parker in the lab for us tonight. And Carl, this storm that's moving through Coweta County towards Noonan, still showing signs of rotation, potential tornado, and debris.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous situation now on the south side of the Atlanta metro area, now coming into the 85 corridor. There you see a tornado warning for Coweta County, and that is moving east at 60 miles per hour, seeing a very strong rotation showing up right in there. And, you know, you look at the vector where this thing has been, and it's basically been moving towards the east-northeast. So as we continue that, and there's a brand new velocity scan right there. So that also supports that just a little bit north of east. We can take that forward in the track and try to get a good sense of where this thing is going to be headed. And so it looks like it's going to be moving right up into the Noonan area towards Noonan High School at about 12:04. So that's just a few minutes from now. If you're anywhere near Noonan High School, you've got to get to your safe place right now. Lowest, most interior room. As many walls between you and the outside as is possible. If you've got a helmet, that's a great idea to take to your safe room in case you do have any sort of collapsing of the walls occurring. But we're talking about a very dangerous storm that is now coming towards Noonan. It's going to be there in a matter of a few minutes. You do not have time to go outside and try to get a sense of what is going on. You need to get to your safe room right now. Again, lowest, most interior room. A basement is ideal. If you don't have that, get into the middle of your bottom floor in a room with a small amount of wall space. A bathroom is also a great idea. This is going to be coming into East Noonan at about 12:06, towards the Piedmont Noonan Hospital 12:07, and then moving towards Raymond at 12:09. Now, let's get a look at the debris and see if that's showing up. And there's a brand new debris signature. So this thing is definitely still a tornado at this time. This is as dangerous as it gets. It looks like it's going to be coming in on the south side of the Noonan area. So right in there, that little ball of blue color right now is irregular shape. So that's probably mostly tree debris, but that's debris being lofted into the air, and the radar is able to detect what is rain and what is irregular, what is just a scattered debris, whether it's natural or man-made debris. Whatever the case, something is being lofted into the air, and it's right in the vicinity of where we're seeing this strongest area of rotation. It looks like the velocity is just a little behind relative to the what's called the CC. That's the correlation coefficient. That's that debris signature. That's a little faster than the velocity. So this is closing in on Noonan right now. And again, it looks like it's basically moving towards the east-northeast. And so, you know, again, looking at this, that's going to be coming right across Route 29 in just a few minutes. Now, 2 minutes after the hour, we expect it to be near Smoky Road Middle School in just about a minute or so. Noonan High School at 12:05, so just a few minutes from now. Again, this thing is racing along. It's moving at 60 miles per hour. East Noonan at 12:07, and then Piedmont Noonan Hospital at 12:08. If you're near any of those areas, you've got to get to your safe place right now. You do not have much time at all, as this thing is really, really moving very quickly. There's a brand new signature there, and let's get a closer look at that. And so we're still seeing the debris as this is closing in on Noonan. Right there, that is the tornado right there that is now just south of Route 34 and coming very, very close to downtown Noonan. Looks like it's going to pass maybe just south of downtown Noonan. And so it's going to be moving again towards Noonan High School. Then towards East Noonan and Piedmont Noonan Hospital coming up here in just a few minutes. And we'll also, by the way, that is Interstate 85 right through there. So this thing is going to be crossing Interstate 85 as it continues to race along to the east. And, again, it's moving at 60 miles per hour. So that's just not going to give you very much time at all. Let's go back to the regular reflectivity. And so you can see the storm is wrapped up in an area of heavy rain. If you're going to try to get eyes on this thing, that's not going to be very good at all because you're just not going to have very much time, first of all. And second of all, you're probably not going to be able to see a thing. It's going to start raining real heavily, and then in the middle of that rain is where this tornado is sitting. And so, this is just about as dangerous as it gets. It's nighttime. It's wrapped in rain. It's moving extremely quickly, and it's coming right towards East Noonan as we speak. So please, folks, get to your safe place right now. If you are anywhere near these areas in East Noonan, Noonan High School, the Central Education Center, East Noonan, and Piedmont Noonan Hospital, in any of those spots, you've got to get to your safe place immediately as you've got a tornado now coming in. This is as serious as it gets. This is an ongoing tornado. This is not just rotation being seen on radar. This is rotation plus debris, and that means that it is occurring. This is happening. This is absolutely a tornado, and you've got just moments now, just moments before this comes into that Route 29 corridor and eventually towards 85 as well. Again, lowest, most interior room, and please get to your safe place immediately if you can hear this, and just wait it out. It's going to be a matter of just a few minutes for this thing to move in because it is moving so quickly. Let's once again take a look and see if there is any evidence of debris at this time. And wow, that is a really profound debris signature that is showing up. Look at that right there. And so this is now starting to come into the Noonan area. And actually, we're seeing a little bit of a change in trajectory right there. Let me look at the velocity data as well and see how that squares with that. And see if it looks like it is in fact lifting up. And oh my gosh, this thing is actually, taking a bit of a left turn. And so this is going to be coming right into downtown Noonan, it looks like to me. This is coming right towards downtown Noonan, moving along towards the east-northeast, and then just sort of hanging a little bit of a, turning more towards the northeast just at the last minute here, and now coming right towards downtown Noonan. And sometimes tornadoes will do that. And so let's once again look at this debris signature. You see it kind of moving along just towards the east-northeast, and then a little bit of a jump more towards the northeast, and it's coming into Noonan right now. Okay, so this is it. This is the tornado coming right into Noonan, areas between Noonan and East Noonan. We've got a tornado moving in right now, and our hearts going out to the people of Noonan. This is just heartbreaking to see this, but we've got a tornado coming in as we speak here. And I hope that everybody has been able to get a warning one way or the other, whether it's through us or through their phones, and get to their safe place, because a tornado is now coming into Noonan, and that is a very profound debris signature. That could very well be not just trees, but actually structural debris as well. And this is it's just awful to see this, to see a tornado coming in to a more populated area like this. This is on the southwest side of the Atlanta metro area. This is now just outside of Interstate 85. And this is coming right into downtown Noonan, and doing so very, very rapidly. That is the latest debris signature right there. That ball right there is the tornado. That is the debris associated with the tornado, making a last-minute sort of turn to the northeast and coming right into Noonan as we speak. Looks like downtown Noonan is about to get hit by this thing. And I hope that everybody has been able to get to their safe place, because this is just an awful situation, Mark.
There wasn't enough to get that warning out. We want to let everyone know that now this is a observed tornado, of course, but a tornado emergency has been declared for Noonan. The National Weather Service saying catastrophic damage is possible. We need everyone to take this as seriously as you can. Carl's been showing all of the modes of the radar, but a considerable, if not catastrophic, threat with now Noonan under a tornado emergency, Carl, as this storm approaches.
Yeah, it really breaks my heart to show this. I mean, because, we can look at the radar and we can tell you about all this data, but, the practical application of this is that people's lives are being changed right now, unfortunately. And I just hope that everybody in Noonan has been able to hear this. Now, let's talk about, who else is in the path of this storm. That is a very, very strong rotation signature right there. I mean, that is, as strong as it gets. This is as serious as it gets. All the video that you've seen today of strong tornadoes, this is the same thing happening right now, and it's now moving into Noonan. And, again, a little bit more of a northeasterly trajectory in just the last few minutes. So, if that continues, that would take it towards the Central Education Center in just basically now. Coming in there now, then the Cancer Treatment Centers of America at about 12:11, Advanced Aesthetics, the Noonan office 12:14, and Thomas Crossroads at 12:16. All right, we've got a brand new signature. Let's get a look at this now. So this tornado has just come into Noonan. It has just gone past Noonan and areas of East Noonan. So that is it right there. That is the tornado. Let's look and see what we're seeing on the debris. Still just a profound debris signature. I'm going to back it out just a little bit so we can see if we can get a sense of the vector here, whether it continues to be more northeast. And yeah, it looks like it's more northeast over the last several scans. About ready to cross Interstate 85 right now. About ready to come right across Interstate 85. And there's a brand new scan right there. I'm going to go ahead and back that out. And again, get a sense of the vector here. And that is coming right now down 34, coming into the intersection of 85 and 34 in the Noonan area. And, again, please, folks, take this very seriously. This is as serious as it gets. This is an ongoing tornado in the Noonan area and now moving towards the northeast, coming towards the Noonan Crossing Elementary School. Moving towards the golf course at 12:11, and then Thomas Crossroads at 12:14. Thomas Crossroads at 12:14. That big area of blue is the tornado, folks. That is the tornado. That is all of the debris that is being lofted into the air, and no doubt that includes structural debris because the storm has just come through very close to downtown Noonan, and certainly the south side of Noonan. Could very well have been downtown Noonan that was struck by this storm. And so that is a huge area of debris, and this thing is now racing to the east at 60 miles per hour. Mark?
Yeah, because of that, Carl, a new tornado warning has just been issued. So if you go back to the traditional mode of the radar, you'll have that for everyone. It is Fayette County, including Peachtree City now. So that's where the National Weather Service office is. They have to start making those decisions. Are they going to be sheltering as well? And, do what they are saying and what they will put into action as well. If you're in Peachtree City, you need to watch this storm very carefully. If you're in Tyrone, you need to watch this storm very carefully because it is still, holding its own, unfortunately. That is a scary, scary storm with, widespread circulation there and debris that has moved through that Noonan, maybe downtown, south side of Noonan for sure, and now continuing to cross right over I-85. So, Carl, if people were traveling tonight and didn't know what was coming their way, this storm is basically right on a major interstate at this point.
Yeah, it's coming into 85 right now. We are still seeing a very strong velocity signature, brand new scan. And, this is the radar site right there. Mark mentioned the National Weather Service. They are based in Peachtree City. So we're, getting a really close-up look at this. That is the velocity signature right there. That is the tornado. Let's once again take this back and see if we can get a good sense of the vector. And yeah, that is pretty much northeast, just a shade under northeast directly. And let's take that forward and see where that's going to be headed the next few minutes. So that is going to be moving towards Thomas Crossroads. We mentioned Thomas Crossroads already. Folks, if you're in Thomas Crossroads, you need to get to your safe place right now. Very, very serious storm. As serious as it gets. We've got debris. We've got a huge area of debris. This could very well be a large, what we call wedge tornado, the same types of tornadoes that we've seen all day today in Alabama, now coming right across Interstate 85, has just hit the Noonan area, and now coming up towards Thomas Crossroads, and then beyond that into Aberdeen at 12:19. Kedron Elementary School at 12:20 and Tyrone at 12:22. As we've mentioned, these things are just racing along today. The storms are moving very, very quickly. And, that's, a big part of what makes this such a scary situation. And I'm going to extend this out. I mean, if this thing does manage to continue to be a strong tornado for a while yet, and, that is certainly possible, then that would take it up into Lee's Mill and then into Fayetteville and into Riverdale as well. So a lot of areas downstream here with a lot of population. Once again, I'm going to track this forward, and then we'll move that series of cities out of the way. And so Fayetteville, about 12:30 is when we're thinking this could come in, and Riverdale about 12:35. So that is getting up into the area where the airport is, where Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson Airport is, and towards the south side of 75. Got a brand new scan there. Let's get another look at this and zoom down. And this thing is just as strong as ever. Look at that right there. That is now right along Route 34, has just passed Interstate 85. We are still now seeing a debris signature showing up, and we're still seeing a very strong velocity signature as well. So, again, folks, if you're in Noonan and near Peachtree City, towards Tyrone as well, in any of those areas, please get to your safe place right now. Mark, this is just a heartbreaking situation that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, Carl, seeing some unconfirmed reports, and the only reason I'm even saying that out loud is because it exactly corresponds with what we were showing everyone on the radar using the technology. But unconfirmed reports now of homes that are damaged near Noonan High School. You had called out Noonan High as one of those places that the worst of the circulation was going to move right over. It seems like it did, and we still had that debris signature through that time. So unconfirmed reports at this point, but also the National Weather Service keeping all those tags on their warnings. It's relatively new if you're not used to seeing it. An observed tornado with catastrophic potential now moving it through Coweta County, but also Fayette and Fulton, clipping portions of Fulton County. So Fulton County is where Atlanta sits, not into downtown Atlanta. I think there will be some concern when people get that alert on their phone, so wanted to throw that out there. But in that corridor, Peachtree City to Tyrone, eventually to Fayetteville, people really need to watch this storm carefully.
Yeah, Mark, and, this is now a tornado emergency. And so, that is a language that is reserved for only the most serious situations. I'm going to back out a little bit here so folks can get a sense of where this is. This is the south side of the Atlanta metro area. And so this is coming up towards the airport, and on that trajectory, if you sort of, see where this is headed in the longer term, it may also make its way over to Conyers. That is entirely possible in areas along 75 south of Atlanta. So there are a lot of people that could potentially be affected by this storm. Now, we'll go back to the velocity mode here, right at the radar. There's the radar site right there. You can see the beam going out. We are still seeing a very strong velocity signature that is now right along Route 34. And this is going to be passing into areas just north, actually really close to Peachtree City and maybe just north of Peachtree City. But, it's going to be very, very close. And, one thing that we have seen, this thing was moving a little more east-northeast for a while, and then, a little more of a northerly component occurred right at the last minute, right as it came up and into Noonan. And so, certainly you can see changes in direction like that. Got a brand new scan here. Has just come in. Let me move this over a little bit so we can get a better look at that. And that, this is, again, very, very close to the radar. So we're getting, about as good a look at it from a radar perspective as we can. And just a heartbreaking situation tonight with an ongoing tornado, an ongoing area of debris as well. And, Mark, this is going to be coming right into areas north of Peachtree City and just to the south of Tyrone as well. I hope everybody gets to their safe place right now. This is as serious as it gets.
Yeah, as many walls between you and the storm as possible. And one place we don't want you is in a car. Look at this. This is from College Park, not too far from the Atlanta airport, looking south back at this storm. Lots of lightning in this shot. If we leave this up, you will see the lightning flashes. There goes another one. It is almost constant across this area. You know, it all depends on your exact view. I also want to show you a view of I-85, I believe it is, near Fairburn. Fairburn is actually in the tornado warning, right on the north edge of the tornado warned zone, north of Tyrone. If you are driving 85 and headed south, I mean, there's cars in both directions here, but if you're headed south, you are going to go directly into this storm. Really dangerous spot when you don't always know exactly where you are. You don't know exactly what county you're in. You have to hope that your phone is alerting you. But my goodness, the lightning flashes there, people slowing down. You can't see anything. It is pouring. Just a real scary scenario when you're on the road with these storms coming through. And again, confirmed tornado, observed tornado moving over Thomas Crossroads when it was near Noonan and Thomas Crossroads, now crashing over into the counties closer to the Peachtree City area. That includes the rest of Coweta there, kind of clipped there, but Fayette and a small sliver of Fulton County underneath a tornado warning for an observed tornado with catastrophic damage potential. As Carl was mentioning, maybe just north of Peachtree City, but I am very concerned about all of these people that are on the roads that don't know exactly what they're driving themselves into. Remember, these storms are moving at highway speed. The forward motion here has been close to 60 miles per hour for the duration, and at times when this storm was coming through, and now it's at 50 miles per hour. But at times when it was coming through Alabama, it was at 70 miles per hour. So, gosh, you cannot outrun this on a road in the dark where you don't know where it is compared to you. Just don't put yourself in that situation. If you know people that are near Tyrone, that are north of Peachtree City, give them a call, wake them up, let them know that this is coming, get them to their safe spot if at all possible. We cannot stress that enough, that this is a very dangerous, potentially deadly storm headed in that direction. Carl, a couple new scans of the radar have come in. Let's update everyone on the positioning of this storm.
You know, Mark, and I just can't believe how many people are on the roads.
I know, it's unbelievable, the amount of cars at this time with this kind of weather. It makes my heart sink, to tell you the truth. I just wish I could yell at every driver, like, stop, go inside, go to the airport, go somewhere with a big building that you can get away from this.
Now, do we know where that is, what road that is, that old national highway along I-85? I'm just wondering where that is.
That's College Park.
To the tornado.
So that's College Park, so that one's north. Yeah, that one's north. But the Fairburn I-85 is due north of the Tyrone area, so it's maybe staying just north of there. But people going south on 85 are going through the worst of the rain and the hail. And if you happen to be on those roads that go towards Peachtree City, exit 85 and head down towards Peachtree City, you're in that mess. You are driving directly into this storm as it's going to cross these roads.
Yeah, just an awful situation tonight. Let's get you updated on the radar right now. We've got a tornado emergency now in effect for Coweta, Fayette, and Fulton counties, and this is now moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. The storm coming very close to the radar. It did hit Noonan. We saw debris in Noonan. That is the tornado right there, now just north of Route 34 and coming towards Peachtree City. It's going to come into areas north of Peachtree City and areas south of Tyrone. And so if you're north of Peachtree City, heads up, you've got a tornado coming your way. You need to get to your safe place right now. Let's show you where this is going to be headed in the next few minutes here. And again, it's moving really rapidly. It has been all along. We've seen a tornado from this cell many, many times in Alabama over the last few hours. Coming into Aberdeen at 12:24, so that's a couple of minutes from now. Then towards the Fayette Medical Center, 12:31, so about 9 minutes from now. And then into Fayetteville at 12:33. And this is a very, very dangerous storm. Again, a tornado emergency now in effect. I'm going to show you where we've got some debris showing up on the radar. We're not getting as good a look at it. Sort of the irony of radar is that you can see things better when it's in a sweet spot that's farther away from the radar, but not too far. Sometimes when things are right on top of the radar, it's actually a little harder to see, but that is absolutely still a very strong rotation that is occurring, and that is again coming into the north side of Peachtree City. I'm going to zoom it down a little bit more, and so you can see this. And so, anywhere north of Peachtree City, there's a brand new scan there along Route 74 between Tyrone and Peachtree City. That's where this thing is headed. And this is, again, as serious as it gets. This storm struck Noonan. We saw a large area of debris along with this. And so please take this very seriously and get to your safe place right now as this moves off towards the east-northeast at 60 miles per hour. Tracking this once again, this is going to be moving, and I'm going to just do that one more time, get it a little closer to the circulation there. As that moves towards the east-northeast, that'll be coming towards Fayette Medical Center at 12:31, so that's just about 7 minutes from now. Fayetteville at 12:33. So in Fayetteville, this thing looks like it's a little ways away, but it's not very far considering how fast it's moving. It's traveling at highway speeds. It does not give you much time at all. Please get to your safe place right now. Get to the basement, lowest interior room. A bathroom's a very good idea, especially if it's in the interior of the house. You want a place that's got no windows, essentially, and a small amount of wall space, and plumbing is very helpful as well. That's why bathrooms tend to be a good place to go. Now, here's a brand new scan, and let's see what's going on with the storm right now. So we are still seeing the circulation, maybe a slight downtrend in terms of the intensity of the circulation here. So, we may be seeing a slightly better situation. Let's look at the debris. Still, very noisy because it is close to the radar. But this is still a dangerous storm, no question about that. And that is now coming towards Fayetteville, moving at 60 miles per hour. Once again, coming towards the Fayette Medical Center at about 12:32, and then coming into Fayetteville at around 12:34 or so, and Fayette Christian School at 12:35. And, Mark, I really am stunned by the amount of traffic that we saw there. I guess that's close to the airport. Maybe that has something to do with it. But, I really do hope that everybody's aware of how serious the situation we've got here.
Yeah, hearing now power out at the National Weather Service office in Peachtree City. The radar for now is still operational. So let's hope that stays on, because we need these views that you're seeing here of the storm as it passes just north of the radar. The radar site is the one that is, that black circle on the map. It is a significant storm that is moving its way through. Again, just to update you for everyone, Coweta, Fayette, and a little sliver of Fulton here underneath a tornado warning for an observed tornado. Reports in Noonan and just west of Noonan of the tornado in progress, maybe with damage to homes. We will get more confirmation on that as the night goes on. But a considerable, if not catastrophic threat working its way towards the Peachtree City area. This is the local roads for the Georgia area, for the, Peachtree City. It just gives you an idea that this is a very highly populated area between Tyrone and Peachtree City. Lots of people live here. There are lots of subdivisions all along this. This is Highway 74 right through here. I can't stress enough that this is not just a rural area. This is a true suburb. Lots of people in the way. If you know someone in this area, please make sure they're awake and getting into their safe spot, putting as many walls between them and this storm as possible. As Carl mentioned, maybe a little bit of a loosening of the worst of the rotation, but no clear, it's not an all clear by this point at all. You need to seek shelter from this storm. Still at least some hints of debris, this little blue area, but a very noisy pattern. This is the radar site, and all of this is mess, right? This is too low for the radar beam to see. It's shooting up through trees and through buildings at this point. It's basically just off the ground. You can't see anything right at the radar, and that ring right around it is real tough too. And so we're just on the outskirts of that. where it's possible that this is still some debris. That is Highway 74, that gray line. Let me highlight that for you right in here. That is 74 in between Tyrone and Peachtree City. This could still be debris. It's right there with the worst of the circulation. Can't rule it out. And and combine that with what we've seen already today, including reports now of the tornado as it crossed right over the Georgia border, which is this black line right at the edge of the screen. So a report just outside of Texas, report of that tornado observed in Noonan. Let me see if I can grab what that report actually says. Give me 1 second to click around here. So in case there's a true report here, multiple reports now of structural damage in Noonan. So now the National Weather Service is putting that out in what's known as their local storm report. Many reports have been coming in unconfirmed. Now the National Weather Service is putting that out as well. Reports of structural damage in Noonan. It is the same storm, remember, that is now working its way on off towards the east, towards Peachtree City, towards Tyrone, Coweta, Fayette, Fulton counties. Observed, if not catastrophic potential here for this storm as it works its way through the South Atlanta suburbs towards Tyrone, towards Fayetteville. Carl, this is a very dangerous scenario, very dangerous setup. Highly wooded area. It's at night. People might not be tuned in the same way that they were earlier today. You know, after waiting all day, hopeful that Georgia was going to be missed because it was all about Alabama, and yet we were concerned that the instability was going to continue to grow as this storm moved east, and it's done exactly that.
It's done exactly that, Mark, and this is just a heartbreaking situation. Hearts going out to the people of Noonan. Looks like this storm has come right into downtown Noonan. We're hearing about multiple structures being damaged in Noonan, and it is just heartbreaking to see that occurred. There's an ongoing tornado warning now for Coweta, Fayette, and Fulton counties, and that is going until 12:45 Eastern time. This thing has been rapidly moving in. We are still seeing a circulation right now. It's not as pronounced. You can see the change in the character of the circulation. You notice as it came into Noonan, that is a very strong tornado right there coming into Noonan. We saw a lot of debris on the radar as well, then made its way across 85 and then up across that Route 74. Now, in the most recent scans that we're seeing here, it's not as well formed. So we are seeing some evidence of a circulation right there, but it's not as pronounced as it was. And so, let's hope that that is a trend that holds. We can't be assured of that by any means, but let's just hope that that's a trend that holds. And here you see, as the storm is going to be moving to the east, it'll be coming towards Fayetteville Elementary School, be coming towards Kenwood and also Mundy's Mill, and then towards Irondale at 12:41. So in all of those areas, we want you to be on your toes as you've got a possible tornado coming your way. Now, as I say, the trends have been encouraging on the radar in the last few minutes. This could very well still be a tornado. It's just not likely to be the very large, dangerous, extraordinarily powerful storm that came into the Noonan area. We're definitely seeing a little bit of a downtrend in terms of that velocity data, but we are still seeing a rotation there, so it's not over. By no means is it over at this time. There you see there's still some rotation showing up, and that is now coming towards Fayetteville, and again, tracking that out, taking that off to the east-northeast. That's going to be near Fayette Christian School, near Kenwood at about 12:38, then coming towards Jonesboro potentially at 12:42 if it is holding together by that time. And, that's a question mark whether or not it's actually going to be holding together by that time because, we are seeing, at least some very encouraging trends right now on the radar.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the National Weather Service is basically saying exactly what you were, that they are watching further weakening of this storm. Hope is not necessarily a forecasting tool. We hope that trend continues, but we've seen this exact storm go through a huge cycle. It's been hours at this point that we've followed this same supercell. Let's take a look here, Carl, at Atlanta. And while I kind of show everybody these cameras, why don't you pull up a long loop of the radar to show just how long we've been following this same supercell. But here's Atlanta. You can see the storm motion. Look at the clouds up above the pencil pencil building. That's what they call it there in Atlanta, with the fast-moving clouds blasting through. That's that strong wind aloft that is supporting some of this. Plus, you've got all the lightning that flashing across the sky. There are indeed some storms that are approaching Atlanta. So far, they are not severe, other than the one on the south side that has that tornado warning. What I mean is the west side of Atlanta has lots of lightning, has lots of wind coming in, but does not have that any active warnings other than the one on the south side. We're getting a new update on that. But Carl, this is that same supercell that we were following in Alabama. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it is amazing, Mark, how long it's been going on. And as you mentioned, yes, we have seen several cycles with this storm where we saw some debris that was north of Montgomery, and then we saw that go away, and then we saw another debris signature in eastern Alabama, not very far away from Roanoke there, and then that went away. And then we saw yet another debris signature developing as the storm was coming towards Noonan. And, you can see how it really tightened up there, unfortunately, right as it was coming into Noonan. Just awful to see that. And then now in the more recent scans, we're seeing that it's not nearly as well defined as it was. I'm going to go back just a couple of scans here, and so we can get a sense of where it was. I mean, even, just in the last 15 to 20 minutes, a really big change in the character of the storm. That right there is still a well-developed tornado. That is a well-developed rotation. And then you go forward here and you see that it is really washed out. And so, these are all very positive trends. This is all, better news here. Does not mean that the threat is over, but it's better news. Let's, just to be on the safe side, go ahead and track out that circulation, because again, we have seen, as Mark mentioned, several times, we've seen it kind of go back and forth where it got real strong for a while, pulsed up, and then that circulation got wrapped back into the rain and the storm, and it kind of fell apart. And then a new area developed along the inflow and, kind of went back and forth like that. I mean, this is the third iteration of that. We've been watching this very same storm for the last couple of hours. And so, as I mentioned, we saw a debris signature near Montgomery, and then that kind of fizzled. And then we saw another one in eastern Alabama, and then that fizzled for a time. And now this third very strong tornado developing with that same thunderstorm cell. And it appears for now that we're seeing a downtrend on the radar. I mean, certainly we are seeing a downtrend on the radar, and it appears for now that we're looking at less of a tornado threat. But whether or not that holds is a different matter. Whether or not that continues to be the case is a different matter. If the storm were to be able to get its act together again, then just letting you know, Mundy's Mill, the Clayton County Medical Center, Irondale, Lake Terra, in all of those areas, those are all spots where you want to be on guard for a possible tornado coming your way. But again, looking at the trend here, that is all encouraging. I mean, you can really see as you look at the character of the storm, you see that sort of a bright blue circle there that right as it went across 85 and then came up north of Peachtree City, we still saw a pretty good rotation. And then in this most recent scan, that is it right there. And it's not nearly as well defined as it once was. There may still be a tornado there, albeit a weakening one, but it's not nearly as well defined. Let's hope that that continues to be the case. Mark?
So, Carl, we've seen this storm really change its character, right? And let's hope that downtrend continues. I know you've been showing everyone what the environment kind of looks like with regards to the instability for these storms as they've been marching their way into Georgia. Let's take a look at that. Let's see what's ahead of this supercell and maybe what's right over Atlanta or the eastern suburbs of Atlanta, where they really haven't had that much today. North Georgia got slammed. South Georgia now has had tornadoes, but Atlanta and just east of there honestly hasn't seen much. So how's that environment look?
Yeah, so this is a really different situation as compared to the last severe event that we saw where, it had been cool all day long and it had been raining all day. Now, the north side of the Atlanta metro has seen an awful lot of rain. last severe event that we saw where, it had been cool all day long and it had been raining all day. Now, the north side of the Atlanta metro has seen an awful lot of rain, as you can see here in the last 6 hours. So that certainly has helped with the instability. But on the south side, there has not been as much rain, and you've got this warmer air moving in. And so, early on in the 6-hour loop, you see these little gaps in the instability there. You see those sort of gray areas where there's not as much instability, but you look more recently and you can see how it's definitely increasing, how the warmer, more humid air has been coming up, in particular into the south and west side of the Atlanta metro area. And so, as these storms are moving along, it's sort of bringing the environment along with them. We also know that there's a lot of wind shear, and wind shear is a really big part of what drives a tornado threat. And so you've got the wind shear and you've got the instability. You've got everything in place. The fact that we're seeing a downtrend right now on the radar is encouraging, but it is not the last word on this storm. It's still got warm and humid air out ahead of it. It's still got an environment in which it may continue to rotate. And in fact, it is fairly common for storms to do this kind of thing where they pulse up and you have a very strong tornado developing, and then that wraps back and into the rain-cooled air in the storm, and then it dissipates. But then you have this new area where you're feeding in warm and humid air, and along that interface is where you see a new tornado developing. So, again, right now looking at the radar trend here, that's encouraging. That's definitely encouraging. But by no means are we going to say, oh, okay, well, that's it. I mean, that's, Mark, definitely not going to be the case here. It's got plenty of potential to get its act together once again.
Absolutely. And so we're following this storm. And if you're not familiar with the south side of Atlanta, major highways cross right through Atlanta. I-85 and I-75 meet up through the city and then split back off again on the south side. 85 goes off to the southwest, 75 goes off to the southeast. So this storm has already come over the I-85 corridor. It's now right over the Fayetteville region. You're looking live at Atlanta, kind of right over that downtown connector is what they call it, with 75 and 85. Real heavy rain is coming into Atlanta, lots of lightning. Do not be outside, but there are no warnings for downtown Atlanta. There have been some portions of Fulton County, where Atlanta sits, that got clipped by this tornado warning. That got trimmed back. Now it is Clayton and Fayette counties underneath this tornado warning. Radar indicated spin here. There's a chance that this is trying to recycle once again. You've got a little bit of a surge forward right in here. You've got an inflow notch like this. Not really pronounced enough to get the same kind of heightened alarm as we gave you as this approached the Georgia border or when it approached Noonan. But when these recycling periods start, this is kind of what it looks like, with a little bit of a surge forward and an area that we're watching kind of in there. So let's take a look at that. Nothing jumping out with regards to circulation, certainly nothing jumping out with regards to any debris at this point, but still enough of a circulation that the National Weather Service is keeping the warning for now and following this along. It's moving east still at close to 50 miles per hour, which means here's I-75, I-675, they meet up just outside of Stockbridge, and then they continue, I-75 continues down to the south. If nothing else, this will be a pronounced straight line wind threat. So if you have people that that are traveling I-75 tonight, long distance, truckers and commerce that goes through the overnight, or just a long distance trip that somebody was taking and that they were trying to approach Atlanta by this time of night, I-75 is going to have all this wind coming in perpendicular to the highway, which is always a dangerous spot to be. Broadsides of vehicles, even, your typical SUV can catch a lot of that wind and lose that center of the lane just a little bit because of the gust of wind. So that is something that we will follow as well. New scan coming in, we still have this, signature, this kind of bowing look to the radar, and that is because of the strong winds that are surging forward that are, pushing that storm pattern like this. No clear sign of new rotation here. That is really good news compared to where we've been, especially considering what happened around the Noonan area. Remember, this is the wide view here. The storm is now in here, but when it came off the Alabama border, we had confirmed tornadoes just east of Texas. Texas, confirmed tornadoes near Noonan. And this report in particular, right through Noonan, multiple structures reported damaged at this point, Carl. So again, the trend is our friend at this point. Let's hope it continues, but we really need to watch this storm carefully.
Yeah, we certainly do, Mark. You know, it's just one of those things where, you know, you can't count on it going away because you've got such a dynamic atmosphere and we've got plenty of instability. So there is this ongoing tornado warning. Again, we've seen very encouraging radar trends in the last few minutes here. There's a look at the latest velocity data, and you know, you'd almost be hard-pressed to pick out circulation. I think we saw some evidence of it right up in that area there, and we'll just go ahead and track that forward just to be safe. And that is going to be coming up towards Irondale and towards Jonesboro as well. But again, you know, it's just not really wrapped up right now. It's not really well formed right now. But, you know, again, as Mark mentioned, even as that is happening, you've got this new area where warm and humid air is coming up. That's what we call an inflow notch. And so it's fairly typical for storms to do this, where they kind of wrap their tornadoes, back it into their colder air, and then when they're surrounded by cold air and rain, then they fall apart. And so a new one ends up developing in this area where you have this interface between the warm and humid air, the inflow notch, and the cooler air coming around the backside of the storm. So that is going to be the next spot to watch there, and that is generally coming towards Irondale and also towards Jonesboro. But, you know, as I mentioned, you've still got plenty of instability here. This is a look at the, you know, fuel for the storm, and that's in yellow. And you can see how it was a little more spotty 6 hours ago. I believe this is actually, it's just 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago, it was a little more spotty on the east side and even parts of the south side of the metro. And now that is not the case, and you're actually seeing some of that orange creeping in as well. So what that's telling you is that the instability is actually increasing here. So there's no reason to believe that the storm won't have the opportunity to get its act together once again. And so we're certainly going to need to continue to watch it very closely. Here's a live look at downtown Atlanta. The storm is going to stay on the south side, but there is a lot of lightning associated with it. Very dangerous day and night in the southeast. We'll have much more on this coming up in a moment.
Starting.
Welcome back, everyone. Taking a live look at Atlanta, where some generic thunderstorms are still moving through. I say that because the good news is that the south side extreme tornado threat has come down. No longer a tornado warning on the south side. Still a thunderstorm headed towards that I-75, I-675 interchange. No longer warned on. Now it's time to kind of survey and pick up the pieces around the Noonan area, where we are told that several structures were damaged by the storm coming through. We'll update you as we get new information from there. But the good news, Atlanta and the south side, no current tornado warnings. On the other hand, we know that there were some issues in Centerville, Alabama earlier today. Let's take a listen at some new video coming into us here at the Weather Channel tonight.
Oh my God. God be with these people.
You can tell what we're looking at here.
Oh
A giant root ball there. So a tree came over, and then was that a home? Maybe a mobile or modular home that rolled and is just everywhere? it's amazing how these storms can change the landscape, change what you thought was permanent, and it's just not, right? When you see all of that debris around. Scary, scary day today across the South. Here's another example of just how ferocious these storms were as they came across Alabama, just outside of Birmingham, southeast side. This is the Lake Purday area. Look at that home. That is a concrete wall right in there, past that all that debris. That is the foundation. The rest of the building is now removed off of that brick facade and concrete foundation. When you see that, you think EF3, maybe EF4 damage? We'll have to see. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service finds as they survey the area. So the tornado struck that town of Centerville on Thursday afternoon, and residents then emerged from their safe space and quickly began to survey the devastation and look for other survivors in need of help. The Weather Channel's Robert Ray shows us what it was like.
On Thursday afternoon, a tornado ripped through this town, Centerville, Alabama. Under 3,000 people. You can see behind me down trees, and now heavy machinery trying to rip open a pathway to get into people's homes that have been destroyed. There are fire departments and police, ambulances, and still rain falling here on Thursday evening as we are about to lose light here in this town of Centerville.
Can you tell me where's the closest place to go?
Straight down the driveway. It's the only way. If you can get it to get side by side, you can get my mama out. Now you just clear enough for side by side.
The light continues to go down. Darkness is upon us. They are looking for a woman that they know is back through that rubble. She's unable to walk out by herself. She is elderly, and they're going to do their best to try and remove trees and get in there to get her out. A major problem here is that there is another storm that is possibly going to track to this area, and there's so much debris here that they guys don't think that they can make it through before the other storm comes. So they're going to advise the woman who is trapped back in her house to hunker down between walls during this. But you could see, I mean, just the amount of people out here trying to make this rescue happen, the heavy machinery, and the dark woods behind me that were taken apart by the tornado that came through here earlier on Thursday. There is an evacuation happening. You can hear right now this storm is upon us, and everyone is making their way out of here right now. This is very dangerous. There are vehicles, there are still people stranded, and I myself am going to race to my vehicle and try to find shelter immediately. It's been an hour or so since we all left that area because of the possible storm coming back in. Well, we have returned, and first responders have decided it's just not safe to continue tonight in the dark with the down power lines and the broken trees and the debris everywhere. The woman who is trapped is doing okay, according to her family and officials. She's going to hunker down in the house tonight, and when that sun comes up, people will start cutting away, going back in there to get her to safety and assess what has happened here in Centerville, Alabama. Robert Ray, The Weather Channel.
It is amazing when the communities come together like that after an event, and even with that many people, they still had trouble getting to that woman. And we'll wait for updates from Robert. Want to go into Carl now in the lab. Carl, for the first time since I think mid-afternoon, I don't think we have any active tornado warnings in the U.S. right now after, what, 12 hours of that?
Yeah, it's been an awful day today and just a terrible night tonight in the Atlanta metro area. Noonan hit by a tornado. That cell now over into the 75 corridor and near McDonough right in there. There's no warning on it right now, but there are additional cells coming up into the Atlanta metro and then across I-20, and we've still got that warm and humid air in place. We've still got fuel available for these storms, so we'll need to continue to watch for the possibility of severe weather overnight. Also severe warnings just outside of Knoxville and along that 81 corridor, and a tornado watch in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning. We'll have more updates as necessary right here on the Weather Channel. Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. We are still looking at some storms now across parts of the southeast. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in eastern Tennessee, now east of Knoxville. Things have quieted down for the moment in the Atlanta metro area. There's a look at what happened earlier this evening. This is the velocity data. I want to show you this tornado, just an awful, heartbreaking situation as a tornado came right into Noonan. That area of blue and red right there, coming right into downtown Noonan and East Noonan as well, right in there. We did get a report of multiple structures damaged. We saw debris in the air for quite some time. Then that tornado crossing Interstate 85, going down Route 34, making its way towards Peachtree City, and then it finally began to dissipate as it got near Fayetteville. Very scary night, and our hearts going out to the people of Noonan and surrounding areas who had that tornado tonight. Now, as you look at the current radar picture, that is the storm that produced that tornado. It's not nearly as well formed as it once was. Got another storm coming into downtown Atlanta. No warning on that as of yet. There is still some warm and humid air available for these storms, though, so we may yet see some additional warnings. There's also still quite a bit of wind shear. This is looking at the low-level winds in blue at 5,000 feet of 50 miles per hour or greater, and so we certainly can't rule out some additional warnings. Tornado watch going until 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, and you see here the future radar with some storms continuing to roll across Atlanta with enough instability to possibly bring us some additional warnings. We'll have more as necessary.